ready for an update. It's time for you to level up. Listen, level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up. If life's a game, it's time to play. If you wanna level up, stay wide awake. Don't fall asleep. Most talk is cheap. If you wanna level up, come walk with me. When I put my pen to the page, it's like I just entered the game. So first on my head to the range, then do some work on perfecting my aim. I'm spending hours to develop and train. You don't get a medal for setting the pace unless you're ahead at the end of the race. I wanna get better by stepping my level. Attackers up until I'm dead in a grave. Yeah, I never said I was brave, nah, but these other men are afraid, and they're only here for the rep and the fame. So don't be thinking me and them are the same. I step on the stage where legends are made. Forget that your claim is weapons ablaze. I'm ready to spray and let out my pain. Tell everybody not to get in my way. Level up, aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Stop till I level up. Level up, level up. If life's a game, it's time to play. If you wanna level up, stay wide awake. Don't fall asleep. Most talk is cheap. If you wanna level up, come walk with me. To be a master of anything, you've got to put masses of effort in. So if your mentality's negative, then you might never be classed as a veteran. But don't turn your back on your enemy, cause they wanna capture your territory. You can't let them damage your health. If your energy's low, then you have to replenish it. You might need to balance your regimen, but life's like a battle, you never win. So what really matters is legacy, passing knowing that you had your integrity. Cause your credit's in a negative, developing a deficit. But when you're dead and buried, every penny is irrelevant. Instead of getting treasure, and it's better to be generous. And then when you're in heaven, you'll be ready for the benefits. Level up, aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up, level up, level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up.
Für ein nachstrahlenderes Kinderlächeln. Jetzt einen Tony geschenkt.
Maracuja, ja, ja. Na, 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 na. Oft we did it again. Wir feiern so hart. Frisch ist unser Game.
Talk to me nice, I ain't got a lot left. Talk to me right. They remember when I used to walk in the light. Now I got a little bark in the bite. I've been on the verge of self-destruction. Never been this close to me erupting. I'm on the ledge, I'm seeing red. Don't think they heard what I said. Mr. Goody Two Shoes, but the choo-choo. Kill him in the new suit, man, I'm too smooth. From the light to the dark, from the truth to the lies, play a part. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. Yeah, yeah. I threw away the halo, never gonna be an angel. I'm more keen and able. I've been a since the cradle. Built different, homie. You could go and check the label. I'm 100% raw, underrated. Unrelated, I'm the greatest. I'm the hero and the villain. You could pick a favorite. I'm the one that everybody said he couldn't make it. Now I'm on a mission. I'm trying to win my enemies and they gon' hate. Hate is just the love when it's intensive. Dark is just the light without the sense. And loneliness is you without the friends. Click giving up for me is too expensive. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. You better run. Yeah, I tell the world, never label me the same. I feel nobody could relate. You can't box me in the day. Break turn this into a must-see. And I don't wanna go there, trust me. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away.
Warrior. The mentality to never give up, never give in. To the death, for the life of me. Warrior.
I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. Like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Yeah, I was born for it. Now I'm ready for the war. Ain't no turning back now, no, I can't back down. Can't run nowhere, gotta stand up. Right hand on your chest for your valor. Kneel down to no man, ice running through my veins cause I'm cold-hearted. Look what they done started. I'm sharp with my aim. The best in the game. On fire, hot like a flame. Wild like a beast. I can't be tamed. So stuck in my ways for the truth. I can't be changed. I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, I was born for it. I was born to rise. I was born to fly. I was born to climb. I was born to get it. I was born to shine. I was born to live it. Like a warrior. Like a warrior. Like a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, I'm a warrior. I go to war for ya. To my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got none left. No. Yeah, easy.
I ain't got the phone, just a sicko. I spent you run up on my fit though. I got lil' shawty throwing spits though. Talking to my money like I'm schizo. January to January is very scary. Tryna put my ops in the cemetery. Till I'm dead and buried, till I'm dead and buried. I ain't shaking hands, that ain't sanitary. I ain't gon' front, she can throw it back, yeah. I like the stunt, oh you notice that. Count up the bands, hold up on it back, yeah. Okay, that was fun, but now I'm done with that, yeah. Getting dicey, I'm in psycho mode. They like the ice cause the ice so cold. Wrap up the bands cause they tight won't fold. Taking every shot like I might grow old. Going under every single night though, yeah. Had to get it in before the flight though. Hope I don't get blinded by the lights though. Hope nobody tryna read my rights though. Hope I got somebody in my corner. Hope she realized that this ain't for her. Going overseas and over borders. Going in and tell I'm out of order. I ain't got the phone, just a sicko. I spent your run up on my fit though, yeah. I got lil' shawty throwing spits though. Talking to my money like I'm schizo. January to January is very scary. Tryna put my ops in the cemetery. Till I'm dead and buried, till I'm dead and buried. I ain't shaking hands, that ain't sanitary. and that's not like every single thing I know. She said she my boo, but I'm single though. I can't have just one like a Pringle though. I'm antisocial, but let's mingle though, yeah. Call up the Uber, yeah, let's go for a ride. Too drunk to drive, but I'm parked outside. Too up to fall, yeah, I like this height. If I'm going out right, yeah. And it's 5-star, but let me feeling kinda cozy on a dime. Yeah, I just need my racks and then I'm gone. Yeah, you can go and do whatever you want. I'ma go infinity and beyond. Doing the Birdman finger rub, cause they itch. And I've been kinda distracted, but now it's back to the mission. Hey, I ain't got the floor, just a sicko. I spent you run up on my fit though. I got a little shawty doing splits though. Talking to my money like I'm schizo. Ooh, January, it's very scary. Tryna put my offs in the cemetery. Till I'm dead and buried, I ain't shaking hands, that ain't sanitary.
Of the barrel to the Coliseum. Ha! Warriors, yeah, I got a legion. Take your life for my per diem, you won't get to see it. Ha! Open your eyes, you don't believe it. The dust after the dawn when the storm's coming. Yeah, I want it all, you don't want nothing. What you wanna do? You got a point to prove. Well, like I wanna make. Let's set your doomsday. This is the eve of your destruction. Yeah, is you ready? Right now. I'm ready. This is the eve of your destruction. What you wanna do now? Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, are you ready? Get ready, I'm ready. Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, right now. Get ready, I'm ready. Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, cause I'm ready. Get ready, get ready, are you ready for destruction? The eve of your destruction is upon you. You can't say I never warned you. I'm like the locust, the way I focus and then unload it. Down and dirty, no sugar coating, I am the coldest. Like Rome, get broke off with bare knuckles. Take souls, break spirits by case flows. Where the hunters become prey, Lord knows. If you don't want the smoke, you better stay low. This is the eve of your destruction. Right now, right now. This is the eve of your destruction. I'm ready. What you wanna do now? Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, get ready, get ready, now. Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, are you ready for destruction?
Great white sharks just out there swimming. Been a bad man since. Certified wavy, certified snakes in the grass all slithering, bleeding, begging, but nowadays who gonna pay me that feature? Man, a different breed, a creature, straight out the gates of hell with a legion, looking for a whole bunch of souls to feed on. Devil in my eye when I come for the heathens, Babylon burning, all good reasons, with that little turning, add a little season, and that's what them sheep are good way when we're coming through. We the kind of people you gon' listen to. And I can't guarantee that you won't go missing, dude. And I don't wanna tell your mama you went fishing, dude. And be another piece of drama on the evening news. So that's just the way it goes when you gotta go harder. My whole crew just went wild. Kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I want to. Gonna get wild. Whole bit dripping in labels, stacking out big on the tables. Right, so wow, I didn't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow, better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngins. Wow, kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I want to. Gonna get wild. Whole bit dripping in labels, stacking out big on the tables. Right, so wow, I didn't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow, better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngins.
Always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down, wanna see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready.
Man, I've been through this and I've been through that. Man, I've been through trials and errors. Done seen through tricks and I've seen through acts. I've been through times of terrors. Got courage that rise through life and times. Play life like I'm on checkers. Running new heights in life, you'd find I've come out of violent messes. Ain't the same man that I used to be. Say that I'm mad, not news to me. I think their own plan, that's mutiny. I play the rap game so beautifully. Everybody can notice that all my focus goes on being the best. People wanna see me stressed, but what they should already know is I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. Know that I'm building it up and I'm doing it solo. This is the realest of stuff, got the game in a chokehold. No situation I don't know. Mounting my back like a pogo. Man in the sea moving so slow. Ain't a rhythm where I won't go. Facts they know is my rap so cold. Been told my flow so crazy. Act so bold, no raps and O's. Not about that, no, don't chase me. Ain't been lazy, on my way up cause this music made me. How could you blame me? One of the greats in the game. Better get used to my name, I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. I remember this one. Best.
I've been a bad bitch to pay phone. I've been a rat kid for your station. I've been a quiet storm in a terror zone. I've been a big show worth taping. I keep it 100 and I take a lump sum and I keep a good vibe in rotation. As far as the
the clouds too. Ain't no coming down. You better run. You don't mean to be blunt. I'm already a weapon. I don't need a gun. And you don't want none. See, the new number one is up for the hunt. I'm annihilating any violators. Man, I see so many I can buy a hater. Man, I'm in my prime. I retire later. Do it now before I'm dying later. These are words I live by. Do or die. This is not suicide. No, it's do or die. I don't run. I don't hide. No, I just do or die. Nose dive in the fire. Yeah, you better run for your life. You better run for your life. You better run. It's dangerous. This is do or die. Go, I don't really know how to go slow. Oh no. I don't really vibe with the bozos. I don't need a ride to show. Couple hundred miles and I'm over. I got a bucket list with a quote. I'ma live a million lives till it's over. I'ma live it to the fullest, even when I'm dodging bullets. Especially when I got a grenade in my hand and I got the pin and you know I'ma pull it. Boom! All of my foes are goons. I put them on notice too. And now they know they through. They do. These are words I live by. Do or die. This is not suicide. No, it's do or die. I don't run. I don't hide. No, I just do or die. Nose dive in the fire. Yeah, you better run for your life. You better run for your life. You better run. It's dangerous. This is do or die. Whole nother universe. Whole nother do or die. Yeah, whole nother universe. Yeah, there we go. Run for your life. You better run for your life. You better run for your life. You better run. It's dangerous. This is do or die. Yeah, you better run for your life. You better run for your life. You better run. It's dangerous. This is do or die. Do or die.
You got a pretty disguise, but you're still ugly inside. I see right through all your lies. I'm not like one of your kind. I'm a misfit, I'm a rebel, don't fit your description. I never settle, fight back with resistance. Pedal to the metal, we're setting fire to the system. Yeah. With my hands tied. Start up the riot. Start a riot. Start a riot. La la la, feel it, ignite it. Light it up, light it up. Light it up, it's going down. We gonna burn it to the ground. So start up the riot.
zone. Focus like laser, I want the throne. It's in my nature, I roll alone. I like the danger. I go renegade, I won't ever break. I don't play around, I don't hesitate. I just level up, I just elevate. I'm underrated, but I'm undefeated. I'm imitated, but never repeated. Hunger inside of me, I gotta feed it. So I stay relentless until I succeeded. I'm sending a warning to my rivals. This ain't a war wage for survival. Homie, I came here for the title. I can feel it in my veins. Raw power unchained. This world is mine for the taking. This world is mine for the taking. I can feel it in my veins. Yeah, I came here to reign. This world is mine for the taking. This world is mine right now. I am a god. I am a god. I am a
Red.
I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I feel like I'm limitless. My powers unlimited. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. Yeah. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. Faster, faster, faster. Zoom, the engine room, but you feel the boom. Gone in the wind, when you see me, better move. Jetpack kid, reloaded the jet fuel. High speed cruise, too fast, you can't move. Zoom, through. No, I don't mean to be rude. It's just the beginning. Do I have your attention? Eyes on the prize if you came here to witness. Turned up the turbo so they hear the engine. Go faster. 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 To keep up with me, you better catch your breath. Faster. Faster. Upgrade your speed, zoom past the rest. Faster. Faster. Heart steady racing and racing and racing. Pick up the paces. Heart steady racing and racing and racing. They say we dangerous. Heart steady racing and racing and racing. Buckle up for safety. Heart steady racing and racing and racing. It's yours if you take it. It's yours if you want it, go and get it, go and get it. Be sure that you want it, cause you gotta be committed. In order to run it, you gon' have to get the sprinting. First come, first serve, now listen. Eyes on the prize if you came here to witness. Turned up the turbo so they hear the engine. Go faster. 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 To keep up with me, you better catch your breath. Faster. Faster. Upgrade your speed, zoom past the rest. Faster. 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 Hit the ground, I'm on code. Run on air when I flow. You would swear that I flowed. Hottest hand in my zone. I'm going hard for my city, yeah. I put that thing on my back. Get it and gun it, I'm back on 100. I'm ready, I'm coming in for the attack. I'm on beast mode, God level, cheat code, new age, hero, good verse, Evo. I'm on the move. I'm on the move. I'm putting in work. I go berserk, got something to prove. Cause I got power. I got the energy for all of my enemies. I'm on the way, saving the day. No one ahead of me. I'm on the right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for lives in my soul. It drives me to my goal. There's no distance I won't go. Cause the climb's all that I know. And I face it all on my own. So my name will be known, yeah, my name will be known. Right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me your
Please stop messing me up, just cover up. But I just stole her from my dad, now she ain't getting a bands. Do your dance, where your man's do your dance, I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do your dance, got some bands I'm never going to the country club.
Hello, Red Cat Fat chilling in the Twitch chat for this flat. Yeah, in my friends either 2A chat. Yeah. Hey, 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 hey! Hey! Wait! We're back! The camera's kind of fuzzy though. What the fuck happened to the camera? Hold up. The music disappears when I go here. The music disappears, chat. Maybe it's supposed to be on purpose like that. Maybe it's on purpose like that. Don't talk about the haircut. Don't talk about the haircut. Don't talk about the haircut. Can you hear me? You can hear me, right, chat? Hey, don't troll me. Don't troll me. I need to know. I need to know if you can hear me and shit, because I need to fix the audio levels and stuff before the games start. Before the games start. I have like loads of buttons that make it transition around. Look at this. Look at all those buttons I can press. Look at those buttons I can press. The mic is too low. Is that better? Can you hear me now? More? More? Man, it's kind of cold in ear. It's kind of cold in ear. Oh, there's G2 on the stage, chat. G2 and T1. Hold up. Ah, fuck it. I was gonna put a t-shirt on, but it's okay. I'll just get energy, and then my heat will get better. Music lower. Okay, we're good. What's happening? Chat. Why do I look like a fucking child at a school desk? Why does this look so scuffed? Look at me. It's my T-shirt. It's my T-shirt. Wait, hold up, chat. The new teaser's out. I want to watch it now. I want to watch the teaser now. Where's the teaser at, chat? Chat, do you hear this? Wait. If I go to desktop.
The question is,
Do you hear that?
finish it right now, right here?
You must hear it. Ooh. Ooh, teaser time, chat. Teaser time.
Match point for T1.
Wait, what happened to the
The
camera?
question is, can they finish it right now, right here?
작년에 우승했을 때 제일 먼저 들었던 생각은
Xiaohu now taking a whole lot of
Why are they
damage.
showing
Faker
this?
is in the shroud.
Why are they
He's
showing
going
this?
with him. It's a double kill as he backflips away and back in again. It's a triple for Faker.
Didn't you get the jerseys from the
팬분들을
teams?
기쁘게 해줄 수 있어서 즐겁다는 생각이었고
I drew the T1 logo better than that. I did. Me.
To be back in Europe, it's amazing. We have all the crowd supporting us.
There we go. Is that
Definitely
better?
feels like we are on our home ground right now.
Last Worlds, I
Lock in,
remember when we
Hansama,
dropped
lock in, you
out,
rat.
I was feeling so sad. We were all feeling so sad.
Yo, Mitsuko with the coffee.
Vestige of the
Thank you.
LEC is wiped from Worlds 2023.
We really believe that we could achieve really amazing thing. We have another chance now.
Yes, you do. Don't
We're
fuck
getting
it up.
closer and closer.
They beat G2 again. Twice in the same tournament, proving they are the better squad.
We need to take our revenge, and I think we can.
이번 뮤비 제목이 Heaven is Crown인데 사실 옆에서 봤을 때 그런 무게감이나 자리에 대한 압박감이 클 텐데도
This is you,
그
baby
자리를
Faker. This
계속
is you.
지켜내려고 하고 노력하는 모습이 멋진 것 같습니다. 그 왕관을 같이 지키기 위해서 최선을 다하겠습니다.
If I win this match, then this will be my ticket to go home. Of course, I'm gonna take it.
Wait. Ticket to go home. Oh, wait, he lit Paris. I get it.
如果说
But
我们实力真的很
okay, I
强
get
的话，
it.
我们可能不会1跟2的吧。
T1 takedown BLG, sealing the fight of the first state of the LPL.
现在实力的话，可能只展示了50%都不到吧。
We're super locked in today, chat. Like giga locked.
Betty, a dead man walking.
现在我们已经是1杠2了，那是这种压力就是自己要想办法去承受。那你扛住了压力，晋级了之后你就会变得更强。但是你扛不住压力，那我们可能就是没有办法成为有办法进8强的队伍。
I hate this chat on a delay. They're so fucking ill. What do you mean, Papega?
我觉得以我们现在的状态，我们应该是走一步看一步嘛。毕竟先调好当前是最重要的。
如果我们再输一场就会结束嘛？
I think PSG is going to beat BLG today, unironically.
那我们肯定是压力是会有
Aren't
点
they
大，
playing
但我
with
们
Shun
会把
today?
这个压
They're
力
playing with
好好
Shun today,
的
not
掌握住。
not Wei.
我觉得质疑我们没有关系吧，就是我们会自己一步一步再证明自己的吧，然后证明我们是 LPL 1号种子。对。
I don't know, man. If they're subbing in Shun last second,
上去虐一下。
they might get cooked. They're subbing in Shun last second, they might get cooked. Chat, we can check the Reddit real quick. But did I fix it? We can do a quick Reddit check real quick. This feels so surreal. Bro, Rex is just chilling there having fucking dinner with them. And Caedrel denied the previous deal, telling us Damon's draw luck is a skill, but now Damon have shown they can't win a single game against the East, nor can they get good draws. Settle your case, take this deal and confess that DK and Weibo are fraud tiers. It's not a plane. It's not a Yone R, don't miss it. Okay, shut up. Okay, we can skip over that. Maybe you can hear it though?
Okay, we go Grubs. Just don't smite Grubs. Hit that one. Gotta hit the fucking one. You fucking idiot. Rolling, we're rolling.
Hey, he's flaming inspired.
We're rolling. Trying
to get away from another snowball. Ooh, inspired slams that.
Also, by the way, no deal. Bro, seeing the chat on the delay is so annoying. No deal. Damon in the next draw will get Probably BLG or PSG and they'll win and knock them out. Fact. Barber, you like it? Yeah, I like it. Me on the way home. What the fuck is that? LCK when they don't play the same 5 champs against the same 5 champs. One is not like the other. Oh my god. But they're both Riz Lords. 80 carry roll today is both Riz Lords. Poby my goat stalling long enough for Faker to arrive. What is this? What is that? Poby! There was a third image? Okay, I'll check it out. Is this One Punch Man? It is. So quiet. It's a Faker stare. That Faker stare. Poby is the main character, he always has been. Match. Someone in chat says, have a nice day, Cupcake. I'm not Cupcake. What was the third slide? Okay. Okay, now you're funny, aren't you? Now you're funny. Now you're really funny. Fucking dumb fuck. What else? Tomorrow, T1 versus G2. We will finally settle it. Mickey X over Keria. True. LCK, I fear no Dan. That thing scares me. Wait, why is Faker kind of... Wait, hold up. What is that look? What the fuck? Holy smokes. Yeah, T1 is rated a little bit lower than G2 in the global power rankings. Who would win? Superstar. Okay, we saw that. If DK doesn't make quarters, Pedro goes bold. Deal. No deal. We saw the trailer. Me watching in silence as the barber screws up. Okay. Fuck off. About to do my math exam. Wish me luck, XDD. Okay. Oh my god. Dude, I almost had you. Masu to Bwipo in comms. We don't win. We don't win. It's fucked. Huh? Never mind. It's fine. What? Speak your mind. Don't make emotional comms. Just play the game and watch what's happening. Jesus. Masu telling him to lock the fuck in. They don't know if PSG will advance BLG versus G2, BLG versus FlyQuest. KSI is probably set to perform his new single Thick of It at World's Finals opening ceremony. That's complete cap, by the way. There is no way he's playing that song at the World's Finals ceremony. There is absolutely no way. There is absolutely no way that's happening. I want to know the reason Yike gave him a plant. I think it's because Faker got given a cactus by Caps. So maybe Yike gave owner a plant. Maybe he's trying to get in his head about playing Ivern. How are you watching G2 get into quarters? Who would win? I wanted FlyQuest to win just so Azale could say that. Yeah. Not worlds related. Yo. Okay, I appreciate the appreciation thread. Before any drug trials, lab rats go through the ringer to ensure our medicines are safe. Imagine being a rat. Shut up. All that's happening is they're playing fucking thingies. Chat, you see my transitions? You see that? Ooh, now I'm over here. Ooh, now I'm down there. Now I'm back over here. And then boom. Caedrel Productions. Now I'm here. Caedrel Productions. Now I'm here. You see that? You see that? That's called being built different. That's called being built different. Wait. Wait, where's my monitor? Where's my monitor, chat? Bro, I've clicked every single one apart. Okay, I got it. Oh my god, we got front row tickets, chat. We got front row tickets. Front row tickets to G2 versus T1. We're literally like, I can literally see them. Wait, is that? Wait, Josh is right there. What the hell? Wait, T1 Josh was right below my fucking stall. Ain't no way T1 Josh was right there. Yeah, chat, we're gonna get interviews. We're gonna get interviews. Look, look. And then it goes quiet. You see that? The music stops. Then, headset 1, headset 2, interviews ready. Chat, you need to tell me a couple things. I need to know questions. Questions for Zeus, Faker, Elk, Caps, or Mickey. Any questions. I'm writing them down. If you have any questions, write them. Don't make jokes about my haircut. Actual questions. Actual questions, and I'll maybe ask them. Because I'm running out of ideas. Right now, I want to ask Faker. Was Reckless actually good at chess, or was he boosted? I want to ask Faker if he has one tip he could tell any pro mid laner or his past self from all his years of competing. Bro, can you fucking... And I want to ask him, what is the one thing he wants to... What is the one thing he always has to focus on when he plays against Europe? Yeah, Zeus is easy. Zeus is just loads of the shy questions. What do you think about Caedrel going bold? The Caps Mickey BB interviews are much easier. Speaking English and just being able to yap is really easy. But when it comes to like language barriers, I feel like I have to ask pretty specific questions and I can't really joke around too much. Although I would love to do a dance with Gumayushi. Ask them about FlyQuest drafts. Oh my god, I need to pee, chat. Should I go pee really quickly now? I feel like I should. Chat, don't be ill. I'll be back in literally 1 minute. I feel like it's probably better to do it now so I can lock in mega hard. 1 sec.
No more doubts, it's over for
My Euphoria t-shirt. Ask them if they know a good barbershop. You fucking shut up, you idiot. Ask Zeus if he'll stay on T1. That's a good question. Let me just ask him if he's going to stay on T1. What's he going to say? No, I'm going to this team and just fucking make it official? Announce it on stream? What are you on about then? He ain't going nowhere, little pup. He's fucking playing Worlds with T1. So there's good news and bad news, chat. The good news is we're in the stadium. We're live and direct. And you can see the T1 players and the G2 players right behind me. And we're getting an interview after the game. Not sure with who. With one of the winners. The bad news is there's a 25-second delay from what you write to what I see. And I can't draw on the screen. I can't draw because it's a broadcast feed. I can't use my pen. I can't use my pen. But it's okay. I'm gonna be. Man, we're so fucking focused today. We're so fucking focused. Your mic keeps peaking if you speak loudly, does it? Your hair is actually not that bad, bro. Don't let the haters get in your head. Me too! Oh my god, man. This is like the most hyped series of the year. All of this year comes down to now. Now! It'll come down to later as well when there's another series. But now! For now! Mega pace! Will Reckless be joining you? Wait, Reckless is here. I forgot. Wait. Oh yeah, Recky's here. Maybe Recky wants to come say hello. Actually, bro, I need to talk to Reckless. I have one question. Who's he supporting? EU or T1? I need the answer to that question right meow. I need the answer to that question right meow. That's a good question, though. Who's he supporting? Who's he supporting, that sucker? Maybe I'll message him right now. Chat, mods, if there's an F, can you write F? Because I know this chat is completely trolling when they say F. Absolutely trolling. I need to interview Reckless now. I'm gonna ask him right now if he's in the studio. I need him on the stream right now. I need him to tell me what he thinks of my t-shirt. And I need him to tell me who he supports to win. Put him on the spot. Welcome to Riot Games Arena in Berlin. Mods! Wait, why does one of the mods write F? Wait, bro, are you fucking trolling? Mod, you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. Absolute degeneracy. 8 minutes! Oh my god. Oh my god, this is gonna be a mega banger. I feel live. You're a fanboy. Yeah, of course I'm a fanboy. Bro. If I wasn't a fan, then what's the point? Of course I'm a fan. I'm a mega fan of all these players. I feel like, listen, Riot, I'm gonna put you a deal here. I'm gonna offer you a deal. The music for the pre-game, like right now, I'm not a huge fan of this music, okay? But for Worlds 2025, I can make an album for you if you want to use before the game starts. If you really want me to, just contact me. I'll make you an album for the countdowns. 80 minutes of quality songs. That's what I can make for you. Heavy is the crown! Bro, I can pop off. I got rap. I got fucking high pitch. I got rock. I can do some dance. I feel alive. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. See that? I'm skipping a 3-hour class for the series. The series better be good. This series is going to be a 2-1 to G2. I said it. 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 You're ADHDing today? Bro, I've been awake since 2:30 in the morning. I'm completely schizo right now. Sleep deprived, just popped my first coffee, going absolutely ballistic. This is going to be the most degenerate stream ever. Normally when I'm in the studio, I'm really shy and I don't like to be as loud. But now I don't give a fuck. I'm so over it. We're going to fucking pop off today. We're going to pop off today. Where's your Damwon diss track? Motherfucker, they can't even get a tower at this point. What am I going to diss? Okay, let's talk about some... actually, we'll do some analysis about 5 minutes before the game starts. I'll give you some big pointers. I don't have my pen, so I feel so fucking naked without my pen. Did you already eat? Yeah, for lunch, I had potatoes with pumpkins. That's what I ate. Hey, it's October, man. We gotta celebrate Halloween. Could be a scary day, G2 versus T1. You never know. You never know. So we had some pumpkins and some potato. Do you remember the G2 Fnatic series? Which one? Which one? Is Mitsuko there? She is. Who wins this? I already said. What's wrong with pumpkin and potatoes? Wait, he didn't miss his plain pog. Chat, I'm going to run the last batch of ads now, and then you'll get them before the draft, and then you're super chilling, okay? I'm sorry that you're getting pumped with ads. Actually, why am I even saying this? You're on a delay. You're not even going to notice. You're just going to get it now, but now is what you're not watching me properly, so... I haven't slept for 20 hours. Well, you need to stay awake for another fucking... If you haven't slept for 20 hours, you need to stay awake for another fucking 30. Or another 10. Chow, why do you write F? Why do you do that? Why do you write F? Is it actual Fs, mods? Are they being rats or are they being serious? They're being serious? Chat, you know who that is right there? That's Zeus right there. Look at it, see it? That's Zeus. My little ratty. Oh, my little ratty. Oh, and there's Caps. Caps! Mods, they're completely baiting. I'm done. Why does the mods write based? Bum bum bada bum bum bum. They're trolling you, yeah, good. I can see Faker chat. He's Omega locked in. It's crazy. Faker is Giga locked in. Gumayushi's not there. Maybe he's got toilet. Maybe Gumayushi went toilet. Nice green screen. What do you mean, nice green screen? Nice green screen, he says. That jersey looks like the IG jersey. IG. Invictus Gaming. You look like more of an NPC today because of your haircut. Yeah, stop fucking going on about my haircut. Leave it alone. Get me into lobby now. Okay, that was quite loud. Sorry about that, chat. I'll turn it down a bit. Fix the audio a bit. Turn it down a little bit. Turn it down a little bit. All right, chat. Today's a big day. I actually think BLG might lose to PSG later as well because they're playing with Shun.
The crown is heavy for Faker indeed, meaning everyone wants to take him down, especially G2.
Where are they, the boys?
today,
Where are they?
Because one of these two teams will book their ticket to Paris, and then BLG will take on PSG, and the loser
Faker hoodie and a G2.
home.
Oh
It
my
is
God,
the
Carrier.
7th day of the Swiss stage here in Berlin, Germany, and I want to
Ona,
say because
Faker,
it is in
Red
Germany
Boy.
and
Ooh,
in Europe,
Mickey. Oh,
there
Caps
so
is looking
much excitement
fresh. Yo,
because
show
of
BB,
what
damn.
happened in
Yo, BB and
2019.
Hans are looking super.
As we see
Oh my
G2
God.
and
Yo,
T1,
Hans Sama
in
is
our
the Rizzler.
studio. I mean, my name
This
is
AD
Josh.
matchup
Can
is
you
not
tell
Battle
I'm
of the ADs, it's
excited?
Battle of the
And I'm here
Riz.
with Dracos and Emily to lead us through the best of threes today.
And it's G2 T1 day! Let's just make it a regular thing. Just build it into the format. We get it so often. It's my
G2
favorite
T1
part
day is
every
the best-
time at
the
every
best
international
days.
tournament other than the finals. It's just going to be such a good day.
And no matter where your allegiance lies, I think you're not
It
only
lies
a
with
Legends
Europe.
fan if you're not excited about T1 versus G2 and kind of the best East versus West matchup we've had throughout the years, Em.
Yeah, it's not even
Ooh,
like
I
for
like
me.
that.
It's not even about
Yo,
East versus West, but it's about having
Look at
some
that!
sort of really great
2019
international
schizo.
rivalry between
Oh my
two
God, 2019
storied
really was.
organizations, right? Like for a lot of people, T1 is the LCK, G2 is
Oh
the
my
LEC,
God.
and they've met each other so many times on
It's
the
just
international.
2019
G2's modern
schizo.
international reputation is built on beating T1. Yes,
Emily
they've
is
taken
not
out other
taller than
teams,
me.
but
I'm
their
taller than
rise
Emily.
to glory in 2019 and that reputation that they've held onto is all because of the series that they've beaten or been close to T1 in.
Yeah, and I mean, I know when you look at this, you might think, well, it's only really
I'm taller
here
than
that
Emily, chat.
2019 we have to be super excited about, but that would be disingenuous to
You
some
see
of the series
Zeus right
they've
there,
even
chat?
played
Zeus?
this year at MSI, right? So there's always that hope that's going to be incredibly, incredibly close. And since there is such a storied rivalry between the two, I did want to take a look at some of the most important resources we have in LoL esports. The most popular Reddit comments we've had across the years. So
Ooh, Reddit
basically,
comments,
I'm going
get
to show
me
you
in.
both a Reddit comment, and
Okay.
it's pertaining to one of these matches that they played versus each other, and you just need to guess which match it is from. You get it?
Yeah.
I get it.
Let's go.
I get it. Lock
down,
me in. Lock
let's
me in.
go.
All right, so here we go.
SKT and G2
SKT
battle for the final
oh,
playoff spot.
SKT.
Man, what a
And
time to be
G2
alive.
battle for the final playoff spot. Man, what a time to be alive.
Final playoff.
That must be
Final
Emmet.
playoff.
Eh?
Yeah, is that
SKT.
trickstered?
Well, are we being, because the problem is sometimes Reddit just says stuff.
Yeah,
that's just-
I know.
Right? It's just like,
But also the SKT is throwing me too because
Yeah, the SKT is throwing me off.
it's old.
that didn't happen until like post 2019.
I think we have to guess. I'm gonna say I'm gonna say 2017.
2016 group
final
stage.
playoff. I'm gonna say 2017 group stage.
Yeah,
2016 or 17 group
that's
stage.
actually my guess too.
Yeah, well,
oh
just-
wait, 20. I'm gonna go
3,
2019.
2, 1.
2019 group stage.
Group stage?
MSI. Yeah. I don't know why.
Oh my gosh, can this... I have your face, Emily, I swear. Here we go.
Yeah.
Chat, why are you spamming NPC? What are you on about?
The answer is 2016.
I was
MSI
right!
group
World, okay.
stage.
Caedrel was
I mean,
right
it's kind of
again.
a flip. Like,
Yeah.
Okay, next one.
Yeah.
I got the
1-0
one
chat.
in our
Count me up,
pre-show,
count
and
me
I'm
in.
not gonna get another one after that.
no one saw it. It doesn't count. That's
I
awesome.
know.
Next, okay, it's a whole chain.
SKT down
This is
2K.
SKT.
SKT
Yes,
up
again,
2K gold. It's over.
maybe, maybe
SKT
this
could
is
be
on
behind
purpose by
5K.
production, right? That they
Give
say,
SKT an inch,
now that
they
you
take a
think
mile.
it's
Give G2 an inch, they
era.
take 2 towers for
Give
Rift Herald.
SKT an inch, they take a mile. Give G2 an inch, they give you 2 towers for Rift Herald.
Oh no.
No, I think we're going 2017. I'm
Yeah.
guessing 2017 finals.
I'm
would
going
be
to say
my guess.
2017
Yeah,
finals
From
as
what I
well.
remember, that was insanely
2017
one-sided.
finals.
What do you say,
100%.
Dracos?
I'm with Dracos there.
2017 MSI finals.
I'm with there.
Okay.
I'm there with Dracos.
In Brazil.
I'm also there. Yeah.
Brazil.
With Emily
I
there
think
as well.
the beardiest photo of me.
Am I correct? Am I
Yeah,
correct?
oh, mine
Say I'm
is just
correct.
like-
I'm locked in
So
today.
Here's the answer. It is 2017 MSI Group.
You mother sucker! What the hell?
Let's go!
old
0
hits.
for 2! I'm having trouble clearing
The problem is
screen, but I'm
SKT
tallying,
is
I'm
so
tallying,
it's so
don't worry.
hard because
Yeah.
it's not really like. Yeah, it's like
The
yes, they're.
SKT kind
All
of
we
gives
have
us
is
hints,
the name
but
and
yeah.
the fact that they're beating G2, but that's all of 2016 and 2017. Like none of it looked good.
Yeah.
Good point. Let's get to our next one.
Pulse
All
champ.
right, what are we cooking?
Guys, SKT got Baron. We win game now.
Game now.
Could this be the least amount of
But it
Barons
says
taken a series
LEC.
while
If you
winning?
get one of LEC's best mids, he has a 50% chance to carry. That's why you get 2. Okay, so we're in 2019 territory.
Yeah, we're in
Yes.
2019.
It also still mentions he who shall not be named, so it's all context clues. Wow, context clues.
I'm gonna say.
I'm gonna say MSI
This is amazing.
semifinals
They gave up
2019.
Almost all objectives from more map. What?
Wait, is this? But could this be the one where, like, T1 started Baron?
This is
but then G2
2019.
Finished it. Remember that?
No, no, no. I think this is MSI for sure, just because people seem surprised. I think people are
Yeah,
surprised.
I'm gonna go.
People weren't
I
surprised
already-
at World when G2
That's
did
true,
work.
that
Ooh,
was
actually, I'm gonna say MSI 2019. Yeah, semis.
Semifinals.
MSI semifinals.
Oh, I think it's group stage. You know, I think it's group stage. But
World semifinals.
We
What?
had cloud then. Why are people doubting? Why are people
what?
surprised?
World semifinals, and they say that on the Reddit.
Maybe,
Guys,
but that was a close
why
one.
is that?
Oh, man,
Okay.
Reddit is full of red herrings. That's all I'll say.
It's true.
Oh,
we knew that.
I
we
did
knew
get
that.
the question in pre-show.
After that
In our
very,
rehearsal.
very serious rundown of the history between these two orgs, let's take a more serious look back at the history of
It said
G2
3-1.
versus
Did they write
T1.
3-1? Oh, hell no, did I not see that. But you guys are cheating then. You're cheating. That doesn't count.
Today's featured matchup, presented by Mercedes
Talk to me,
Benz,
medic.
is a look at the greatest East versus West rivalry in League history.
Oh.
G2 versus T1.
Talk to me.
For years, T1 was seen as the unkillable gods of League, led by the Demon King himself.
Just say 2019.
They were
Just say it.
untouchable,
Just say it.
and even Europe's promising new champions could not make a dent in their armor.
Just say 2019.
sick. What? That's just disgusting. I can't see him walk back.
But after reaching Worlds Finals in 2018 with Fnatic, Caps shocked European LoL esports by transferring to G2, ushering in a new era of European dominance and changing the landscape of this rivalry forever. Even with domestic success, European fans had muted aspirations on the international stage. It was rare for LEC teams to take games over the LCK and LPL, let alone win an entire best-of-5 series. Misfits taking T1 to 5 games during the 2017 Worlds quarterfinal was still seen as one of Europe's greatest moments. So when G2 entered the Rift opposite T1 at the MSI 2019 semi-final, few fans predicted a victory against the 3-time world champions. But instead, they were treated to one of the greatest, most intense series in MSI history.
It was an amazing series. It was an amazing series.
They've already got one at Amata. Where is
What a
Teddy?
banger.
Follow his HP bar.
Talk
That's
to me,
a
quick
dunk
shot.
from Wonder. Death from below for the double, for the ace, for the Baron and the base.
G2 beating T1 shook the league world, and they continued on to win the tournament and claim the first international title for a Western team since Season 1.
Season 1?
Fans started to believe that maybe the gap between East and West was closing, and Worlds that year validated those feelings. G2 took down T1 once again.
The greatest team in the history of League of Legends, taken down by the greatest team Europe has ever produced.
But this time on European soil in front of the home crowd, earning themselves a spot in the 2019 World Finals. But 2022 saw the introduction of a new era for T1. Faker still captained the team, but now guided a younger roster of upcoming LCK stars. They dominated G2 on the international stage at MSI that year, and ultimately went on to compete in the World Final. They fell short, but returned to lift the Summoners Cup just a year later in 2023, proving once again that T1 is the most legendary organization in the world of League of Legends.
Here comes him, and he's still.
Oh, my rat.
Everyone's just exploding.
Meanwhile, for G2, 2022 and the MSI series versus T1 was a wake-up call. Since their World Final appearance in 2019, the gap seemed to have widened and had now been cemented by this loss against T1. No flash for Owner, but the Cataclysm and Mickey locks him up. Owner, shut out! So it seemed fate then. The fans would see more of the same when G2 first met T1 at MSI this year.
A clean ace for G2.
Here was G2, who had no recent international success, facing up against the literal world champion gods of T1. All G2 could hope for was to put a good foot forward, but once again, fans everywhere were treated to another banger 5-game series for the history books.
G2, this was the day they almost beat T1. For T1, it's just another Friday.
Would you want to play the most?
I mean, T1 would be fun, right?
Oh, hell yeah. We're back up.
These G2 teams represent the successes and failures of their regions, the beating hearts of the LEC and LCK. And today they take to the Rift once more for pride, for glory, and to earn their spot in the 2024 Worlds quarterfinals.
Faker is so fucking cold with it.
Unbelievable
He's
video.
so fucking cold with it.
Incredible job, Medic, for a ticket to Paris just
Now,
like in 2019.
it's not a best of 5, it's only a best of 3. But if G2 wins this,
you have to mention it because they are so
the
much
bragging
the
rights are crazy. You can just extrapolate so many false narratives that the cope is unbelievable. T1 beat BLG, G2 beat T1, therefore G2 are better than BLG, and then they can beat everyone in the LCK and the LPL. Fact.
Series are how you win international events, so we'll take it.
That's a fact. If that happens, that's a fact. Look at the numbers. Look at the numbers.
G2 are still incredibly reliant on Caps to be that big carry, and in contrast, Faker's surrounded by a T1 team that, while he certainly stepped up at Worlds in these big moments, they don't always need him to be that centerpiece, and that's going to be a really big contrast on what teams need from both these.
So a big thing that I want to talk about really quick is there's loads of great matchups here. What I will say is T1 have leveled up at Worlds, but T1's biggest strength is their early game lane swap macro. It's actually the best lane swap macro I've seen at Worlds so far, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm super curious to see.
I wonder if G2 can break it. Because if they can't, by default, T1 will play better in the first 10 minutes and will have a 2-3k gold lead going into the mid game. They just will. Because their assignments and lane swaps and their lane assignments in how they like get resources on sides and like they cover dives and stuff like this, it's just been the most reliable and consistent in the world so far. G2 need to break that. If G2 can get a good early game, they're already set up for success. But they're kind of climbing and fighting a losing battle. If they just let the early game play itself out and let T1 play its early game. What the hell? Why is Faker? Why they all got fucking...
Two pictures of T1 behind us. Well, it kind of shows very well how they are experts at glowing up for fall and winter, where most people do it for summer. For T1, whenever they come into Worlds, they just look much better, Emily.
Yeah, really quick, I just wanted to do a check-in
Yone,
on T1
Aurora.
because even as late
Obviously.
as their
But
series
follow-up
against
key
KT Rolster
picks.
2 qualify
Nocturne,
here, they looked really
Kalista,
uncoordinated at times.
Nico.
They looked
Those
a little
three
bit
champs,
lost
I'm looking
in
at them.
draft. They
Faker
weren't
plays
able
Nico.
to necessarily
Keria
get
plays Nico.
Faker on
Kalista
stuff that
unlocks
he was really
Keria.
comfortable on, and I think looking at coming out
Nocturne
of
unlock
this,
is really
their
good for Owner and
performance
Yike.
thus far, very
And then the
small
final thing
sample size.
is that G2 will draft differently to T1. G2 will draft AP junglers. They will. They will play Brand. They will play Zyra. They will play Lilia. They will play something along those lines. Whereas Owner, I think, will play Viego or Vi. Or Nocturne.
But the biggest thing is this to me. In that TES game, they actually were able to get a 2k gold lead by 8 minutes off of their early map movements. First turret outside.
So there's a clash in styles in drafting.
369. It was so much more well coordinated than anything I saw out of them in their run to
G2
get
need to
here,
really
where they
focus up
kind
in
of
draft because
barely
T1 is
squeaked
such
by
a...
KT to make
I don't know. I don't have very good words to describe
T1 because they're
in
always
draft,
judged
but
against the
slippery
best
is a
version
good
of
word
themselves,
because you let the draft fall out of your hands for 1 second and they're going to have a pocket pick or they're going to have a counter pick to something schizo.
Still a little way to
Mainly
go,
from support
but
or
the
top.
contrast between those regional qualifiers and today is astounding.
Yeah.
So you need to be really on your game in draft against T1.
I think we saw 8 games of this at MSI, right?
You need to really be on your game,
chat. Me a
Chatter.
little bit nervous for G2. Watching it back with my breakfast, I thought that
The teams are about to walk out.
Coffee because some of these games, you know, and especially
Actually, no, we've got the
game
teaser
5
first.
that they really had it in the palm of their hand for G2, and to think of the fact that T1 is a team that always levels up. They will have looked at that series. So I think it all comes into play today. Let's see what the fans think, because we're always wrong. And the fans are mostly right. They have like a 70...
Come on, boys. Come on, G2. Show me the magic.
No, I think the fans are usually wrong based
you
on
think
this
so?
one. The fans, yeah, we can't trust the fans. I'm not sure these numbers are
Where
right.
are you fans at? Where are you fans at? Guys, this is our studio. This is our home. This is our home. There's more T1 fans in G2. This is our studio. I don't see a G2 sign still. Come on. There he is. There's a jersey from 2019.
But if we get to mid to late game on even footing, I have a lot of hope for G2.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me. Is how
Come on,
strong
Mickey, this is you.
RT1
Prove
going
it.
to be able
I
to
said
come
Mickey
out,
X
how
greater than
well
Carrier. Come on, you
coordinated
can't let
are
me
they
down here. I'm
going
going to
to
get fucking
look, and what are
scolded
they
all
going
of
to
Worlds
lock
again.
in? 'Cause
Like I
said,
did last
when
year.
they
Don't fuck
draft
me
for
up.
comfort, a lot of times it is these early game compositions where they really want to fight you early or push through like a hard 2v2.
And I think the draft is going to be a central point because when you look at that MSI series,
I woke up at 2:30 a.m. to get on a flight at
Cable,
6,
Rek'Sai,
to get here at 9 o'clock in the studio, and I slept 2 hours. Then I popped the coffee. So you better not fucking lose, G2, because I swear to God, I've been awake since 2 a.m. for this shit.
Hoping for a little bit of that draft creativity as well to give G2
I'm going a
an
bit
early
fucking
game
crazy.
they might
I'm
not
jet lagged
otherwise
and I'm caffeined up. It's the ultimate combo.
Okay.
Not jet lagged.
Really close.
Sleep
Anyways,
deprived.
what a day we had to have ahead of them. Absolute glory waiting for T1 or for G2. MSI will be in the back of G2's heads, and they will know what happened when they were in the 2-2 match last year at Worlds. They want to erase that blemish completely, and they want to beat T1. But T1 and Faker want to show that they are still on top of the world.
No, they don't. G2 does.
Match point for T1.
The question is, can they finish it right now, right here?
작년에 우승했을 때 제일 먼저 들었던 생각은
Xiaohu now taking a whole lot of damage, and Faker is in the shroud. He's toying with him. It's a double kill.
We need to stop showing the shy clips. Unnecessary.
It's a triple for Faker.
팬분들을 기쁘게 해줄 수 있어서 즐겁다는 생각이었고
Those damn smiles, though.
To be back in Europe, it's amazing. We have all the crowd supporting us. Definitely feels like we are on our home ground right now.
Last Worlds, I remember when we dropped out, I was feeling so sad. We were all feeling so sad.
The last vestige of the LEC is wiped from Worlds 2023.
We really believed that we could achieve really amazing things. We have another chance now.
This is you, handsome.
We're getting closer and closer.
They
Sleep deprived, bad haircut, coffeed up and on copium. That's me.
Twice in the same tournament, proving they are the better squad.
We need to take our revenge, and I think we can.
이번 뮤비 제목이 헬빈 이스 크라운인데 사실 옆에서 봤을 때 그런 무게감이나 자리에 대한 압박감이 클 텐데도 그 자리를 계속 지켜내려고 하고 노력하는 모습이 멋진 것 같습니다. 그 왕관을 같이 지키기 위해서 최선을 다하겠습니다.
If I win this match, then this will be my ticket to go home.
Yo, thank you for the 50 gifted. Chat say thank you for
it.
going gifted. Much love. Thank you for the 50 gifted, man. I appreciate that. Sorry, I don't have alert box on, so I can't see your name.
如果说我们实力真的很强的话，我们可能不会1杠2的吧。
T1 takedown BLG, sealing the fight of the first day of the LPL.
现在实力的话，可能只展示了
I think BLG might lose today, by the way. They're playing with shoot.
Benny, a dead man walking.
现在我们已经是1杠2了，那是这种压力就是自己要想办法去承受。那你扛住了压力，晋级了之后你就会变得更强。但是你扛不住压力，那我们可能就是没有办法成为有办法进8强的队伍。
If PSG make it to top 8，
我觉得以我们现在的状态，我们应该是走一步看一步嘛。毕竟先调好当前是最重要的。
如果我们再输一场就会结束嘛，那我们肯定是压力是会有点大，但我们会把这个压力好好的掌握住。
我觉得质疑我们没有关系吧，就是我们会自己一步一步再证明自己的吧，然后证明我们是 LPL 1号种子。对。
Surely PSG won't beat them, right? Surely. Yo, the player's about to come out, chat. The player's about to come out. I get you the white shot. I get you the white shot. Caedrel Productions. I get you the white shot. The white shot. Chat, lock in. Here it come. Here it come. Here it come.
Welcome back to Worlds 2024, where we are here for a momentous day as we kick off with T1 taking on G2 and then follow up with BLG versus PSG. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Dagda and Kobe on the cast, and I cannot express how hyped it is to be here today.
He's so small.
It's so sick. I'm so ready for these games, man. The second I saw this on the docket, I think everyone looked at each other going, this is the series to watch.
He's
Yeah,
so small.
very rarely in international play do we get to have rivalries really built up, because it's hard to keep drawing your opponent. But both of our series today are redraws, so it's really fun to kind of continue the story.
The G2 fans are going ballistic.
PSG back
They're
at
going
MSI,
ballistic.
G2 and T1
talk to me.
had the same happen to them. It was very close in the first series, not so close in the second. T1 took that 3-0, and now we sit in the 2-1 matches. The winner of this goes to Paris, goes to quarterfinals, and gets to battle
Don't
in
forget the salt.
the capital city of France.
But the last time we were in Europe was 2019, and that worked out pretty well for G2, beating them at both MSI and Worlds, but it is a different beast that we're looking at here today for T1, so definitely an uphill battle for G2.
It certainly is, and that's a good point, coming into this series, that the groundwork does need to be laid here for both of these teams, in my opinion.
Let me turn it down a bit. They're probably mega loud, the casters. My bad.
Neither team really looking at their peak. T1 struggles.
You talk to me. I'm on a 25-second delay, so you need to tell me the
as well. Even though they did end up winning, a lot of the early games looking.
You need to tell me the audio levels.
Back in a lot of the games, and so it has been nice to see here.
Okay, we're into draft. Here we go. This is right. There's the Kalista ban from G2. Yone's down. Aurora's important. Renata takeaway is pretty smart. They need to think about Nico and Nocturne. This is something that could be a bit scary for G2 to play up against. Vi is open as well. Aurora Yone ban from T1. A lot of respect on red side. Brown ban on blue side is quite powerful if you want to blind something like Leona or Rel.
And Kalista and Brom taken away, so immediately still
Brand ban, there's the AP junglers they're targeting up against Yike. It could be, there's the Nocturne, they first pick it. I told you Nocturne's going to be a big pick. T1 probably go for a Vi Nico into it. I wonder what T1 do actually. Do they play engage into it?
Double range bottom lanes in multiple games there.
You have Skarner, you have Vi.
We already saw the Orion and Nocturne combination. It was beautiful, but Nocturne has been demonstrated to work with so many other
G2 have an easy Oriana Leona on 2-3 here.
All kinds of other things, the Ahri, the Aurora, even the Twitch, so the
louder,
possibilities are endless.
I'm turning it up.
A lot of people think
there's the Ahri that I was talking about. Now the reason Ahri's a good pick.
You have to think about turning off the lights in a team fight and how impactful that can be. We talked a lot backstage, Dagda. You were pontificating.
The reason Ahri's good pick is because it's really good against Nocturne. Really good against Nocturne.
But instead, it's the Ahri here for Faker.
And that's what I thought we'd
see.
Don't
forget I'm on a 20-second delay from what you're writing.
Some adaptation for something like a Nico or something like that coming through for Caps to try and facilitate alongside the.
There's Ahri Skarner.
They're going to go back towards an Ahri Skarner.
They went for the Ahri Skarner. I think nothing too surprising here. They could go for Syndra instead of Oriana here, but Oriana Nocturne is so powerful. I just wonder if they have the front-to-back damage. Kaisa could be a good pick. They could look at the Leona or the Rel, like I said, because of the Brown.
And the biggest thing to me is for T1 is almost always Zeus, and I'm very happy that they.
Oriana, there it is. Oriana Nocturne.
You're like, oh, okay, they got a Skarner jungle. They're gonna have some tank there, but Zeus having basically guaranteed counter pick possibility for him, I think is huge for T1.
Sorry, I think I fixed it now, chat. Sorry, I'm on a 25-second delay, so I don't really know what you're saying. Oriana Nocturne is a classic. Now, here's where I wonder if the Brown ban comes into effect. They could look for a Leona Rel on 3, Nautilus on 3. They're gonna go for the Jax. Now, Zeus counterpicking the Jax. What does he have? Could go for Poppy top. Not the best, though. Could look at something like Cassante, which is pretty safe. Could look at something like Gnar, if he wants to just go even. Rumble is a champ that's open, but they don't really have a good draft for Rumble. I think it's a Gnar pick on 3 here. Otherwise, Zeus is going to get pulled off comfort.
Before the second round of protection bans come in.
They're going to go Gragas top into it. Wow, okay, it's been a while since I've seen Gragas top. Gragas top is an old school counter to Jax. Obviously, you just E is E, right? And you have face rush maybe, you go even. It's also underrated thing. I would be careful as G2 here, because the Gragas pick to my brain now tells me that lane swaps are good lane swap champs. Like, Gragas is a good lane swap champ. Damage reduction, he has CC, he has decent clear.
At 83.3%.
There's the Rel ban.
Career long for him.
G2 need to pull a bot lane out here. And I think it might be Xayah Rakan. What is G2 cooking? They must cook something in bot here. They've banned the Xayah away from T1.
One of his highest win rate champs.
Yeah, it makes sense. You're playing Orianna Nocturne. Is it
exceptional in
Lucian
his
Nami
hands,
they're
and I
playing on
think when you're
4-5?
looking at a combo that is definitely, hey, we want to jump in on top of you with Nocturne, with Jax, with more than
I think
likely another
Ezreal would be a
engaged
little bit
support
annoying for
Mickey.
G2, but if they
Having
give
that
over Ezreal
disengage
to
off the
T1,
path
do they
is
have
gonna be
enough
so
damage?
important, and you can already see they're banning away. A lot of those immediately. One on the
I think
rail
T1
side,
is
on the
100%
opposite
going to lane
side, a lot
swap.
of that anti-dive for the
They
AD
could also
carries,
flex
the
this
Zygon.
Gragas, but I
wouldn't be
doubt it.
surprised if
Kai'Sa ban.
Ezreal to be taken off the board here as well.
Ash is open still, you know? Ash is still open. I think Ash for G2 is such a powerful champ. It was a huge champ for them in the season finals as well. Oh, they're definitely going Ash with the Tahm Kench ban. Maybe they thought Jinx Tahm Kench would be good against Nocturne. The Tahm Kench ban is a great snipe. Tahm Kench Xayah being down makes it so Ezreal is the only really thing you can do. Jhin can work, but you have no escape. I wonder if they're doing some kind of Ash here. Ash Nautilus. I don't know if it's good though.
Surge Gragas as well if you want. So often when we see Ahri Jhin, the question is where's
Jhin,
the
what's good
damage
into
coming
Jhin?
from in that composition?
I mean,
Gragas
Varus
gives you a
Ash
little
is
bit
good.
of it. Also,
Ezreal
Jhin
is
does
okay,
give
but
you
I
good
don't
control
really
around
think
Jhin.
Ezreal and G2's comp is what they need. Lucian Nami is fine. They're gonna go Ziggs. Oh, I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like Ziggs. I don't like their damage distribution. Oh, and he's gonna go to it! Oh, Hansama Draven! He's just slammed it! What do you got in support for me, Mickey? What do you got for me, a Blitzcrank or some shit? A Nautilus? Are you gonna slam Draven Nautilus with Brown Ban? You fucking psychopaths. Go on, do it. What are we thinking, Mickey?
Every now and again we get to see it pop up for him.
And there's so little backline threat from here as well.
Yeah, Draven Nautilus, I think it's good. What do you play into Draven Nautilus here? Tahm Kench ban, Brown ban, Rel ban, they're all good into Nautilus.
Pure aggro bot lane. And I love going for this when you have
could play,
Nocturne
I don't know, Nico support is pretty bad, isn't it? Yeah, Pike, I don't know if I like Pike. Maybe Bard? I think Bard is a good pick here.
Lots of dive here.
I'm not sure. Into Nautilus it's hard, but they do have Draven, Orianna, Nocturne. I think Bard can counter a lot of their engage.
That's always going to look for him because
Leona, it's fine. Leona's fine. Chat, I'm going to run ads. If you want to avoid ads, you can use the T1 as front. Actually, I should just run them now.
It's like Guma does not get to play.
I just have to run them now. I forgot there's a lane.
That's the big problem for T1 here.
You can sub if you want to avoid ads. You don't have sub if you don't want to. Back before the game starts. Big kiss. I have to run them.
For this all-in composition, it's taking the fight to T1. T1, on the other hand, do have good disengage, and if a fight gets disengaged, Jhin can start to rain hell.
Fuck, I'm on a delay of 30 seconds. I need to figure out how I'm doing the ads.
It feels like T1 in multiple small skirmishes might be able to win.
I forgot that I can't tell you because I'm not on a delay. Alright, well, G2's comp, I mean, they have a really strong comp, G2. Orianna Nocturne, they have Nocturne Jax on side lane. The problem that G2 has is the Orianna Nocturne comp can only really land on Jhin, I think. It can land on Ahri, but I don't know if it kills.
And I will say, T1, they have had some good early games, and they have a lot of
T1 has a very safe draft. Ahri's good against Orianna Nocturne, Gragas is good against Jax, Skarner Leona is good frontline, Jhin can play quite far back with the ult. They have a lot of safe picks, T1. It's very hard for G2 to punish what T1 wants to do. It's going to be a lane swap, I think.
And just go for jungle camps, but Skarner does have a lot more angles to surprise people from. So
it's probably going to be a lane swap. Ah, that's Cap's dad in his G2 jersey.
Time this year we see T1 and G2 go on to the Rift in a series. In Chengdu, it all came out in T1's favor. Here, the European fans behind them. Can G2 make it third time lucky? Onto the Rift we go. You talked a little bit about the possibility of a lane swap for this Skarner. Do you think, looking at the compositions, we're likely to see one?
I mean, if you want to get away from a Draven Nautilus.
All right, let's see it, T1. Let's see it, G2. Faker's playing Resolve second. Is he playing Demolish Ahri for side lane? Or is he playing Bone Plating?
Anybody's going to make a move for it. And honestly, I want to see these two bottom lanes fight it out anyway. So I'd be happy with that situation.
I think it's better for G2 if there's no lane swap, but I think G2 are the ones going for the lane swap. They're either...
I think the only downside for Mickey is that you're definitely
they are going for the lane swap. What are they doing, G2 here? They're stacking. They're hoping the T1 4-man invades. I think they're baiting the lane swap, maybe.
We'll have to see how they're going to try.
They're doing the correct play. If they stood there still, they would be doing the correct thing. Mickey's dead.
Oh, Mickey.
He's dead.
Mickey, Carry is there.
Oh my god, he got cancelled on the hook with the charm.
And I don't think Mickey needs to burn the flash here. He knows
oh my god. G2 had a good level 1 plan. They should have stuck to it.
G2
it was correct.
had the slight read on this. They thought that there was going to be a delayed invade. That's why Broken Blade actually hovered over by Raptor camp. But then they felt like it had been too long, and T1 wasn't still going to go for it. But T1,
Mickey's a little bit late to bot, so T1 gets bot push now. It was actually
something that happened in game 1 of the first best of 5 at MSI. Faker got caught out moving around toward that Razor Beast.
It's okay. First blood, it's whatever.
Here, G2 read T1, but T1 read G2 reading T1.
I think G2 had a good read. They should have just stuck to it. Mickey's back. They lost a little bit of push, and Guma has first blood, which obviously sucks.
Is so impactful for the lane if he can go back and spend.
Yeah, Gragas into Jax is quite annoying for the Jax. He's going grasp on the Gragas.
So easily do that. Now that you have that advantage as
nice
well.
movement from Hans Mama.
So you get to reset.
Orianna lane phase is a bit better into the Ahri early, so they should have decent mid push.
Actually makes this the more aggressive
You outrange her really hard. You see that? It's really hard for Ahri to trade back, especially in the early levels. She doesn't really have much damage on her spells.
Gives him a lot more trading power in the potential all-in. So I think if Owner is able to get down here off of the resets, I think T1 could look to punish further the G2 bot lane.
And if you look at those junglers, Yike is the one clearing down towards the bottom
Owner
side.
did 3 bot camps.
Make a quick move over here.
Is he going for an invade or a mid gank?
They were able to sweep.
He's going for a mid gank. He's trying to relieve pressure on Faker.
A path towards Caps.
Has been trying to pressure Faker in the
I can hear people in the audience saying, "Hey, Caps!" Oh, Caps movement.
But might have to burn the flash to get away.
Oi! Don't touch my boy!
So smart from him, dodging towards
Good movement
Faker,
from Caps.
Even though
good movement from Caps. Run forwards.
And it's a little bit dangerous going
sometimes the best way to dodge is to dodge into them.
Avoid both of them. Sidesteps.
Now they get perfect information on Skarner. He has 3 camps bot side. He's going to be on top side for the next minute or 2. And Nocturne is ahead on the clear.
And now that kind of alleviates
I wonder
a
if
lot
G2's
gonna for Caps in the mid lane.
Wait.
Plus, when you look at the Yike, he just continue to farm
up,
so he'll get a bit of
There's no way, right? They're not diving bot.
And can be back on the map first.
He's going to go to top crab. So, Caps has mid push and Broken Blade has top push. I think what Yike is saying here is, Skarner's on red, I want to double crab him, I'm Nocturne, I'm going to contest. I think it's smart by Yike because Skarner is slower on the clear, so even in 1v1 he would be a level up.
And if you're looking at this,
it would be great if he can run through mid here and get bot crab as well. So double crab for Nocturne is great in the early stages.
I think another thing that Gank does in mid, of course, is show
Faker's farming
Owner
well in this matchup. It's quite difficult to actually trade back into the Orianna.
They for sure know it. So now it should be very easy for G2 to play around Owner's positioning.
Now Owner sees the crab's gone. He's going to try another mid gank. They should know Skarner's top side. Caps, you outplay this, right? Watch out for Charm Flash. Now he can't Charm Flash, I think. He could now.
Faker, Charm Flash, always a possibility. Caps gets
he's okay, he's okay, he's okay. He's fine. Caps fine. They don't have damage. Ahri's early game damage is rubbish. He missed the cannon though, Caps.
And it's a really nice job here in the early stages from Yike. He gets the top crab, immediately move bot, gets bot 1, covers there on the mid play for Caps 2. And now you're in a position where you
Hey,
Mickey.
Lead
for yourself.
Zenith played in. Kevin's going to have to flash away. Hans Summer!
Hans Summer!
Draven cashes in!
2v2 kill bot! That's massive for the Draven! Yo, G2 double crab, mid push, top push, 2v2 kill bot.
Let's see what
big.
What they're going to get on their timers back here, because Dragon also back out on the map, and then you're already looking a minute ahead of time for the grub
big
swap.
Mickey X.
Very messy sort of skirmish there in the bot lane, but the important thing for Hans Summer on this Draven is he is building up those passive stacks, and if you get a kill without dying, you get that extra influx.
Does Cap stay? No way, right?
He just takes the right now, but you have to remember Gumayusi had first
That's a big kill.
So technically,
Mickey kind of trolls with his hook. I don't know where he's going, but it kind of worked because now he can proc Aftershock on the auto attack.
You get the route on towards Carry.
So he is pretty tanky.
In the engage. So Hans Sam is just able to follow up and get that.
I'm not even sure if he had Aftershock there. Doesn't matter. They win the trade. Plus 207 on the kill. 500 gold for the kill is big. That swings the gold deficit against Jin for the first blood. Dylan just said, we win this game, and shook his head. Oh, T1 called a swap. They want out of bot lane.
For grubs immediately.
BB?
Duo lane going
Got the cannon.
Got
the cannon.
Blade wants to try and
Dylan just. Hey. Rat Boy, what you doing?
Flash has the explosive cast. Hans has both his summoners as well, but Hans Summer continues to put axes into the back of Zeus. The cleanse away from Hans, flashes forward. Zeus
oh my god, Rat Boy, watch out for Rat Boy. Oh no, Hans is dead.
Hans now in the middle
Hans
of
is so dead. He's dead.
No!
I hate that rat. The 3v3 though. Level 5 on Nocturne. Be careful.
Root goes down. As Yike, Mickey, and Broken Blade disengage.
Love that play from Zeus.
Oh,
He
Hansama
lures
blundered the
Hansama
game
in,
really
trying to
hard.
play off of the
Look
Draven
at the
ego
size
that
of the
all
wave in bot.
Draven
They're
players
losing
do
about
have.
2.5 waves
And
in bot.
Coming into this game,
It was a
Zeus has
massive wave, wasn't it?
20-4 record on Gragas. Nice little punish there, but G2 still going to get those topside grubs.
Chat, is my audio
I think the
desynced from
important
my
thing
mic?
for Hansama is, although he burned his flash and his cleanse, Gumayushi had to do the same
I
on
hope
the
not.
other side of the
Hope
map.
it's
So
fine.
it's not just he's expended his resources with nothing happening to his enemy AD carry.
I think the play on towards the top side though really helped out G2 obviously because they do force T1 away, which then gives them void grubs. Traditionally when we see
Yeah,
the
G2
AD
just lost a
carries
lot of
fall,
gold
you
on
don't
minions.
move your,
Like,
Draven up towards the top end.
it's a horror.
It was
Look at
very
top and
easy for T1
ADCS.
to outnumber and outdamage you in these early stages. But
Faker's
not
farming
having
pretty
the
well
Draven
for the-
there still worked out for G2.
the matchup.
Just off of being able to push T1 away.
And we see that classical exchange. Grubs for Drake. As you say, G2 did a good job of
You're
getting
good.
the priority
Okay, if
top
anyone has
lane
a
to
problem,
make
you can
sure
just
the Grubs
refresh.
were a
It's probably
safe
fine.
bet, but T1 will happily accept a Cloud Drake for themselves. Most of the action has been
Yeah,
around
3
our
grubs
bot
is
laners
massive.
so far.
Hey. But that guy's kind of tanky, no? Guys, hello. Carrier's behind him as well.
And as soon as you see Carrier,
Okay.
you call off this dive.
Good read from both Carry and G2, spotting that Carry was up there. Broken Blade now trying to force Owner away, but I think it's more of a bluff than anything else. I don't think you want to over-aggressive to that, as Caps completely out of man in the
Caps
mid lane.
needs to get this base off. I don't know. He's going to have to base in that bush there, Caps. I don't think he can pull this top dive off.
Really is going to be critical.
Yeah, he's
in this
basing.
game
Okay.
too, because both of these teams
All right, good
do
base
have
from
so many
Caps.
ways to pick off people in the side lane. So if you can get the towers down quicker, then you're going to open
He has no
yourselves
mana,
up
right?
to
He has Merc
snowball
Tread's first
very
item, Merc's
quickly
Lamont.
with, you know, these compositions having
BB's
some
laning
of the
against
similar
Gumayushi.
goals. So
And
next
Zeus
mod
is
of
laning
Void
with
Grubs
carry atop,
is
so he
gonna be
can't
a
get
banger,
dove.
boys.
Yeah, that's the important thing. It's the
So G2
breakpoints
has
of 4 and
pressure
6
on sides,
grubs,
but
right? So the expectation is in
like I
that
said,
2 minutes,
T1's
40
champs
seconds,
and their
we
comp
will
is
see
just
G2
all about
and
slowing
T1
it down,
making sure they have their top side
disengaging,
prepped and looking
poking them from
for
range,
that fight. At the moment,
not letting this
Broken Blade
Nocturne
matching
Oriana
against
dive
Gumayushi.
on them.
He's having a bit of a struggle here, trying to get as much farm as he can, but he knows he's on the weak side of the map. You can see T1 have wards in the river, one towards the Razorbeak, where Broken Blade has no vision of any approaching enemies.
Yeah, I think as well the fact that Zeus has his TP available is kind of why we're seeing G2 opt into these transferred lanes.
Yeah,
'cause
T1
you don't
just
wanna
pinged that
have a
Caps
moment
warded
where
that. They know
Owner
it's
can
warded
potentially
there.
Play up, have a gank on towards Broken Blade, you then have Zeus TP back in, you can get a
G2
little
need
bit
to
of a-
start
more of an
blowing the game
advantage
open a little
for
bit.
this Gragas who's already up.
They
Nice
kind
little
of
bit
need
of
gold on
CS
this
lead, or
Jax. This
CS
Jax
and
being
gold
behind
lead,
against
thanks
Gragas
to that
means the
early
Jax
kills.
is just going to be
G2
useless all game.
is trying to minimize where the Summoner Spell advantages are for T1 on the map right now.
Draven and Jax are really gold-hungry champions.
Hovering around Caps in the mid lane. Faker
They
and
need
Carrier
resources.
will do the same. This mid lane priority can be very important.
Yike's been
How many
power
good
farming
mid
though.
laners have their teleports?
He's
Faker's
down
on
in
a
XP
slightly
though.
longer cooldown
Skarner is up
than Caps.
half a level.
Used it slightly later into the game. Mickey has worked his way all the way up towards topside here, but Zeus already starting to back away. Realizes that he doesn't have too many friends in the vicinity.
Yeah, I think for G2, what they're looking at is trying to get the flashback up for Hansama.
Does T1 have
so ahead
damage?
of this
Yeah, they have
White
damage.
Grub fight that is inevitably going to come, but you are going to have the flash for Zeus back up. Gumayushi should be just around the corner as well. So as Kobe was already saying, I think this is going to be an absolute barn burner of a scrap. And with the rotations
Barn burner.
already
Yeah,
coming
grubs
through
are
for
spawning
Zeus
and
moving up
T1's
here,
resetting.
I thought
Guma's
they
going to
might
push
actually
out
try and
bottom
transition
base.
him down to the bottom
Everyone's
side
going to
so
run
he
to
can
grubs.
TP up to the fight if necessary, but it may be T1 looking to say Zeus can have more of an impact than Gumayushi in this first skirmish, thanks to the early gold and the fact you've got so much CC in the kit for the Gragas.
And we may get to see our first, attempted execution of a Nocturne Oriana
Jhin Flash
combo.
is still down.
That is going to be.
They
one of
probably
the
have the
opportunities
perfect
here
timer
if
on
you're
it.
able to draw them
It
over
should be up
first.
for the grubs.
As you can see, they're
But
all
Guma didn't base it,
very
just ran through
early,
mid.
trying to get some extra vision. Mid prowl turns into vision towards that setup, and
They swap
Owner
Faker bot. His
already
TP should be up
into
for
the
grubs as well.
river.
They are sending Faker bot lane.
Yeah,
He doesn't
Hansama
have the
can't
teleport,
really
so
push
T1,
top
I think,
by
needs to make
himself.
some sort of play beforehand to deny the 4v5, and that Broken Blade could potentially TP into. So they're a little bit late on the resets here for T1.
You can
Caps mana
always go with
sucks.
the strat
Caps
of
should also
saying,
base soon,
hey,
I think.
maybe we won't deny you the 4 grub buff, but we'll
Chat,
at
I don't
least
have
steal
Cat
away
here, shut up.
one
Yeah.
with a smite for Owner, especially with Skarner, a champion that can go through the walls and get out pretty easily. Because Yike's not going to be able to smite
Jax
all
has
3
TP.
of them. So
I think Caps probably wants to take a base TP.
There, but now we have the reset, so
Yeah.
Faker already back
Like
to
here,
base.
I'm pretty
Lucidity
confident he probably
boots
wants to
and
base.
heading out for it.
But they are late.
He can stick
I mean,
around,
5
but
seconds now on the Void Grubs, and you've got push
he
in
must
top,
be on a
you push
decent amount of gold, and his mana pool isn't the best.
And you're in position as G2
Okay, G2 are going to set up for it. Or in a mana situation is not the best.
T1 are looking for a Barney. They're looking for
Jax is being pushed back from the Gragas. Caps doesn't have the mana for a combo.
Caps and Mickey standing around the side. Caps low mana. They go into Keria. Paranoia. There's the shockwave as well.
Keria got out. No, he didn't. Keria's down. That's one. Owner. Owner flash into the pit. Please get him, Hansama! 2 kills for the Skarner is fine. Hansama's fighting for his life! That's a triple! Well, Yike got the Leona. 3 for 3.
Oh man, it seems like
was it 3 for 3 or am I fucking dumb?
Up so far.
It was 3 for 3, right?
Gets him so low that
Gumayushi gets that grab.
Yike is able to ult into the backline, take out him.
Draven got a lot of gold there.
They did get one of the grubs, so our kind of like first objective for G2 was at least get one Void Might spawn, and they did at least acquire that.
But great play from Zeus, right?
Oh yeah, BB. Oh yeah, BB. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Broken Blade has to flash early, needs to keep
nice.
himself away.
Okay, not bad to get Ari's TP there. Look at that top wave. Fuck, I wish I had a pen. There's a massive top wave that Hansama can catch. Then they can get the remaining grub, so they'll be on 5, and then they can push and hit top tier 1. So it's a 3 for 3, but G2 actually got one of the grubs, so they're on 4. They should get the 5th. I like this engage from Mickey. They do go into the Skarner ult, but oftentimes when you struggle to find an engage, it's much better to just hook the support and ult them, and try and one-shot the enemy support before they can interact with the fight. And then just play the fight like that. Down in ultimates, but up in members. You might see that a lot during Worlds. Teams have started to engage a bit differently by just going on the enemy support.
The important thing for Hans on that Draven is he did get a kill before he died, so he gets those adoration stacks again. But
here it is, the top push.
Gold lead for him.
And the 5 grubs, they TP top. This is really good by Broken Blade. He's homeless in bot side. There's no point in him being bot. He'll just get dove. He doesn't know that Leona's... Wait, that hook! Bots. Look at that tower is getting murdered. Faker got first blood tower bot though.
The second turret of the game.
They want to keep going here, G2. They know that Skarner's on Drake. Zeus can ult the wave though.
Yeah, and the price, of course, that they are going to
pay. They could Nocturne ult dive this, you know.
On the opposite side, but the Dragon
they could, but Zeus could, worst case, he could just ult that wave. He has good wave clear. Yeah. Faker, oh my god, they're diving with no wave.
Already used. Zeus caught out with a counter strike though, and Zeus is met
1
with
for 1. Hansama's out of tower range. Block that shit.
Tank that up well enough.
Not bad. Caps wants to cook here, though.
Caps is looking for a little bit more, though. Gumayushi has the flash, has the barrier, and I think G2 realized
yeah, they gotta get out.
Really
Caps has gotta go to mid wave.
Yeah, but look at the bot side. Faker's completely pushing in. Gumayushi still looking
Watch
for
out
more
for W.
Broken Blade.
BB, you have jump.
So we can hop on out of there. There it is, but as they went
Faker's gonna get a bot tier 2. Faker got a bot tier 1 and a bot tier 2, and Owner has Demolish for some reason. Is he gonna get it? It's worth for him to die for it. He's not gonna do it. Okay, that's actually fine. They didn't lose bot tier 2. That would have been a huge gold swing for the Ahri.
They also did not
over-allocate
resources.
Not the worst.
They only had 3 people to defend under the dive, and they're like, it's fine if you kill someone. We're gonna get a return kill. And
it was 1 for 1 and a trade for towers, so.
And they just had Owner, instead of coming to try and trap, he just pushed
Hansama is so important in this game.
Not only Faker pushing bottom lane,
Caps has
but
flash.
also getting that push there. It's these small things.
Doesn't even hesitate, doesn't even flinch. Doesn't even flinch. Man like Caps, bro. Don't even try it.
Well, a lot of the topside objectives going to G2, Dragons for T1. Rift Herald started by T1 here, though, means that they should be able to get that advantage.
Malik Mans, Aether Wisp.
And already, with the pressure that you
pretty
have
even game so far.
Lanes, I think that's where you can
T1 have 2 Drakes, though.
From side into mid and look to
G2 are pinging bot tier 1. They want to trade Herald for this bot tower. They're going to lose mid tower, though.
14.5 minutes in, the goal
T1 can play on 2 lanes here. They can play on mid and bot. They can Herald mid and take top tier 1 with Ahri. And Zeus will queue the wave and then ult it. So G2's in a bit of a problem here. Keria is also covering him. Wait, Faker's basing. What is T1 doing here? Why didn't they just push?
Yeah, Keria once again coming for the defense here under towers. T1 that has been the priority.
They want to defend the play.
Resetting with Rift Herald, T1 have a lot of options for themselves. Looks like they're going to try and fight
They might catch G2 off guard here, but G2 blue orb the middle of the lane. They should know that T1's defending this.
We'll see if T1
oh, BB's trouble. That was clean.
Immediately they lock them in. The shockwave coming out as well as Broken Blade tries to survive. The tower will die.
Caps is going to get killed here. Faker no flash. Hansama has ult. Mickey down. BB's going to die as well. But G2 should have known they were defending this. G2 should have known it. G2 should have known it.
T1 read G2 perfectly. Faker had already moved in towards this bottom side, and the second Broken Blade leap striked in, Zeus was like, you're all mine. The cask into the blowback and
They got the tower.
immediately kill him afterwards.
They might lose
Great
bots
stuff
here
by
too.
T1.
Caps is still running away. I wonder if they have a TP play bot here. Does T2 have a TP play bot here?
Improve on his win
Carry
rate
is
with
marking the
this champion
TP.
with
Yeah,
how
there's a
he's
TP.
playing. It's been
TP behind.
They're gonna have to chase the
Faker doesn't have
Ari.
flash, doesn't have spirit rush. Carrier's going to try and keep Caps busy. Owner comes across the wall with the edge.
Owner's gonna blast Cone out. They need to get Faker. They need to get Faker. He's out. It's such a waste of TP play. Now they lose top tier 1 and bot tier 2. The fight wasn't too bad, but they lost so many objectives.
Is you're really worried about your mid towers.
Losing those kills
T1
sucks, but they
have
lost
the
so
Rich
much
Herald in their pocket. So
in towers.
T1 just got a bunch of
Yeah,
gold
Broken Blade just
off
gets
this
ulted in here.
defense, and look at
Easy for
Zeus.
Zeus. Doesn't
He's so smart. He
even
goes
fucking
for the
care. He
knockback
jumps into
plus
the
killing
tower
the
range. Like,
minion.
it's so easy for him.
And there's only one
Shockwave
melee
hits
left,
3
so
here.
it's right in the hands
But,
of Owner. It's just the
yeah,
coordination
no damage.
here is so nice from
No
T1.
damage.
They fully reset and they try and punish.
It's also really smart just keeping their damage dealers away from the start of the fight. You can see
T1's
the
comp
Shockwave
is just
hits
so
3 people,
good at
but
stopping
it's Owner,
G2
Zeus,
from
and
doing what their
Carrier, and
comp
it's
wants to do.
Who cares? They're tanky enough, so then Faker and Guma come in later and actually start putting the damage down.
And that's where every single fight we've watched, it's been very difficult for G2 to operate with this Orianna Nocturne combo on towards the back line. There, you've got a tower in the way. They don't want to dive too far and completely be separated by the structure. And in the initial team fight over at the second Void Grubs, everyone was clumped up.
Now
so
I
they
wonder
invite
how
all
does
that to be
G2
burst
kill
on towards the
Skarner.
tanks. So
They
T1 are just
do
kind
have
of setting
damage,
up
but
for these team fights incredibly well.
the Skarner's
and being
building
able to
full
wait for, as
armor.
you say, the damage dealers constantly
If they
being
knock an
safe and
Orianna
massive
combo the
threat in
Jhin,
these
doesn't
fights.
Skarner just
I
live
think
forever?
what G2 really need to leverage right now is this Nocturne's ability to pressure the side
Yeah,
lanes.
the problem is
because
Drake
at least the
spawning,
tower
right,
did
and it's
go down
T1's
in
sole
the end,
point.
even though it
Faker
has
can
been a
base
little
and
bit rough
TP mid
in
here, and
the
they can
last
Herald
sequence
mid
of
and
plays
force
for
towers
G2,
mid.
and they're starting to drop a decent
You
amount
can even
of
just run
gold.
mid and they can Herald mid. They have
still
30
do
seconds, they have
a lot
loads of time. So
territory
G2
to
have
work with
control,
now, and if Yike can get one more
but
level,
T1
you
can
actually get a
easily just
nice
Herald
range
mid if they
boost
want
on
to.
your
Or they
ultimate,
can just
but
do that
Solar Flare.
with a flank
Right, puts up the
TP from
shroud.
Faker.
In goes
The ult
the
hit
Stinger,
Caps,
and
but it
down
doesn't do
onto
too
the
much.
backline
Big
goes Juggle with
shockwave.
the paranoia. Mickey knocked in as
Where's
well.
the
Guma
damage?
Yushi has to flash away. The whirl
Faker's
is
coming
getting
on the
out
side.
from
Hansama's in
Faker's
trouble.
on the flank.
Hansama
Carrier
also
chased out by
dropped his
Broken Blade.
axes.
W1. Faker trying to get onto Hansama as well. Lands the charm.
The cleanse is
Owner's
late.
there to help. The cleanse from Hans is not enough.
Oh my
And
god,
now
I think
it's a
Hans, did he
3v4.
drop his axes before that
T1
fight?
advancing again. Guma Yushi was able to escape. Faker has another spirit rush. The charm
Nice
goes
sidestep.
wide. Yike and Caps.
G2's damage feels so shitty. There's the Herald mid. G2 are in big problems. Herald mid's gonna kill mid tier 1.
Broken Blade stepping
They
forward
don't
into the
have
darkness. Rift Tower pushed in the mid lane. That's gonna
Hansama
take
for
the
20
tower.
seconds.
It's only a Chem Drake. The T1 really care too much about it. G2 realize they can't fight around it anymore, and they'll back towards the bot lane.
The cask again from Zeus, splitting up that fight perfectly in favor of T1. It looked a little dicey.
That TP
for
flank
Guma
from
Yushi as
Faker
they had
was
to flash
massive.
over the wall, but T1,
Onto the
these
Draven.
team fights consistently going their way.
And this one, yeah, Carrier
But
gets
does Hans
focused
drop his
early, but
axes
Carrier's
here?
a little bit
Look
of
at his
a bait.
axes.
Track this Leona throughout it. Broken Blade ends up having to flash to finish him off. But here's a look at that initiation you're talking about.
Yeah, you get the grab on towards Caps
No,
again.
oh, he
you
gets
just
knocked
get
away
caught
from
out,
his
but
axe.
this
Look at
looks a little
Hansama.
dicey.
He's got
Guma
no
Yushi
axes
has to
right
flash
now.
away, but it means that there's actually no backline or front line for Hansama. Zeus
Now he
immediately
gets his
goes on
axe,
him. Faker
but he
turns
can't
on
finish
to the
Owner.
late cleanse
One
on
more
towards
auto.
that charm as well.
Man.
Means that he can't
I
get
didn't see the
last
other side
little
of the
bit
fight. Maybe
damage
something
out.
else
And
happened.
it's G2. They're getting pulled apart in these fights.
Yeah, we talked a lot about backline threat on Hansama. What T1 are doing so well is having multiple avenues of approach. You can see
Yeah,
Faker
T1's champs are
coming
so
around
good.
the back there. You see the initial engage going out from Carrier, from Owner, and then they really pincer in on this movement. T1 team fighting absolutely superbly right now.
Yeah, pulled apart and pushed apart with the Gragas ultimate. Actually beautiful stuff there. And again, that did result in multiple
It's not over
objectives
yet,
because
but
of the
they're in
Rift
big
Rail
trouble
that we
here,
talked
G2.
about, getting pop from them as well. So now
How is
T1 are in
Faker
a
up
situation
2.6k
where
gold on
they are
Caps?
gonna
What
have
the
a lot
hell?
of leverage to actually draw
The split push
G2
Ari is
to
just
them.
OP or what?
G2 really wanted to be in the position this game where they could actually dictate first before these objectives are coming up, but because of how the last few minutes have gone for them, they're going to have to be reactive and come up with some outplays.
But it's going to be really tough because look at Faker's build. Hasn't gone for your traditional, like, pure control mage. He's gone for this split push build where he's looking at the Lich Bane to say, hey, I can start to take structures very well. I can have a ton of threat on side lanes. And it's basically leveraging the fact that Orianna
Jhin has no flash.
sucks in the side lane.
But
she does not want to be there.
Gumyushi's not
She's
stupid, right? He's not going to
incredibly
walk up in
vulnerable.
on
And Faker just
mid wave
saying,
and just
"Cool,
clear it in
well,
their
I'm
face
gonna
so they can
push
engage on him.
everything in the map,
So I
make him
just don't know how
G2
G2 can
to try and
take a
play
fight.
through Orianna Nocturne and just draw again G2 further around so T1 can continue to put the pressure on.
They kind of need to force on Jin on mid-wave, but I mean, Gumyushi's never going to give it to them.
You might need some right now. In situations like this, are when I've actually seen G2 shine a lot, you know, when they are forced to come back in creative situations.
He's just going to base
oftentimes,
more time for
they'll
T1
say,
is great.
T1 are going to be efficient.
They're getting tankier, they can peel harder, they can escape longer, they can
like overload
build
one
towards
side
IE
with
on
the
Jhin.
Orion and the Nocturne, and the Draven ult comes through, and they just, you know, commit to picking off one of the points for T1, and then they kind of surprise you with being.
I really feel like
somewhere
Caps
that's
need.
not completely
I much prefer
optimal,
having
but then
Caps
they're
on
able
something
to
like
snowball
Sylas.
objectives afterwards,
Or
and try and
maybe
fight their
LeBlanc,
way
something
back
where he
into
can
the
have
game
more
or
agency.
come back that way. So maybe they'll
Feels
get
like Caps
crafty
is just
here,
stuck clearing top
and
waves
pull
now
off
at top tier 2.
something.
There's
Yike
nothing you
does
can do.
have at least his rank 2 ultimate here, give them a little bit more room to play with.
So what you're saying, Kobe, is G2 are so good at playing from behind because they've been behind.
Yeah, this is
a lot of
unlosable
time.
for T1, I think.
Yeah, especially in summer.
Yeah.
Recently.
I mean, they did really well versus Fnatic.
Yeah.
You know? I think T1 may be a different beast, Kobe. I'm just going to put that one out there.
You take the nameplates off and then you replace them with whatever suits your current
Imagine
state
if you
best.
could do that. Instead of having the actual opponents,
Hansama's building LDR now.
And make it a bit easier for G2. They have had Fnatic's number this year, but T1 have had theirs.
This Gragas
2
champ is
series,
so
2
annoying,
wins.
isn't it? Like,
The
how
OCK
annoying
number
is this
4
Gragas
season.
champ?
Currently, they are looking to make it 1-0 in this third.
Especially because, you know, Dagda is mentioning Faker's build, and Faker's build not only is it very burst heavy, but it's also very far ahead.
Big combo!
Oh, never mind.
No flash on Jhin! There it is! No cap! That's one!
They will find him.
They hook, yeah, they hook on the owner! Hey, no flash, you have a kill! He's so tanky, that motherfucker. Oh, Mickey. Oh, Mickey movement! Oi, Hansama cleansed the air, but I respected it.
Just in case. T1 lose one, it's only Gumayusi down. Mickey
nice kill, nice kill. Hansama gets gold there.
I was about to say you're a genius. They get the overload on mid, but T1.
That's what G2 needed. Like I said, they just need to go mid and fight.
Still,
hey.
Faker has flash. You won't want to burn it, obviously. Broken Blade can just jump across to this wall, trying to dodge away from the charm here. Faker with a Foxfire. Charm
Can't look
goes
for it.
wide. Broken Blade won't be having him.
Yeah, G2's only options were fighting mid and ulting on Jhin. It kind of worked. They lost Mickey X, but they got Faker's TP and they killed Jhin. Got a shutdown for Hans.
Yeah, G2 actually
Hansama
drew it
really
up
needs
pretty
LDR.
cleanly
This
there.
Skarner
They
is too
dropped
tanky.
the top wave, the Faker wave, where Ari was pushing, and they just force on mid, but a little bit too close to the tower in the follow-up, and end up not being able to snowball it as heavily, though they do still get some
Leandry's
critical
Orianna,
vision,
a bit of
around
damage.
the Baron.
How far
Really
is he
what
off
you're looking at
LDR?
is a soul very early on in this game in only 30 seconds, and so it becomes very difficult to both keep vision of the Baron, because you know T1 will also rush down that and be happy to give you one dragon.
Soul is spawning. Jhin doesn't have IE.
Of the soul. So
Hansama has LDR, or Mortal Reminder, would you will. Does he have Sterak's as well, this sucker Nocturne? Yike, talk to me, baby. He has Sterak's. Alright, G2, gotta full send it now. They gotta full send it.
So they might have that small
They have like a 2-minute window where Jhin has no IE, and they're on spikes. They gotta full send it.
When it comes to that Nocturne Orianna combo.
Solar Flare.
Block. Nice block, Mickey. Hey, 3 ults on Mickey, guys. Can we play that? Oh, the Orianna combo! The Ari's down! The Ari's down! Come on, Hansama, this is you now! He has Sterak's.
And he's trying to use them to their full effect.
Look out for the red boy on Gragas.
As well. Hansama trying to open up on Gumayusi, who still has the flash. In the end, a support for mid lane trade.
That's not enough.
What a pick from T1.
Caps has TP. They gotta fight the Drake. Come on.
To get him out of the
but
fight
Yike is so useless right now.
The ultimate to try and set up, and T1 then
he has no
get
ult.
to continue marching forward.
There's the TP. Come on, talk to me. What do you got? They got no ults. Don't be scared. Faker, no TP.
Jumping across that wall.
Yike, you got that smite for me?
They're trying to smite the Drake. Would be solved for
hey,
them.
Hey.
From Broken Blade. Here
no, Red Boy's here. Oh, nice E from Hansama. Where's the damage at?
Caps is down to half HP. Broken Blade jumps across the pit, and now Mickey's here to.
They're gonna finish the Drake. It's gone.
On his way back, doesn't
guys, Ari's coming back. Ari's coming back.
Now for T1,
Run!
Run! Away from the fight, realize they don't really want any more of this action.
You have a way to escape here, Yike? Oh, he ulted Caps. Oh my god, it's like the shy Gragas.
And now Yike's running for the hill.
Ah, it's over. They're gonna get Nash.
Yike down 2.
It's over.
On the cards for T1.
Is it over?
G2
yeah, it's kind of over.
Dangerous route out of that fight, and T1
they're actually not doing Baron. They want to fight mid.
They're going to be able to move over towards the Baron. I don't think he can go for this as a contestant.
Man, G2 don't have
G2.
damage.
Mickey, yes, has the ultimate.
T1 is too tanky.
It's 5 members of T1, and Faker is fishing for the charm.
Hans has the Whirling Death, maybe looking for a steal across the wall. Faker back. There's a little bit of vision here for G2. That wall just
J2 fucking tanky, man.
A sense of what's going on inside it.
Can you cook something here, guys? You want to try it? I think you can't. You can't. Impossible. Impossible. There's something to do there. Hey, Mickey! I
Still
still die.
charmed up. Spear rush forward by Faker. There's the curtain calls as well, and there's curtains for Mickey. Carrier takes him.
I mean, the Gregas. Wait, is Hans Sommer dead too? Yeah, he is. No, the slow.
Hans Sommer's over step 2. Hans Sommer's down 2.
Oh
T1
man.
6K ahead. A soul.
Their champs are so gold hungry now. BB's dead. It's all falling apart. He's okay. He's okay. Their champs are so gold hungry. Jax and Draven need kills. They need towers. They need gold.
Zeus is just the GOAT. He's MVP. Holy moly. He is such a playmaker.
Zeus is the GOAT. That's right.
God of Lightning with him, but you know,
he's got the
God
spirit of the shy.
This game, really, really impressive. Game number 1
Wait,
here so far.
oh my god, I thought T1 was going to play for the end there. Alright, G2 need to wait out the game and just take an Elder fight and pray.
You have to think it's going to be a quick reset for
really
them,
hard game.
right back out to push
Maybe I have like a
so
5% chance to win this.
Still 2 minutes left on that Red Bull Baron power play. They've already got
Mickey's going to die again, isn't he? He's just going to walk up and get charmed. They're overstaying. What is he hooking? He's trying to hook my haircut.
Mickey has to flash away. It's another engaged tool lost for G2.
I mean, it was nearly another death for Mickey. Nearly going to be 0-8 in this game, but
they have to wait for Elder. Only plan.
T1 did stick around a little bit long.
But
so
T1 hasn't based yet, so G2 kind of want to fight, but
T1
T1 won't give them. T1 won't give them a fight.
Incredibly difficult because honestly, that's only a
T1 give them a fight.
Faker.
Very small window there to engage. They did have a little bit of vision.
Is that TP troll?
Zeus will be the one on the front line. Fake will be the one on the back.
It is the shy! It is the shy! Kill it! Kill it!
Going in with the charm, it goes wide. Zeus
how is he alive? What? What? Hey, he's going back in! Nah, that guy can't. Nah, he's not serious, that fucker. I hate him. How has he won them the game by doing that? He's won them the game by doing that. It's over. What?
With the Nexus falling, T1 are going to go 1-0 up.
Oh my
Zeus
god.
can do no wrong. TP's in to what should have been his death, but instead it's T1.
Of course he gets away with it.
And taking game number 1.
Of course he gets away with it.
May have limped through summer, but this is Worlds, and they are here to stay.
Broken Blade and Yike trying to do anything, but they still have the.
Of course he gets away with it, that motherfucker. He won them the game with that play. You're so disgusting, Zeus. I hate you.
Zeus godly with his placements today. The Nexus towers fall.
Oh my god.
Will go 1 game away from Paris and quarterfinals.
It's okay.
Mickey gets a kill.
G2 comes back. G2 comes back. They've got something in the cook pot. You mother sucker. I hate you. I hate you. Yeah, you. I hate you. I hate you.
Holy moly. The god of cracking a code on your screen. That was absolutely insane from Zeus, and G2 looks stunned.
That they do. We'll see if they can bounce back after this short break.
Faker had a really good game though. Like Faker had a great game. Faker had a great game. Just another Friday. Wait, chat, is it Friday? No way, is it Friday again? Why is it Friday again? Why do they have to play on Fridays? I can't wait to interview Zeus. I'm gonna bring up the VOD of his fucking TP and he's gonna explain that shit to me. He's gonna explain that shit to me.
This is necessary.
Chat, talk to me. Does anyone have questions for oh my god. Chat, questions for Zeus or Faker. We might get Faker.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Questions for Zeus or Faker. Any questions that I can write down? Is Nocturne Orianna trash? No, I just think actually T1 drafted a comp where who do you go on? They have a tank top, tank jungle, tank support. They have a mid that has really high mobility. And then they have Jhin, who's playing really far back. Ask them if they know me. I'm not asking them that question. How cringe is that?
Here we go again, to me nice. I ain't got a lot left, talk to me right. They remember when I used to walk in the light. Now I got a little bark in the butt. I've been on the verge of self-destruction. Never been this close to me erupted.
Yo, Arcane. Thank you for the 50 gifted. You're fucking ballistic. Much love. Thank you for the 50 gifted.
Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away.
That's a good question.
I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade.
Good question, chat. I see some good questions. I'm not asking them if they like my haircut. Fuck off.
Yeah, yeah. I threw away the halo, never gonna be an angel. I'm more keen and able. I've been since the cradle. Build different, homie, you could go and check the label. I'm 100% raw, underrated. Unrelated, I'm the greatest. I'm the hero and the villain, you can pick a favorite. I'm the one that everybody says.
Yo, Terra Sight with the gifted subs as well. 20, you're crazy, much love. Yeah, okay. I've got a few questions written down for when Zeus or Faker gets here, one of the two. Hopefully the interview goes well.
I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade.
Yeah, chat, if you're new here, drop a follow. I appreciate the fact that there's 200k people here for game 1. You're all mentally ill. I don't know. You're crazy. You're fucking ballistic. Yo, Arcane with another 25 gifted. You're crazy. Yo, Arcane, thanks for 25 gifted. Much love, man. Thank you for 25 gifted. I can see G2 on the screen. They're having a big meeting in draft by the looks of it. They're talking a lot. Is Yike alright? I hope Yike's okay. Your haircut is criminal. Oh, I see Reckless in the backstage. Reckless is watching them review the game. Oh my god. Wait, should I take a picture of this chat so I can show you? You see it then? I don't know if you can see it. I can't zoom the camera in. But Reckless is VOD reviewing with Faker. Yo, DX and next and 5.
Yeah, we go zone, yeah. Mercs.
Marks.
Plays like the most Mercs games in human history.
Yeah, it is. ETS lead for yourself. Extended point in. Kemi's gonna have to flash away on Summer. One more! Zeus going back in.
Well, that was the best part of the game when Hansama 2v2 killed bot. Everything from there onwards went kind of downhill.
Do is buy him a second to wait. The flash charm from Faker. It's all done. It's all over. But the Nexus falling. T1 are gonna go 1-0 up.
Maybe you'll see the shots of them reviewing now. They probably maybe pre-recorded the shots.
We're 6-2 against you all year. You think it's gonna go any differently? Not in game 1, it's not. And oh my god, can we just talk about the Gragas pick that really glued everything together?
That Gragas pick was big pace.
Not to mention that it was executed flawlessly.
Yeah, I think the big thing with this composition, again, when I'm looking at the difference between T1 shakiness...
Are you actually there or is it a green screen? No, I'm actually here, chat. Look at this, watch. Caedrel Productions.
Composition, knowing exactly how you want to play it, making tweaks like adding the Gragas in. Zeus had a phenomenal game. The Lichbane Ahri from Faker really trying to spread the map and responding super well with this high execution composition to what G2 wanted to do with the Nocturne Orianna combo was really great to see from T1.
And it's really a testament to T1's preparation that they were ready for this combo, because everyone has been talking about how good Nocturne Orianna is.
Oh yeah, you'll see the shot of Reckless now.
And the Yones are banned away. Clearly they were willing to give it up. Initially in draft we're super skeptical, but obviously they did their homework. They brought something that can answer. The Gragas pick, the poster child for that, who has made Jin, a champion that I otherwise really hate, seem much
crazy,
better.
though, that
and
shot.
also helps bring up some of the damage that an Ahri mid maybe won't otherwise have. Faker didn't go grass. He brought out Lich Bane, as you mentioned. So it feels like T1 took the meta that existed, refined it a little bit, and made a lot of picks that have not been looking great.
Cameraman's like reckless, coma, Zeus, now go Faker.
The Jin looking good a little bit. You
Very
know,
mad about the Jin
we've been some Jin haters over
Jackie
here.
Love versus T1 made one piece of Jin propaganda that people were holding on a little bit too hard, and it just really hasn't, other than that, hasn't been good. But today it's been different.
I mean, Guma watched it. It was against him, and he said, I can do better. Don't you worry. And he did. But it wasn't just the picks. We have to say that. I mean, the idea of kind of tempo, decision-making, coming into the fights when they had to, asset, execution, Dracos, there is a lot to wax lyrically for T1.
Yeah, and every second counts, and thanks to the rival Cisco network, Faker was able to get there in the nick of time in this replay. And as we take a look, the thing I want to highlight on your mini-map initially right off the bat, Faker not anywhere
Bottom
near,
left
but
is the
keep in mind he does
imposter.
have the TP, and we have a perfect TP flank ward here. Already a recipe for disaster. You've seen this so many times. So Arthur, if we can roll the clip, we can take a look at how this starts. It's actually not too bad for G2. Hansama gets clipped, but he doesn't get stunned. Mickey re-engaging here isn't bad. A front-to-back team fight when Hansama is strong is good. You pause, you can see the initial impact of the Nocturnal is good. They're getting Orianna disrupting on the front. You're making sure that Jin can't participate on the fight. But the beautiful thing here is that T1 aren't entirely reliant on Jin for damage output, so it's not going to hurt too bad.
God, this
Faker,
axe drop from Hans was horrible.
Is already on that flank.
Because
and
of the
The
Zeus ult.
moment that breaks this, as we take a look at the center of your screen here, is this Gragas ultimate. I'll clear screen. If we can pause it one more time just to highlight what happens. We now have a perfect division on two sides, but Guma is safe and Faker is on the flank. And all of these people for G2, you go, oh, it's 3 people, it's going to be great.
Faker.
Ori has no ult. Nocturne has
Yeah,
no
T1 counter
None
G2's
of
draft
those
quite
people
hard.
matter.
Quite
The one
hard.
person that matters is all here, all on his lonesome on the side.
What's
We can play
Dracos
out the
drawing
rest of
here?
the clip. You know what happens. And the second that Hansama isn't free to auto-attack, you know how much damage he's doing. There's no room for G2 to play this out. Mickey tries to make a heroic effort to save the fight, but in a sustained damage battle, when Guma is able to just flash away to regroup with his team,
He didn't drop it, it ran out.
completely demolished.
No, he got ulted away
And the
from
fact
it
that
from
they get double
Zeus.
value. Gragas splits G2, which means Guma can flash into River. He doesn't have to flash any further back into the rest of the G2 team. River would normally be a death sentence, but this Gragas creates so much space and disrupts these fights so effortlessly. I think we're seeing this pick a lot more.
Creating space mentioned for Hansama. It's really one of those, oh, you probably
I wonder what
how I
G2
ended
does.
up in this
Who has
position, and
G2
T1
must have
says,
had
no,
side
we
selection,
knew
right?
We were going to end up in this position.
I think
And
G2 had side
and
selection.
Something you were also mentioning a lot is that because T1 sees how the game is going to play out, G2 had to use their Nocturnal defensively
Look at the rats.
a lot, and that puts T1 in a great position.
Yeah, it's like Dracos
The
mentioned,
rats.
they're not as reliant on the Jin as you would be in other like Jin
Yeah, 2 axes and 1 ran out.
But
Oh yeah,
then
one timed out and he
also,
dropped the
like,
other.
The way that they recognized how they wanted to disrupt
That's a horror, then.
what G2 wanted to do with this kind of instant burst from the Nocturne Orianna and be able to reposition with stuff like the Gragas and then on top of that the Ahri.
G2 selects
was
blue
so
side.
crucial in a lot of these
Oof,
fights, and
okay.
I can't
I wonder what they'll
understate
do on blue side.
the coordination.
What
from
did I like,
T1
what did I
is,
not like?
Again, not something that they were as strong at in the lead up here. So to see this
I like
now
the Nocturne
from
Orianna.
them could be a harbinger of doom for other
Couldn't
teams.
we play them in the best of ones, man?
You could just, I mean, the easy thing for G2, the very easy thing that G2 can do here is go blue side, same bands, first pick Skarner, see how the draft plays out. I wonder how much they believe in their draft though, because the alternative is run it back.
Whoever goes first is favored, and the really big difference again is
Change 4-5 bands or change top blind.
So T1 get in, they get their cooldowns off first. G2 then go, all right, guys, it's
That
our
could be
turn,
another plan.
but it's not. The Gragas stops that from happening.
Yeah, sovereign game from T1 in game 1. And I know there's like 2 LEC casters there and 1 NA. So Colby, can you give them like a rallying cry? Can you give them, I don't know, some hope?
Can you give us all a rallying cry, actually?
I was trying to give him some
said,
hope, you know,
some
please. I've got a very large stock of hopium. I would say you don't want it to be a best of 1, because to Draco's point, yeah, you'd already be going home. So that's a good place to start. If you lose this
Chat,
one, we'll
I'm going to say it now
decrease it to
because
best of
I have a
5.
delay, so I couldn't tell you.
That's
true. I'm going to run ads after the draft. If you want to avoid the ads, you can sub with a tier 1 or a Twitch Prime. You don't have to sub if you don't want to. You back before the game starts, always. But the ads always run after the draft ends. If you sub now, you won't get ads for all of Worlds. I'll say it now.
The pro
Probably
view
easier.
of Zeus, because he truly was
I wonder if they
magnificent
changed
in
top
game
blinds.
#1. It got to start off all flashy with killing Hansama, who the Draven had just cashed in, just bought, was like filled with courage and kind of played him a little bit there by the tower. But then also the team play that came in, Zeus was just such a big part of it here in each and every team fight.
And I think T1's team fighting has been absolutely exceptional. Worlds.
Okay, Renata ban, Yone ban, standard so far. I wonder if G2 will put more prio on the Ashe Kalista ban.
Fights to butcher G2 where they stand. And G2, they are opting back in towards the blue side.
Aurora ban, here it comes.
So I'm curious if we get a very similar, hey, we're just going to run it back and try and be better coordinated on some of these.
Skarner ban.
I would say
They banned Skarner on blue.
Number one adjustment, because they're still, banning the Kalista and Renata, but yeah, they add the Skarner here. I think a bigger thing was blind picking their Jax. Like versus T1, this team is so good at counter picking.
They keep the brand ban. So what do you first pick here? You could just go Ashe. They're going to go for the Nocturne again. So yeah, they're going to run it back with the Skarner ban.
Any of your early matchups.
I think
and just
Owner will just play Vi or Viego.
You just go jungle.
He could go Jarvan into Nocturne Orianna as well. Ari is the easy pick. It's a similar draft. Okay, he's going to go for the Vi. Now G2, what do you blind top?
I am always a little nervous though when I see Owner on Vi.
You could do Poppy Flex. You could do Orianna again. I think Lissandra is actually a really good pick into Ari Vi, but I don't know if they'll go for it. Orianna is just an easy one. They blind Gnar instead. That opens up Zeus's Camille though. Jace, Camille, Kennen could be something they look at. Rumble could be something they look at now. T1 instead of the Gragas. Yeah, there's the Rumble.
Gnar has been so versatile, and we've seen so many, very strong Gnar so far at the tournament. We'll see if that's enough of an adjustment.
Oh, he's going to take the Jax.
Want to see that from Zeus in the top
Interesting.
lane. Went all the way through picks and bans in game 1. Jax as well.
I mean, Jax against Nocturne Gnar is pretty safe.
Over as the game goes on.
Personally, I do like the Rumble with the Vi, just because you do.
I thought they would go more team fight, but they've gone for side lane.
But they're going to go back towards the Jax and try and have more of a threat on towards the side lane, which can always work out incredibly well, especially when you see that Orianna already.
I
mean, you have to ban Xayah again here if you're G2. I think Xayah, Tahm Kench are pretty locked bans. You could change the Tahm Kench ban to Jhin rather, but I do think you have to ban the Xayah. Maybe they want to change it up though. They're going to ban the Braum. Maybe they ban Xayah last. The Tahm Kench is open now. I think T1 aren't really scared of doing a Tahm Kench into this.
Braum once again banned away by G2. They really don't want that unbreakable shield to have so much presence in the bot lane.
I am surprised to see the Poppy though, because traditionally it's like, hey, a counter to the Jax, right? But you've already got the Gnar. And you're more than likely again going to see this counter pick for Keria. So I think Poppy only really works in
Could be Keria Jax support.
So I think if you end up taking Poppy, you could have gone back towards Nico or something and had this really devastating bot lane.
I agree with you, but I think with the prevalence of lane swaps, there's always the possibility the Poppy just gets to be out on the map and you've lane swapped away from it, right? So I do get you. I think
but
Poppy
it's only
is
for a short while.
True.
Right?
I think Poppy is.
There's the Xayah ban. So Tahm Kench is up if they want to try it. G2 were scared of it in game 1. I think Jhin is fine here. If Guma wants to go again, I think MF is. I actually don't like MF. They could do Ashe as well with Vi. Now that they have Vi, they have more engaged. Just double down more engaged. Play Ashe Tahm Kench.
G2 really want to go very aggressive down there and kind of fight T1 on their own terms, honestly.
They're going to go for the Jhin. Yeah, don't have to change it up too much.
This time around, very similar.
What does G2 do? Because Brown ban makes it so you think they're going Draven again.
I know we went Nautilus last game, but personally I think
Ashe is a good champ, but
more helpful in being able to set up for this.
They could do a Jinx game.
Some of the follow-up that could work with the Orianna Nocturne, even just denying that access thanks to that solar flare on the follow-up for that combo.
Counterpoint, Mickey really
gonna
did
go Kai'Sa
Leona,
Kai'Sa Alistar.
That was like
Kai'Sa Nord. All pretty good.
Sorry, lads.
Mickey juiced the Nautilus.
I like the Kai'Sa.
For sure, he was.
I completely forgot that Kai'Sa was open. It's a great pick.
Over that Draven. Hansama on Draven 2-6 internationally, even though he has about 62% history on it all time. So here, going for something that has long range poke.
Yeah, I think Keria could go Rakan
well, can get the push
on 5 here.
And now Mickey
or Leona again.
It gives you a great
Chat, I'm going to run ads. If you want to avoid ads, you can use the tier 1 or Twitch Prime. You don't have to sub if you want to. We'll be back before the game starts with the kiss. I'll see you in a sec. The ads will run now.
And
All right.
this is just so
T1 have a similar
all-in
kind of comp,
dive. It
but
is
instead of
so
Skarner, they have Vi and they have the
threatening.
Jax now, so they
Even
have
in champs
definitely
like
more single
previously
target
where,
damage,
like,
but they
wow,
do
it's
have
probably
less
gonna be
front
very
line.
hard for Guma to play
So
the
G2
game.
actually have more
It
targets.
would've
I
been
actually think
if it weren't
G2's
for,
comp
really
is
good
better.
teammate Peel,
I think
instead
Orianna
of on
Nocturne
the
has a
T5.
Kaisa with it
This time
now.
around, T1
So the
does not
dive
have
is
the
much
Gragas
stronger.
cast
I think this is a
disrupt
better form of
G2,
draft for G2.
and
They just need to make sure
they
Nara
are
doesn't
still
fall
gonna
that
be
far behind.
vulnerable to these Orianna Nocturne combinations that now even have a bit better
Because the Nara
follow-up
can
with
fall behind
Gragas
quite
on
easy, and then they lose
But I
all
think
side
as
lane
well,
prio.
You've just got so much pressure on towards Caps in the mid lane.
And you don't
T1
want
now.
that
It was the
against
Skarner
T1.
trying to play off the Ahri in the last game. Vi significantly easier to try and set up for those plays. So I think there's going to need to be a lot more vision around this mid lane to support Caps. And it is going to be
T1 have a lot of single target damage now. I think not having the... So the best way to describe this is Gragas and Skarner have a lot of AoE disruption, right? You have like Skarner ult, Gragas ult, Gragas E. It's a lot of splash damage. Now,
And we see compositions once again.
they have a lot more
Rounded out
single
for
target
G2
damage.
and T1,
So that's
game
good and
away
bad.
from
It's
making
good
it
because you can
as
lock down the
5 years
Orianna, you
ago,
can lock down the
we were
Kaisa, you can kill the single target easy. The bad news is if G2's on top of you, it's very hard to break the fight with single target damage. So G2 has a bit of an easier time when it comes to fighting because they just need to engage properly. And it should work better. They also have more targets to engage on.
Faker's fifth. For T1's fifth, what an accomplishment that would be. Faker, actually, if he wins this game, has 100 wins at Worlds, which is 40 more than any other player, which is just an astronomically large gap. For G2, obviously, you're at 2-1. You do have another series after this, but last year, things started collapsing after this sort of point. We all know, NRG beating G2 in that 2-2
I saw
series.
you giving me the side eye there.
You don't want to be in that spot.
Sorry.
Okay.
You shouldn't be. NRG
T1 have a bit more
Honestly,
playmaking
though,
now.
On your point for this T1
See if they can
roster
use it
too,
around
remember
mid.
back to last year and their run.
Definitely a lot more early
and
gank
all
pressure.
The interviews talking about, they thought that this roster would even break up, probably. So I've just been so happy to continue to follow this roster throughout the year, and for them to really start peaking again here at Worlds again would just be such a cool story for them. Let's see about the level 1, though. That was not a cool story for Mickey last time. He's getting the heck out of there.
Yeah, I do think, though, like T1 was kind of on everyone's bingo card as the team that was probably most favored coming into Worlds with the big meta shift, right?
Whoa,
Faker being able to go
what's
back to
happening?
Champions. He really enjoys like the
Whoa,
Orianna
am I
and the
dizzy? What
Ahri, these control mages
I
in
feel
the
like
mid
I'm
lane.
tripping. Is
And
that
then
3
Zaya's been
Mickey
able to
X's?
play through
Is
Kari
that
Top's
3 Mickey
owner being
X's?
that
Is he
facilitator
playing
and
Nico?
setup.
Or
Like,
am I
you
fucking
think back
cooked?
to
What
how
the
strong
hell
he
is
was with
happening?
Caedrel with these flash over the Ash arrows
okay, we're good.
into that big crash down to win tournaments for T1. So this feels like T1 starting to drift back into what made them so potent and what turned them into multi-champion world championship title holders.
No lane swaps here, Kobe. I know you're quite happy about that fact. Zeus trading with Broken Blade, both of them gone grasp in this top lane, so expect a lot of that, hitting each other with your handbags, just trying to get that extra health.
Yeah, and of course my favorite part about standard lanes, non-lane swaps, is that junglers actually get
so
more
G2
choices.
should have pressure in
and
mid-bot.
you have a lot of options. When the bottom lane's
Pressure.
like this,
Maybe not pressure,
from
push.
Champ Select, you're just like, are so willing
Zeus
to
is
make
trading
it
is
spicy.
strong.
And then you also have a top lane matchup like Jack
Really
Star,
strong trading
where
from
Zeus
Zeus
is
already.
trying to
It's
harass
playing really
early
aggressive.
on, push the wave, chunk
They don't have
the
push in
mini
bot. Looks like they lost it.
while he's very vulnerable
Looked like they had it there.
I just feel like there's so much more skill expression for junglers in particular.
Looks like they're holding it.
during non-lane swaps. That is just
Man, the Jax is just playing super aggressive. So here's the early pressure around mid that I talked about. Q flash and the charm flash captures dead instantly.
There is skill expression in lane swaps as well. It's just very different.
Hits him with the Vault Breaker. Caps doesn't
Faker's
flash away.
only level
doesn't burn
2.
his flash either, but
He
Caps now at
doesn't have
100
charm.
HP. Does have the TP to get back
He only
that
had
wave. Not in a
WQ
good
there.
state for him.
He could charm
That's what I
flash
was
here
talking
though.
about from draft. It's significantly
Cannon
easier
gone
for
for
Owner to
Caps.
again just go for this transitional gank, pick off Caps, and completely turn
Way
the
more
lane
pressure
in
around
favor
mid
of
with the
Faker,
Vi.
and now it becomes incredibly difficult for G2 to try and set up because Yike wants to just free farm until 6. If you end up putting pressure on
Yike's
towards
going to
mid lane
visit
as
mid
this
now and
Nocturne
try and get Ahri
and
flash
Owner
maybe?
shows up,
Is he going to try and
that could be
trade
an
flashes?
absolute
No, he's going to help the
disaster,
push
but
out.
he's trying to do so nice and early.
Oh,
Now
Caps
flashes
flash.
away from the charm. Does bring it out from Yike for a little bit of extra movement speed on the chase. Faker here
Faker
might
has
have
to
the
flash
flash
here.
because Yike
Otherwise
is
he's
looking
dead.
for that fear. The red buff
Oh,
slow,
if
but
Yike
he doesn't know
chased him
where
there.
Owner is, so has to back away.
Ahri was dead.
You can't over chase in those situations running.
But he doesn't know where Vi is, so
lane
it makes
brush,
sense,
and
right?
so
He could just
it
die
is in
doing
the
that.
end gonna be the advantage
Nice
there
hook
with
from
the
Mickey.
flash, so
proc the aftershock when the Leona goes on you.
Ganks, because the #1 most obvious thing in the entire game is Vi plus Ahri. Level 6, guess what? You're dead. And now Caps does not have his flash. We'll see about the timer for it to come back up, but that is a huge, huge alarm that goes off and kind of changes your mid lane vision priority. Like, you constantly have to keep track of it. And even
Yeah,
look
Caps
at this
is fine. Bot is
Owner,
fine.
who
Everything's
sweeps
pretty stable.
around through the Tri-Brush to come steal away your second Raptor spawn. Whenever mid lane matchup is a big point, the mid lane steal away of Raptors for junglers is always a very,
He goes for
very
the Merc
high
Treads first
objective
item again.
because that allows you to continue to camp around mid lane without dropping resources.
No flash. He should be fine.
Once again, Caps command dissonance himself and has enough movement speed to get back to the safety of the tower.
Yeah, Faker was pushing it the wave. He wants to try and reset.
Faker maybe wants to stay another wave here.
Taking those Raptors because immediately
Or no flash. Nocturne's quite useless early. He can push this out pretty easily.
To deny Faker's reset.
Faker's not running under any threat from jungle.
Didn't end up going that too far forward, and now it's Owner moving back up towards his top side for his own camps respawning to make sure that he's going to keep this little bit of a camp lead thanks to that Raptor steal.
Yeah, and of course Yike on the opposite side, doing some similar stuff there. They got the ward onto the second spawn of T1 Raptors, so it will see Owner's positioning.
Mickey's trying to cancel Guma's base. Oh, JW missed at least.
The chase continues as Hansama tries to put some damage back onto Gumayushi. Mickey down to 200 HP. Hansama stunned as
oh my
well.
god, Mickey. Was that a hook? Was that a good hook? I feel like maybe he would have died.
To come in for a fight.
I don't know if Leona had E up again.
I think Yike might have even been a little bit too far away to follow up on
they
that.
They got to catch this, right? Yike's here to cover.
A little bit wide. So Gumayushi will get the lane.
This base kind of sucks. Okay, Hansama cancelled his base.
I think right call
the trades in the lane sound good.
The reset and actually pick up this wave because Owner's going to be on that top
it's time to go home. Okay.
Yeah, I think this is still a nice little win for the T1 bot lane in the 2v2.
Yeah, much better than game 1 for them. We did see Owner topping the stats for most of the junglers here at Worlds so far. I think coming into this series, Owner would have been my standout player for T1. Zeus, after game 1, kind of puts his name in the hat as well. Here. But Owner, I think, has just been so consistent for T1 here at Worlds.
Especially on the Vi pick. Like, you think back to their game against BLG, where BLG were consistently trying to make plays on sides, but it was Owner showing up. Now you get Yike, who's trying to hover around mid with Mickey, and it's Owner in position alongside Keria. It was kind of this duo that was such a threat in the early stages to deny a lot of these early leads or accelerating some of the early gold leads that teams have picked up against them. So it's great to see Owner firing on all cylinders, but it's terrifying if you're a G2 fan.
Caps his bot with no TP though against Jax, so it's a 4v4.
Where Caps has gone to try and push out that wave. G2 brought
solo lanes are missing in mid and top.
To try and get the shove there as well. The problem for G2 is if they do look for an engage, they still have the TP where Caps does not. So this could very quickly
he lost his aftershock though.
Broken Blade very low on rage as well, starting to build it up as he jumps
Broken Blade just sending it onto Owner. Mickey might flash over the wall here.
Owner going lower though.
Oh, close! That was really nice try by Mickey. He has no aftershock here now though. Faker no ult. Zeus ulted as well.
Need to get away because Faker can look for another Spirit Rush,
They get grubs here, G2. I think they're favored. Ahri no ult. Vi no flash. She can't walk up. Not even close to 6. That's 3 grubs for G2. Also, Zeus has no ult, so Cap should be safe. Zeus is still playing like a psychopath. He has no MR. Oh my god, that grasp damage.
Down here actually poking out Zeus and then immediately
Caps, please don't die here. You have no flash. Caps has no flash. He's playing so cocky.
To be able to get yourselves the objectives first. The small chunks in damage allow them the opening.
Caps,
again,
please don't get flashed on.
Grub start here for G2.
Okay. Good start for G2, yeah. Caps catches the wave.
How hard T1
BB lost a little bit.
Deny them,
but they got the grubs.
For Caps as well on that bottom side, because one of the big things that, as Medic was alluding to, the potential TP, but Caps puts pressure on towards Ace to deny that opportunity to try and come in.
They see the bot lanes overstaying top. I think G2 could look for a Drake.
There, but the ward just spots them out.
Nocturne's clear is really good right now for a Drake.
T1 though will still be relatively happy with the position they're in. They have a slight gold lead for Zeus. They have a slightly larger gold lead for Gumayushi on this Jhin, and they really start to come online when they get that first item, second item.
We don't talk about that.
Level 6 on Owner and 7 on Faker means they have that cease and desist Spirit Rush combination. Caps his flash back up.
Cap should have mercs and some damage now, maybe a lost chapter or something.
In a side lane. Doesn't have the TP yet though, and it looks like he's going to shove out one more.
Yike is level 6 and Owner has no flash. I think G2 can call to fight and focus down the Vi. Last game Skarner's a bit tricky, but Vi is quite easy to kill for their champs.
Docs told me too, but I legit actually
the Kai'Sa dive helps G2 a lot.
Comp side with the small adjustments that they made in this game. So because they have the actual versatility of the Kai'Sa for later and because this time the top lane matchup
he doesn't have Mercs
Narc
and Lost Chapter. He only has
the
Mercs and an
Jax
Amtome.
instead, doesn't have to worry about the disruption from the Gragas. I actually
I'll say
really like
BB's
the
doing
little
pretty well.
adjustments here. So for the sake of the fans as well who want more excitement,
I mean, it would be much more exciting if G2 were able to take this game.
They're losing Drake.
Obviously, as LEC
Okay,
casters,
they just want to
we
clear
are
camps,
slightly
base,
biased
reset,
in that regard, but
farm up a bit.
Continue to watch the game and just want the best League of Legends we can see. T1 here will be able to get the Drake. G2 really shouldn't fight this because Broken Blade TP'd
Very
up to
quiet
the top
game.
lane only a few moments ago. If they
I think
try to
G2's
invest,
happy with it being
obviously
quiet.
Zeus
They
can
need to
join
get
the
1 item
battle,
spikes.
and they would be at a numbers
I think
disadvantage
T1 also
again.
spiked
They
pretty
won't
hard on 1
battle
item.
against
No
it.
flash on
Yikes,
Gumasusi though.
just
They might
hovering
look for
on
him.
Summer and Mickey in case anything does happen.
Nocturnal's
Guma
level
and
1 is
Carrier
really
backing
short
away.
range
Just
though.
gonna be this wave getting shoved.
So I think the next fight will be on grubs. Second grub spawn.
big
Owner will have flash
will
for it.
be,
I think they can take it.
Can T1 with the Ahri plus the Vi here find themselves a pick? Already, you see the bottom lane moving up. One of the biggest objectives when you do have Vi Ahri is to try and control the vision between the river here, so you can have these alleyways where you go for those picks and then you get to turn them into extra pressure on the map. And so
They could base now and just lane top with Kai'Sa and Nautilus.
Keep it clean from bottom lane.
Swap the Gnar, play for grubs.
Warding up here too as well.
I think G2 has good
And
position.
So Caps, I mean, he has had
T1 are a little
this
bit late
game
to
in
it.
his movement.
They're going to match it though. I think
Definitely
T1's
been very
obviously
key,
not
and
stupid. They
his
know exactly what
flash
G2's
cooldown
doing.
that was actually blown has gone unpunished. So at least they're doing quite well on that front.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how T1 are going to open up on the map now, because there is a way
This is
that
going
they
to come
can
down to a grubs fight. I think
shift
T1 should take it.
Gumayusi in towards mid and try and make some sort of play on towards Caps with the curtain call, especially when you've only got 50 seconds until those void grubs are up. But it looks like they're just going to shift Faker up towards that top side. I wasn't sure if they
They
just
put
went all
Gumayusi
in
mid.
or trying to
Hey,
burn
Mickey,
that flash.
He's dead.
Oh, Faker goes in with the Spirit Rush, the Charm landing as well, and Mickey is done for.
Die quick, die
First
quick, die
blood
quick,
in
die
the
quick,
first
die
two
quick.
games. Mickey
Nice.
dies, Owner takes
It's
the
okay.
kill.
He's in time for grubs.
Pretty good.
And they have no
at getting
Vi
picks
ult.
because they can jump
In the
over
long
walls
run,
there,
this
but
could be
also,
good for
you know,
G2,
props
no
to Mickey
cope.
keeping up with the Nautilus Death Fund. That's one more for us. I do as well have that.
Double ults burnt. Like you've now burnt
No Vi
both
ult,
Faker's
no
ult
Ahri
and
ult,
Owner's ult right
and
before
grubs
the
are
void
coming
grub
up.
spawns. So
I think G2
I'm
is
gonna
not
say it was a plan
too
to
unhappy
go
with
dead,
that.
but could actually work out as a decent dead here for G2 when they
Broken
do
Blade
actually
is
go to try
playing
and
so
contest
greedy.
on
They
towards
have
those
no
next round
cross
of
map.
void grubs.
It's
They have
interesting
no match because they have no
Blade
ult,
doesn't
so
have
Broken Blade's
teleport,
cross
but Owner's
mapping.
actually heading towards Broken
Easy
Blade
kill for
rather
Owner.
than the Void Grubs.
Yes, looking for this play down towards the one side. Broken Blade flashes immediately met with a fist in
Can
his
he run
face.
actually with his
Broken Blade
passive?
trying to get away from this. Obviously, has to try and escape from
No,
Owner, who
dead.
flashes forward. Another Bolt Breaker. Broken Blade trying to dodge it. Owner holds it forever.
But why does he proxy bot when they use 2 ults topside? There's no way they will fight top.
There was no escape there.
He just runs bot and
Owner
gets a free
waiting
kill.
over the wall. Broken Blade tried to sidestep it, but good call from Owner. Just hold on. But still on the opposite side, void grubs galore, and it will be. I imagine Zaya is starting to put a bit of pressure here to answer for some of the turret places. Faker, no way he catches Mickey again.
6 grubs for G2 is good, but they just gave up a free kill for it.
You put everyone on pause. Wait,
Come on, G2, wake up.
Mickey looking for the hook here.
Mickey,
So Yucky
what are we
coming
doing?
with the paranoia.
We have
There's the
Kai'Sa
dead
ult.
charge
No ult on,
chase
no ult on
forward.
Ahri.
Kerry has joined his mid laner.
Hey,
Faker
don't let him get out.
flashes away, the
No! 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 How did you let him live there? What?
Rob, your no was heard around Europe. They were so close, but they just couldn't quite find the damage to kill off Faker.
Now they have mid push, they have bot push, Zeus is basing STP.
Another Zenith blade. Owner has cease and desist here, but I don't think.
Oh
she
my
might just
God,
be coming off
G2.
cooldown. Decides against going
How
for
does
a
he live
TP to
there?
the top lane by Faker as well. G2 will walk away wounded and 1.6k behind.
Oh man, Faker with one of his getaways. Regardless,
Owner spots the
Mickey should be
bases.
able to get out here.
Caps
with
TP,
just
does
a
he do
prop
it?
steal for Owner, but man,
Yeah, he TPs.
another one. This
How
is a
does
big
Faker live
investment
there?
too, as we'll take a look. You mentioned the ultimates used
I thought
to kill
Nocturne
Mickey.
Tether
Now
was
it's kind of the
connecting.
reverse situation, and Faker did get that little, sight of Mickey. So good vision toggle by the observers.
And then the engage comes through from Mickey, and it's a nice setup. Carry here to try and help, but bot
Oi.
side.
Oh, Zeus
Kill the
flashes
red!
away.
Nice,
He's hit with
big
a
kill.
house.
Caps actually TP'd bot because they have grubs
Caps and
advantage,
Broken
so they're
Blade
going to
trying
push
kill
for
Carriers,
gold.
looking to collapse here as well as Gumayusi,
Yeah,
but
thank
this
you.
tower is already quite low, down to 1 plate remaining on it. Carrier going in with the Zenith Blade. Gumayusi
Wait.
there with the deadly
They have-
flash as
they have
well.
Nocturnal, don't they?
Broken
No, it's
Blade's
on
still
cooldown.
pretty tanky though. Yikes here to join the fray. Has the paranoia, can't go into Guma.
They want this first
There's
blood
a
tower
flash
bot and
and a
they should
barrier
play for
on
it as
that
much as they
AD
can.
carry, making it a little bit more suspect to go for
Nautilus
the
is
dive.
hovering.
Mickey,
G2 will get a
an
big gold
unsigned
gold injection here because Faker can't take top tier 1 because he has no grubs. It's too tanky.
Dropped off that top tower, trying to move down to see if he can cover the mid
Big
lane.
gold
So
injection for G2.
Kano was just pushing towards mid as well, but so much of this early game.
So Zeus TP's top with Demolish to try and take it. That means 5 fighting Drake's quite hard, so T1 might go for Herald.
And then you see Faker in the top half of the map, so G2 make the bot half play, but now because G2 are on the bot side, Zay's TP's top to get the top turret as well. A huge amount of this go back and forth thanks to these plays.
Still, I think it's a hugely beneficial kind of response from G2 because they get their bonus first turret.
Maybe Zeus can base for Triforce and run to Drake. He just got a lot of gold.
You really want to see the reset and kind of set up for it on the other side, but they jump on it and they get the small benefit even though they have had a couple of speed bumps here.
Oh my god, he has Triforce checks. He's going to run top. So what's T1 going to fight? Faker's bot with no TP, but Oner's running top side. Zeus is top with no TP, and Carrier's running bot side. What is T1 fighting here?
I think T1
I guess they're doing Herald.
Rift Herald, which is probably right against the Chem Drake. And G2 going to see maybe if they can make some sort of play, but there's no tower.
No, they're going to try and pick off the Gnar. If Broken Blade doesn't show, yeah, hide Broken Blade, hide in that alcove, hide Lil Red. Hide, baby! He's TPing out. Oh, he got cancelled.
The Counter-Strike finds him alongside the cease and desist, and Broken Blade doesn't have a hope in hell of escaping this one. Zeus leaps on his face and takes another 4-1 now to T1.
It's interesting that they have such a bounty on
it's crazy how T1 can get a kill and Herald.
Not in a literal sense, but
with no
got a target
TPs
on his back. T1 keep on going for these assassination attempts onto Broken Blade. It's almost like when they gave up the 6 scrubs, they were saying, you are not going to have a split pusher that can use these. We're going to make sure of it.
They trade positive with no global.
The 6 scrub buff, you know, we killed Broken Blade when we did that, and then we're going to keep looking for kills on him and try and really put that Gnar behind to the point that Zeus is going to be able to control side lanes.
G2 just bleeding gold. They're getting caught so much.
Once again, Mickey thought he was safe in his own jungle, but there was
I saw this in the FlyQuest series as well against Hammerlife. I've noticed that the Western teams are just getting caught a lot. Like they are just getting caught one by one.
Now with the Rift Herald charging through mid, they're going to open
randomly
up the map and make it so much more tricky for G2 to do anything.
Charm
wide there by Faker, but he's just creating space. The Solar player hits Hans Summer, has to burn the cleanse.
Oh, Carrier. No flash.
The counter strike, Hans Summer flashes it. Rift Herald charge forward. Zona can jump across that wall and look for Hans Summer.
It's so over.
Only onto Zeus.
They're going to kill. Ow!
Find him. Hans Summer
flash hook hit the minion, Mickey.
As long as he can,
but Carrier will die with no flash. They didn't get the mid-tier 2. T1 are kind of throwing. Hans Summer died, but it's 2 for 1.
Anything more? I think the answer's no for now.
T1 kind of throwing a bit.
Crucial for G2.
The gold is not that big of a difference. Look at Broken Blade. Faker has to TP bot to defend the tower, and they can catch top. So G2 get 2 kills, they save their mid-tier 2, they get Faker's TP, they get Leona flash, and they catch top wave. So this is actually pretty good. T1 really overdove this. Look where Oner's going with that Herald. He's in their base.
Caps passing through, but right there, Zeus does not quite break the tier feather, and that is enough to allow Caps to get a good shockwave. Then you have the desync from T1 as Carrier goes back in, while the rest of them are kiting away. It still actually cost them the life of Hans Sama though, so in the end it was just a little like 1 extra kill.
And both of the summoners.
Caps is pretty strong, but I mean his build is a bit, doesn't really do that much damage. T1 really needs to, I mean G2 needs to crack top tier 1. Looks like they'll get it now if Caps just keeps pushing, but he has no vision. He sees Leona vibe double blue orb from G2.
It is into the hands of Caps.
He has 6 scrubs, so that tower is easy dead. Zeus could TP top, but it's not really worth it, is it?
Ones that you need to try and leverage yourself back into this game. You have the Nocturne delivery.
T1 can't push bot tier 2, I think. They don't have any grubs.
Because of course they're splitting and trying to grab tower
I think
first.
G2 can clear the wave in their face, I would hope.
For G2 though, because Caps has gone for this more defensive build. Up and in towards the Zhonya's.
They did some damage to it. Are they just gonna, they're just gonna get it.
I think it's the correct
How many demolishes do they have?
Because there's a lot of threat
what?
here with the dive from Owner and Faker.
It was only 2 demolishes and they just one-shot that tower?
It does mean that you just lack that
with 2 minions?
In your
really?
ultimate for this Orianna.
What?
Moment, T1 in control of the game, about 3,000 gold
I don't know if G2 expect that either. What the fuck?
Point soon, but we see Caps pushing in the top lane and the TP behind. Zeus on the collapse, has the flash. Caps goes one way, Zeus goes the other. Now he tracks
it's crazy how dead he is.
Is there. The
wait, they're not ulting. Why?
Look to collapse, a flash away from the shockwave from Zeus is gorgeous.
And once again, Zeus in this series puts G2 in their place.
Again, caught. How many times did they get caught this game, G2? What is it, 4 kills? 4 of the 7 kills are just getting caught, maybe 5?
Behind, they're punishing the overextensions, and that's twice now on that top lane that the solo laners of G2 have been caught.
Yeah, that one was a little bit questionable. I know that they also have Gnar pushing on bottom side, but after Caps took the first tower on top side and then pushed the next wave, we kind of thought that was going to be the moment for him to actually back off, but the deep
Why did Zeus flash? Because Nocturne ulted and Shockwave was on his head. He flashed the Shockwave to make sure he could kill.
The only thing I can think of is a potential Zhonya's completion. He wanted just one more wave to finish.
Gumayushi has 2 items in his Mosquito build. Drake's up in a minute. I think G2, their best bet is just Rage Bait Kai'Sa and fight.
Just took our tier 2 in the bot lane.
Double Sterex is a big spike, but
in the top lane as well.
I mean, they could give this Drake.
Zhonya's almost there for Caps. 1 item as well on Hansama, 2 though on Gumayushi on that Jhin. Is the Mosquito build, but Teams have been doing quite a lot of work with it at this Worlds anyway. T1 trying to gain control of this bot side jungle. Their vision control has been pretty solid so far. Mickey almost caught out, has to blast Cone away. No safety in towers in that.
They don't have any control over the Drake, but this Vi is 2 items.
There for him. 30 seconds on
Do they have the damage to
Drake
burst the Vi? I don't think so.
Have control of the Rift.
This Kai'Sa's basing for Rage Blade now, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you take the fight?
If they could wait a little bit and buy some time for his flash to get up.
Because if they don't take the fight now, they're not going to take a fight for another 6 minutes.
But it would be very impactful for the next team fight.
It's only 20 seconds.
He did just complete his Rage Blade, so they definitely have some
I think they're going to take the fight, G2.
Just finished
and they're going to get caught before it.
He still gets the Gnar into the wall.
Oh, the combo missed onto Jhin. Oh my god, it's completely butchered. Now Mickey is paying for their fucking sins. It's over. Is it over? He can't charm anyone. They lose Mickey and Drake. It's not over, but these plays are just, they're bleeding out so much gold. Like Broken Blade's just getting caught. Everyone's getting caught. T1, I mean, LCK and the LPL teams against the West are just getting such small advantages before fights begin, or kills, or they're catching someone on side on a trade that shouldn't happen.
Just massive from T1. As you say, that flash timing from Gumayushi, absolutely perfect. They're looking for the 3rd Drake. Onan will go back towards it. They were just kind of checking to make sure that G2 hadn't snuck towards the Baron to try and take that away.
Come on, G2, lock the fuck in, man.
Themselves to 2 dragons.
BB closed his eyes, he took a deep breath.
Timing really has been
big lock in.
The biggest advantage for
Jhin no
T1.
flash.
I feel like
but is Jhin even the problem right now? I feel like Jhin is just the artillery. He's standing there listening to fucking Sabrina Carpet using his ult.
When you watch this T1 roster, when they're at their best,
he's not even a big threat.
Oh
yeah, a Baron rush.
Engages,
it would be an amazing Baron rush right now. The timing for this Baron rush is crazy good.
They jumped to, as soon as they saw
they would have had a free
Baron
Baron
in river, immediately go for it, and pincer from the other side.
They actually would have had a free Baron there.
It feels like this T1 are a bit more locked in, and they are not going to leave any openings for you.
And this is the T1 that a lot of fans wanted to see coming into Worlds, right? A team that can be proactive in the early stages, play through a strong lane jungle, have that pressure down towards sides, and then start to cross-map really effectively. Their team fights have been outstanding this event, and it's everything else now that is starting to level up against G2 here.
Caps is really high level. He's actually almost level 14. He's the highest level in the game.
Pretty good. At Worlds.
But I just feel like the Zhonya's build, he doesn't really do that much damage.
For Owner at Worlds, and you know that's the exact execution that you want. Faker now as well finishes Storm Surge, 6 stacks on his Dark Seal, so there's plenty of potential damage behind these quick reactions from T1. Now they're going to split into their 4-1 split push first. Zeus down there on the bottom side. G2 have the possibilities of trying to put pressure on the split push, but because T1 have the extra leverage now, it's just hard for them to even gain control of the mid wave first, and so then you can't really.
What is G2 waiting for realistically? Double Sterex?
Because they will jump on that Baron. This
God,
is T1,
that Ahri is really strong.
They will go for
That's what I was going to say. It's not
2
a very
strong
quick
items.
Baron take from T1, right?
They're just losing top tier 2. They're just bleeding out over side lanes.
Lane turrets for investing on that bottom side. Again,
well, G2's grouping mid. The game's over here. I think this sequence looks like a big fight's coming.
Trying to move in mid, but
because G2 can't run to bot for anything. And if they run top, they're fighting. And if they stay still, they're getting flanked. Cap Sonya's is not bad.
Coming in as the stopwatch is used. Dion onto the backline, jumps Gumayushi.
Shockwave from Caps was good. He has flash as well here.
Now we see Hansama having to try and get away from this.
It's Hansama.
As he puts the damage down onto
Yike is solo killing Guma.
God, Hansama!
Not bad, he got 2. Yike solo killed Guma as well. Faker no flash, no ult. Bibi cooks him. Yo, baby, hit him, you rat! Hit him, you rat! He could have killed Faker. Mid tier 1 now. They needed that. They needed that. They needed that.
G2 are going to get some
Come on,
G2.
Come on.
And Faker just barely does so.
Broken Blade hunting
They needed
for him,
that.
but he's not
Man,
gonna
BB could have
find
killed
the
Faker. It was
hiding
500
spot.
gold.
G2 strike back.
T1 thought that they were going to be able to collapse, but look how long it takes them to get in. The TP from Faker.
Caps carried this fight. The Zhonya's perfect. Look at Caps' ult. He cancels Jax and Leona.
And
look at this.
Then immediately like jumping on towards the Jhin at
and
the
then
top
Yikes
side,
solo kills.
buys a ton of time for
Gumayusi
to escape away. The target selection for owners to go into Caps, but Hansama diving in towards the back line obliterates the duo there. And then Faker, as he tries to go in, I think Broken Blade, the jump went on to
all
carry.
BB had to do was just hit.
I think he went on to carry instead.
And he would kill both of them.
To get that final proc, but still, they're able to win out on the fight. Faker barely escaping.
Wow.
The Nocturnal.
Looking at each other's screens as well during the paranoia to get that little bit of extra vision. I love them using the shockwave, but immediately they do.
Faker down! Faker down! Hands down! Hands down!
We see Hansama falling for it. Mickey trying to get into this fight. Broken Blade on his way across as well. Carrier owner there as well with Gumayusi trying to get away. Doesn't have the flash. Owner doesn't.
Carrier no flash.
Goes back in with the Zenith Blade. He's a sacrifice. A sacrificial
Guys,
land
it's
for
not
G2.
a Baron angle. It might look like one, but it's not.
Keep the
Don't
pace
do
up.
Baron.
G2, they do not let you rest. Firing off play after play after play. You saw it earlier where even on a failed play,
Faker
they were
had no flash
immediately
there.
able to get back onto the map. But this time around, they do it after a successful one. Hansama, he had just a few seconds left on his ultimate. They still got the advantage though, and I have to say, the Nocturne going so deep in both of these plays, this is the real key playmaker
50 seconds on Drake.
here. In the previous one, soloing out Gumayusi, finding him isolated. See if G2 can keep
Kai'Sa
this
has
up,
her W upgrade.
T1 still
I don't need a
with the gold
replay!
advantage and still with the better.
Oh, Faker, what you doing there, brother? What you doing there, homie?
You can see BB and Models and Mickey trying to come down from
Firing
the
a
top
gold
side. So
to
they're able
Kai'Sa.
burst out Hansama, and it's about now trying to buy time for the top laner and support to come in. But Dragon is now up in 30 seconds, and that's where we're going to be looking at the next pace. And BB doesn't have control at top. Wave on bot.
Nocturne and Gnar have double Sterak's
they
now.
have to sort out side lanes.
So they actually have a lot of front.
So I'm
Oh,
really
Vi
glad
has
they actually had
GA.
to show us the beginning of the play, because I was under the impression
G2 had just pulled the trigger.
Yeah, when it jumped
Vi
back
has
to
GA.
us, I was under the impression that G2 were the ones starting out, but it's actually Faker who went forward, and Yike just tried to punish him. So let's see about the next Dragon setup.
They need to get down Ahri.
T1 once again.
But
full
Jax
access
is a
to the
big
river
problem.
First, G2 are forced to make a decision here. Is
Hey,
it gonna be a
hey,
dangerous
hey,
face check,
guys, they're on Drake.
or are they
There's
gonna
no
try and
mid-wave.
Get control of the mid-wave first.
The hook, there's the charm.
Hey, look out for the fight!
Backline, the solar player, his two paranoia coming out.
What can we do with the combo? What can we do with the combo?
Locked out, pops the stopwatch to buy himself a little bit of time. He's
oh, big shockwave! Big shockwave!
Goes in with the cease and desist.
He has GA, he has GA! Baby, go bigger! Go bigger! Knock him in the wall! Get the fight, get the fight!
From the boat breaker. He will fall.
No, get the stun! Get the stun, that's the stun! Get the Leona! No, go back, go back! Don't chase too much, just flash, go back, no! Go the other way! Go the other way! No, the other way, go back! No! No, you gotta kill him, okay, fine!
From the red buff, they dodge the captive audience.
Okay, fine. Okay, full shot. There it is!
For G2!
G2 are coming
You have TP, you have TP or some shit.
Finally working out for them. And
Hey, do we win against the Baron guys? I don't know if we win against the Baron guys. Hello.
T1 walk forward, and it catches them out completely.
We're gonna lose Baron.
Their team fighting is just so much better
Okay, we
this
got
time
it.
around with the small adjustments that they made from
We
game
got it.
number
The
one.
TPs came in. Thank
Zeus
fuck, they didn't
does
have a ward.
his teleport ready here.
Okay,
but
we're good.
He's not gonna go for it.
You have to think
We're good.
that
We're
it's
gonna lose
still
Drake.
gonna be a G2
They're gonna be on soul
Baron.
point.
You said it in game one, Kobe. G2 great at fighting.
Alright, they got
from
Nash.
behind,
That's
and
all
here
they
we
needed.
see
They
them
needed Nash
coming to
really bad.
life in Berlin, looking to get themselves to 1-on-1 against T1 in this
They're gonna be on
quarterfinals
soul point though.
qualification match.
But they got a
see
big
the
spike.
difference that Zeus
Oh my god, I
is having
spilled
when he
water
doesn't
all
have
over my
the
desk.
Gragas and that big ultimate. He's trying to play in the front line and get involved, but it just doesn't have that same
Big
effect.
fight,
And
big
as the darkness
shockwave.
comes through, they're able to buy space then. Zeus has to go in, goes golden, but watch the Orianna ball. It moves in towards the bush, then sets up for that big shockwave as well. And it's
Yeah,
after
BB's
that, again,
evolve here was
just moving
perfect.
back,
Got Faker
finds
into the wall,
space here
stuns
as
him
BB
again.
using
Chain
that
CC, look at this
ultimate,
Triforce
clears
auto
out
attack, look
two
at Faker's
members,
HP.
And it's G2 constantly
E,
rotating
bang,
this front
auto,
line
dead.
to block spells, block abilities until Broken
I think they could have
Blade is
just
able
dropped
to
the
take
Jhin,
over
don't
in the
chase,
back.
go to Baron,
Yeah,
save double
T1
TP.
could
They could have fought
not
Drake as well.
pressure Caps there. Caps actually just taking over on the Ori. Really good kite back from G2. And then pushing forward
Where are we
on
at?
the
Yeah, they have soul
transformation
points
of
with
Gnar as
Mountain.
well. Now with the Baron
Hey,
buff, they can
Kai'Sa's
get
on a
so
3
many
item
rewards.
spike.
Tier 2 tower doesn't stand a chance. That's another 800 gold for the team.
Who was
Immediately
doubting in
picked
chat?
up
Mods, ban
Void
them.
Mites from their 6
look at the
Void
damage
Grub
on the
spotting
Faker.
out.
Look at Caps, he's level 16. Urianes monster OP. BBS mid push too, that's topping him in mid tier 2. Guys, come mid, come mid. Come here.
And inhibitor for G2 in the top lane. They take a gold lead for the first time in what feels like the series.
Okay, we don't take mid tier 2 yet. They're gonna set up bot, mid to bot now. 135 on their buff.
Adding pressure in the mid lane.
They set up mid to bot.
Drake still 4 minutes away. G2 have a minute and a half of this Red Bull Baron power play to really try to put the screws into T1.
They have Sonya's on Hansama against 5 with no GA.
I was trying to give you guys hope. Now,
take it away.
Now though,
it started to bubble.
Jhin is really far away from Infinity Edge as well, so it's not like T1 have any big spikes other than Rabadons right now. Gumayushi's not going to press B right now and buy IE, right?
Be one of T1's main goals to get the death cap for Faker and then have one of these kind of classic Faker plays to try and pull it.
How does he have Infinity Edge?
He
had pickaxe crit cloak. What?
As they're looking to push
does Faker have Rabadons too?
Are looking to close the loop here on T1. You know, they already have topside taken care of with the inhibitor. Now with the Baron buff, it's very easy to pull one split push.
No. J2, be careful, please be careful. They're mega spiking.
Zeus is in this top side trying to shove in. They sent Ari to try and help him
Get
out.
bot tier 2.
Looking to go for that cross map. Just G2 though, dropping, only playing off of 2 waves. Now the reset comes through for Broken Blade. He has no TP, so T1 maybe
they don't have TPs. It's so hard to play the map, but they got some good towers. They got mid tier 2. They got bot tier 2. They got top tier 2. They got top tier 3. They got top in him. Absolutely good Baron. Great Baron. 4K gold from the Baron. Perfect.
For a second, because you could see it. Zeus TP's in, catches a couple of stragglers off the reset. G2 will just take a tier 2 in the bot lane.
T1 is monster spiking on Jhin and Ari right now.
Well. 3 items on Hansama alongside that Seeker's Guard. 3 on Caps, but the king has got his crown. Death cap completed for Faker. It may be heavy, but Faker was the one that stepped up at MSI in that 5-game series to deny G2 Game 5.
Yeah,
will it be Faker again to deny G2 a chance
Top inhib is auto-pushing, guys. Do not drop tempo and lose Drake. Control.
I will say,
please.
Though, this G2
they just need to hold this bot side of the map for the next 2 minutes.
More durable.
All they have to do is deep vision here and hold.
Hold for that here on this nocturne.
Wait,
Mickey!
Never seen that before, eh?
I can't defend you anymore, man! I'm your lawyer! You just got 150 charges!
Back to Yike, though. He's also
and we're pleading not guilty!
So,
oh my god.
Yike is going to be able to go
There's
deep,
no
and
way he
Caps
just did
has
that.
been able to stay so safe with his Zhonyas in the back line, just constantly providing so much threat. So we'll see here. You even have another stasis built by Hansama. It's just so durable for G2.
Demolish is OP.
Bullying them.
Hansama, you have Sonya's.
Oh, goes in with an arm only onto Ona.
Yes,
Zeus TP'd in behind, and he dives onto Hansama immediately.
Shit.
And Hansama has a stopwatch, but he doesn't have much life left afterwards. He's just going away with the killer instinct, and Mickey gets already down. Ona face blocks the wall this time. Broken Blade left it to his own devices, and T1 cleaning up the flash in from Zeus with a counter-strike. Mickey trying to dredge line his way out of this one.
What are they doing?
Chase as is Carrier.
They're sieging bot tier 3 with no Nash and just get TP flanked.
You to Davy Jones's locker.
Oh my god.
Baker will take it.
Guys,
T1
die
will
quick.
Take the fight.
They're not going to kill him because Drake's up in a minute.
Under, but G2 cannot fathom.
They're gonna delay his base because of Drake. Please kill him! Oh my god, it's a horror. Mickey's not gonna be up for Drake.
It's a delay take on
oh
Mickey
god.
because 50 seconds until Dragon will deny a lot of control to G2.
He's so late for Drake. Oh my god.
These great teleport flanks for Zeus.
And even though that looks
no Vi flash, no Jax flash.
Him around, and Mickey knows he's a dead man. It actually is strategically
that Jax
sound
is so
to
OP.
delay the Nautilus death
that
for
Jax
a longer
is so
death timer there. So they actually even hurt them further, knowing that he is a dead man walking, chasing him around, but it's all about the teleport. And look at this setup as well, right before the tower goes down.
Yeah, he's Broken Blade goes on towards Owner, but it's Faker as he starts to shove out, to buy space as the Zeus TP comes in, and it's Hansam who's basically dead to rights as this play starts off.
The teleport flank gets right behind him. Their back line has to scramble. Both Hansama and Caps have nothing left here. Even though Owner fails to flash over the wall and isn't able to go get Caps, they do chase
They're on the drink, guys. Go back to live. They're on the mountain. Soul
is theirs.
Yikes, you gotta steal that.
Wait, Zeus has hiding once again. Look at him.
You can see Mickey's only just getting off towards where the red buff is. The paranoia
the force shot smite.
It's
2k damage.
That secures the Drake.
Oh, they're going on
Up
Yax.
towards the top side, Zeus caught out with the paranoia, gets the counter strike, but there's a bit of a killer coming in from Hansama as they look to catch up Zeus.
Just ult him,
T1 trying to come back to defend their top laner, but
it's
Zeus
good.
will be down before they can get there. G2 find one. They lost the Drake, they lost the Soul, they go mid, Kobe, they can hear your call. G2 knocking on the doors of the Nexus now is T1 trying to defend.
Shockwave is still up and available for Caps. You have to be so careful as T1 as you try to defend this. How much do G2 want to try and take super minions on the top side as well?
It's so big.
Tripling him is good.
3 inhibitors here.
Tripling him is good.
Well, can they get 3?
Top just respawned as they were taking the second one.
Doubling him is good.
It's only going to be 2.
Sorry, it's a
T1
macro game now.
hold on,
It's a complete macro game.
But Baron is still there, and if it's all
It's not similar to the Hammerlife game where they lose fights, but it's kind of similar in the sense where
G2 starting to move
G2
over.
can play for picks instead of side lane. Are they gonna fucking rush Nash?
It's so risky though.
It's gone,
you have no wards left for Mickey. He puts this one control ward down.
It's gone.
All Owner needs to do is get into this pit, and
No,
he might
no,
be able
no,
to snipe this
no,
away. The
no,
curtain's
no.
open.
No, 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 no! No! Go ahead! End now! End the game! End the game now! End the game! Base! Double TP! End! Thoughts and feelings! Feelings and thoughts! Can we just end it? Thoughts?
And cross their T's.
Owner has been a beast
now we can't.
for T1 at
okay,
this
TPing in.
championship.
Maybe we can.
Barely getting in over the
They're on
wall.
pulse
Gets the smite.
How do they
And
play this?
G2 now
They
with
can't
that
play
death
this. They
timer,
can't
though,
end. It's
they want
impossible.
to try and end
But
Zeus
they can
and
get
push
triple
in
him.
mid with Gumayushi
But
and
they can
Carry
get
as
triple him.
G2 trying to fight back against the Baron buff. They should be able to get another inhibitor for themselves. But T1 with that Baron
Tripling
buff
him
should
is
be able
good.
to defend.
6 groups.
The
Nocturnal's not up
the
yet.
minions get from the Baron buff. They'll be spawning in a few seconds.
What if we were to
time
just end
for
thoughts and
T1? There they are. They'll help them defend.
Oh,
Faker
Mickey!
goes in.
Big shockwave!
There's 2
Shockwave! No!
Coming out from Broken Blade as well.
No!
Faker charms up Broken Blade.
They're all dead. They're all dead. They're all dead. They're all dead. They're all dead, but they don't have a wave. They don't have a wave. All the waves are pushing in. Maybe Hans can live here. Hans can live here, maybe.
But T1 once
no flash on Kumasusi.
Hold on to the game.
If they had that Baron, they would have ended.
Out at least 2 there survive for G2, but the defense from T1 at Nexus Tower, 4v5, they pull it off, they chase G2 out again.
Man, the tankiness on this Jax is insane.
Mountain
The
Soul
Wits
Jax
End
is
more,
OP.
And also having that
Mods,
Abyssal
ban
Mask
it.
means that this primarily
They have
AP
triple in it,
damage
but they can't
Kai'Sa
do anything.
cannot get through
There's no
Cap
Elder for 3
cannot
minutes,
get
and they
through
have Baron.
And because
It's the
Broken Blade
worst
is
case
spending so much of
scenario.
his attention trying to buy
Enemy
space
team has
in this
Baron
fight,
and 3 inhibs
there's just
down.
no
They
one to
just
take
free
him
farm.
down.
Oh, you
But
rant.
there,
They just free
still
farm.
Just
They just
barely
free
able
farm.
to get in towards the pit. And you see it here in the team fight, right? Faker goes in, good charm, the shockwave is great. But as Broken Blade goes forward, it's Zeus who nobody can get through this health bar. This Kai'Sa
Where's the
relies
damage
primarily
at?
on the passive damage, but
Where is the
it's
damage
just
at?
not doing enough with this much MR on the Jax.
Yeah, the layering of the Leona ultimate.
Come on, G2, you couldn't do it against Humble Life. This is the one.
Jumping onto the back
You have
line
full
there.
map control because of the triple in it,
big,
but
got
you are
them
mega
so
outscaled in
much
team fights.
space.
It's
And the
unwinnable.
chase
These team
down
fights are
there as
unwinnable.
well, getting the extra couple ones, you can
Team
see
fights are unwinnable.
how close they are to extending this series, but you're never fully there against T1 until you actually can blow up the Nexus.
So you're going to see G2 do a similar thing that they did against Humble Life.
Well.
Just push inside.
G2 looking for another push here.
Be rats around the map.
Mickey and Caps pushing
Avoid
out that bot
5v5s.
side.
I think they can't take 5v5s. Look at their items with Mountain Soul. They have GA, Maul, Wits End, fucking
any flanking wards.
Abyssal Mask,
have to do their due
Zhonya's.
diligence here and clear out as many as possible.
I
Double
don't think
supers pushing
G2
in for
can
the
get through
next
their
minute and a
tanks.
half for G2.
Or not even tanks, anyone.
Zeus, though, an absolute monster so far this series, continues to be a thorn in the side of the LEC #1 representatives.
Most painful thing for
Frozen
G2
Heart,
is
Wits
that
End, Abyssal Mask,
they have to
Zhonya's
fight
with
into
Mountain
this
Soul Jax. He's actually a
It's
6
so
item
difficult,
Ornn
the extra
with a
durability
stick.
on T1, and T1 constantly, you're seeing that how much burst
He's a
damage
6
they
item
can
Ornn with a
apply.
stick.
Ooh. Faker here, swing and a miss though. That might be a nice opening. G2, again, double stacked up, lines of super minions coming in, so much inevitable pressure. Look at top lane as well.
Faker? Oui.
Faker is the charm, only onto Mickey. Deadly Flourish will find him as well, but Mickey tanky enough now, has the Night's Vow and the Locket.
So many
And those
minions!
Merc Treads. Faker's going to deal with
Get
push
the
on the
rats in
top
there.
side. His Spirit Rush will be back off cooldown.
1 minute 20 on Elder. They can turn and burn the Drake. But if T1 gonna get, they shouldn't walk up like this. Carrier's gonna flash on Caps or some shit. Like T1 will take a fight easy.
Caps trying to do what he can here.
Caps being flashed on by Leona. I'm telling you, guys, if you give him a fight, you'll lose. I'm pretty sure you're gonna lose the fight.
Hansama looking for those Void Seekers as well.
Why is T1 not just engaging?
Faker did a good job of chucking him out.
What is G2 doing? Can't T1 just engage and kill everyone?
G2 Void Seeker behind his Faker. He's looking for the Spirit Rush. It's up in a second's time.
Shockwave!
Faker's met by Mickey on the front line. The Shockwave going out as well. Broken Blade.
Guys, we're out somehow. Just take it. It's a gift.
The They're desperate to try and get anything here, but
There's
T1,
so many minions.
They just
There's
cannot
so many
be
minions.
fought back. The health bars.
Oh my
are
God!
so
Wait,
good.
hold up.
The waves are still crushing.
Look
in,
at that
but
top wave. I
Zeus
can't
is
circle it. See the
standing
top
tall.
wave next to the
difference
red
maker
pink
for
ward.
T1 once more.
Honestly, it
30
is
seconds
a
on the Drake.
slight, like that's a mini
Jax,
win for G2
is he gonna
to
push it out?
teleport because teleports are
Yo.
very big when Elder Dragon is
I
coming
think
back
G2
onto
can
the
double
map, you know,
TP and
only
end it.
30
He's going to push that wave, but the
and
next
while
one, the
both
next wave coming out of
inhibitors
base.
down here respawn
That
for
next wave coming
T1,
out of base is going
and
past
they
Gromp on
kind
blue
of
side.
Deal with
The double
that
super.
extra pressure from mid and
I think
bottom.
G2 can play
They're
a
still
TP
gonna
play
be
because
forced
Faker has
into
no
a
TP.
situation here where
If they can
G2
double TP and
should
ignore the
be
Jax.
first to the
Look the top
objective.
wave. Just look the top
biggest
wave.
one on the map.
On the Elder spawn.
The Elder Dragon, the evening factor.
That top wave is
Big
tasty.
thing for G2 as well is
That
T1
top
haven't
wave's really
left their
tasty.
base in about 3 minutes time, so there's no
Oh, Jax is
deep
going to clear
wards
it.
possible.
But can he
unless
clear it?
Barry
Because
has
Elder
snuck his
spawning.
way in behind somewhere.
He has to TP in now, no?
To Ona. They look for the engage. Ona now has to burn the
They're
flash.
actually sacrificing
Zeus has
Vi
a
flash
TP,
to get
he's
that
gonna
top wave.
match The Super's pushing in the top side. G2
Shit.
have control of the river
Yeah,
right
G2 have no
now.
options
Solo
now. Have to
player
fight.
Hansama only slowed, but Caps is the one they
Oh
dive
my
into
God, he's
and
dead.
immediately assassinate him. Caps is swimming with the fishes. And
Oh my God,
Hansama
Kaiser's dead
is gonna
too.
join him. T1 immediately pounce, and G2 don't know what hit him.
T1 are forever clutch, and G2 are finding out about it in the worst possible way. Zeus chasing down Broken Blade as
They lose Elder.
T1 turn towards the Elder.
Ay, ay, ay.
The last
Can
one was
Yike
stolen.
steal it? He has
Can you
vision.
find revenge?
Vision in the pit. Gumayuchi trying to keep him at bay. No paranoia
Yike.
for Yike, but does
I'm
have
looking
the
at
flash.
you,
Guma
baby.
will take the blast cone. Yike, can you do it? We saw you steal one versus Hanwha live. He puts the Dustbringer over the wall and immediately backs away. G2 have called,
Doesn't go
do
for it.
not fight this fight. We can take the next.
They're going to lose
But the next
Elder,
will be
and they're going to lose Baron.
a very
Caps is
scary
shaking his
T1,
head. They
an
can't
Elder
win
and
team
a Baron
fights.
buff.
And so little stands in the way of T1. Inhibitor
They have
turrets
to
are the
play
only
side
thing
lanes, but they
blocking them,
can't.
and
Enemy
Europe
team has
against the double buff
Baron and
of
Elder and
T1
Mountain Soul.
that have been relentless at denying you in this game.
That was crazy. The face check there, then Owner flashes away and they use the blast cone to jump onto Caps' head. Even with these defensive items we keep pointing out for G2, the Guardian Angel and Sterix for Yike, the double Zonias for both Caps and Hansama, T1 just keep on assassinating them.
Yeah, they get to see it here. Owner flashes over the wall, and then as they start to step up again, I mean, they spot Caps for just a second there at the back. And it's the setup that they need. They follow up immediately.
Caps
and
insta
they
one shot.
absolutely destroy the Orianna.
God, Owner is
Oh my
crazy.
God, man.
He's just done so much this game. You know, not to mention stealing away the Baron, but constantly good engages for them.
I mean, Elder's up
A minute left
for a
on the
minute
Elder
20.
Drake.
Baron for 220.
On the Baron.
Oh,
Three
yeah.
to stand for G2, but I don't
I think
that's going to
T1's
be the
their
story
best option is run it down
in
mid
the
and
next
end. I'm not
minute's
even
time.
kidding.
T1 now
These side
advanced
waves are
down
way
mid
too
lane,
far away for a
5
minute.
strong.
They just have to
They
go
have
mid.
been
The
for
side
the
waves are
last 2
so
years
far away. Just
looking to
dive. I think they can
defend
just dive
their
them.
world title.
A minute left.
Owner's
on this Elder
threatening
Dragon
it.
as well means that
G2
two more
just needs
waves
to not
you
get
have to try and
engaged
hold
on.
off. But I don't even know
They
if
do
you
have
get
Leona
that.
flash though, and
T1
Caps.
can
I
just
mean,
start to
Hansama
look
has
at
no
Nexus
flash.
turrets off this
Here it
wave.
comes, running down mid and
Something
end.
miraculous.
50
You've got a
seconds.
GA on Gumayushi, you've got Faker with the
Oh,
Spirit
this is gonna
Rush,
hurt.
the curtains open. I don't think
Not enough to
G2
try and
is
peel.
getting a second act. The dive on
Yike goes
Dragon
on
by
Jhin.
Yike, but immediately
Hey, wait,
his
big
low
shockwave.
Caps already assassinated on the
Nah,
back.
it's over.
And
It's over.
T1 are just ripping them to shreds. T1 absolutely
They go to top
melting
8.
G2
T1.
under their
Well played,
Nexus
T1.
towers. History doesn't repeat itself, but it damn well
Man,
rhymes.
G2 had that.
It's another Friday.
G2 had that.
It's another T1 win.
G2 had that.
Monumental
G2 had that.
stuff from T1.
Fuck.
The incredible performance from Zeus in game 1, showcasing how good their team fighting is.
Man, they really had that.
Into some of the most clutch after clutch after clutch plays.
G2 is now 2-2.
bring the
There's a
2-0
chance that if
win
BLG
against
wins the next
G2.
series, that G2 draws
Such a
BLG.
hard team to finish
And then
off in any
G2 gets
game.
maybe
And
knocked
they
out by
are
BLG.
T1 advancing to the quarterfinals. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk before we get into the second series of the day.
Keria is so
this
small.
is exactly
He's so small.
why we were so excited to
Oh
see
my
this
God.
matchup. Not because
The
G2
Baron
lost,
steal ended
mind
the game.
you, but because of how these games can play out and how if you put T1 with their backs against the wall, they will find solution after solution to knock you down, and you have to be pixel perfect. It is what we've seen from T1 versus G2 all year. And I'm not excited about it. I'm actually really sad about it. But I'm happy for the side of T1 and the side of Faker. He now has 100
wins at Worlds.
Wins with this one. And we gotta
Jesus.
say, he was instrumental once again with the flanks
Mod,
in this
spam the
one.
spammer.
Yeah, the Ahri pick has been great for him. He's looked great at this Worlds, again, coming from domestic performance to here. He's looked way more comfortable. The thing that stuns me is not that, obviously, I know that T1 are very capable of running high execution compositions. But again, I cannot stress enough
It's another
the glow
fucking
up
Friday,
from
chat.
qualifying to regionals to fighting back
Another
in
fucking
these
Friday.
team fights. Owner on the
Oh
Vi,
my God.
insane.
Crazy. He was crazy. This man, other people
Chat,
spend their lives.
I got declined. I got declined again. I can't get a T1 player. I got declined for the interview. We might get caps though. We might get caps.
I just tossed an interview, but I'll do it again.
Wait, hold on one
It's serious for the Verizon post-game interview. Oh, not ready yet? We'll see. Okay, I think we're gonna reset. It happened to me before. We gotta sync it. We gotta sync it with everyone around the world. Hence, it needs to be pixel perfect.
Everybody needs to hear what that man in top lane has to say, and it's fair. We saw the Gragas.
True.
The Jack started a bit rougher, but rounded out incredibly well. That T1 topside
Wait,
is
are they doing the interview or not?
So
I see Zeus.
terrifying.
EU pundit, infuriating.
We are going to the interview now. So Zeus in the Verizon post-game interview, standing by with Lore for real this time.
And welcome back to the stage for this interview with Zeus after a commanding performance from T1 against G2 Esports. I have Jason, of course, to help me with the translator. Songri 축하드립니다. Thank you so much for joining me.
Let me check if I
after
can
this
get
series.
Reki.
2-0. I feel like everyone was hyped about this matchup. People even talk about a rivalry between G2 and T1. Would you say that it's a rivalry, and what was the excitement for you guys playing against them?
오늘 많은 분들이 정말 기대한 경기였는데 2대0 깔끔하게 승리하셨습니다. 또 이제 많은 팬분들이 T1, G2, G2, T1의 라이벌리에도 관심 많이 갖고 계신데 제우스 선수도 양팀 간의 라이벌리가 존재한다고 생각하시는지 그리고 오늘 경기 많이 기대하고 오셨나요?
일단 G2가 19년도에 T1을 떨어뜨리기도 했고 그래서 저도 항상 복수한다는 마음가짐으로 임하는 것 같고요. 그리고 확실히 대회에서 좀 더 뭔가 말하지 못할 그런 마력 같은 게 있는 것 같아서 까다로운 것 같습니다.
Well, G2 knocked T1 out in 2019, so I was coming here looking for a revenge here. And G2 every time, there's something with them that I cannot really put in words, but something makes it really difficult to play against.
It is always a special matchup for you guys and for the fans. Zeus, how would you rate your performance today?
오늘 본인의 경기력은 어떻게 평가하고 싶으신가요?
사실 요새 탑라이너가 경기력을 보여줄 만한 게 교전이랑 한타 정도가 좀 많은 것 같은데 좀 교전이나 한타에서 아쉬운 부분이 많았던 것 같고 그리고 뭐랄까 두 판 다 초중반에 좀 더 이득 볼 수 있었을 것 같은데 잘 안 돼서 그걸 좀 팀적으로 다시 돌려봐야 될 것 같습니다.
These days, all top laners can kind of display and showcase as skirmish and team fights, but today I feel like in both games, my team fights and skirmishes were not ideal. I think I left a lot to be desired, so I think
we got
I
caps
have to
on the way.
work on it. And also in both games as well, I think we could have pushed a little further in the early games.
At least he can tell us what went wrong and what he thinks.
We have to rewatch the VODs and talk about it.
I see. It is interesting
the
given the
headset?
fact that people talk about T1 at Worlds, regardless of the fact that playoffs were not the greatest for you guys. You always show up at Worlds. You always defy the expectations. Do you feel like Worlds is special for you? And how do you explain the fact that you always can bounce back?
그리고 많은 분들이 T1에 대해서 이야기할 때 사실은 뭐 정규 시즌이나 플레이오프에서 최고의 기량을 보여주지 못했더라도 월즈만 오면 정말 다시 한번 회복해서 정말 표현할 수 없는 그런 슈퍼 파워를 보여주면서 놀라운 경기력을 보여주시는데 월즈에서 T1은 언제나 이런 특별한 힘을 갖는다고 생각하시는지 그리고 언제나 이렇게 바운스백 할 수 있는 원동력은 무엇이라고 생각하시나요?
일단 정규나 시즌에서 좀 안 좋은 모습을 보였던 거는 여러 이유가 있고 그냥 좀 안 좋은 것들도 많이 겹쳤다고 생각해서 아무래도 선수들도 좀 그럴 때는 잘 넘겨서 그냥 롤드컵 때는 진짜 전력을 다할 수 있는 환경도 갖춰져 있고 다들 선수들도 엄청 치열하게 얘기하면서 잘 하기 때문에 더 그런 것 같아요.
Yeah, sometimes we have some like bad things happening throughout the regular season. Same thing happened this season as well. I think it was a collaboration of everything really bad for us, but we all know that we can just move on and
Any
also
questions
focus
for Caps,
on
chat?
Worlds entirely. So we were able to give our all here, and we always have a lot of communication about it.
And focusing
T1
on Worlds
is
in the next
built
step,
different.
we will see you guys in the next stage. Last year was about being the last seed of the LCK, fighting in Korea to finally get the victory. What is this Worlds about for you personally?
이제 8강에 진출하셨고 작년 서사는 이제 T1이 유일하게 남은 LCK 이제 팀으로서 4강부터 달려나가는 그런 이야기가 있었잖아요. 올해는 T1 어떤 서사를 또 그리고 있을까요?
일단 서사는 사실 그냥 열심히 살다 보면은 팬분들이나 아니면 환경이 잘 만들어 주시는 것 같고요. 중요한 거는 이제 사실 강한 팀이 워낙 많다 보니까 사실 누굴 만나도 다들 너무 경계가 많이 되는 것 같고
Chat, be nice when Caps gets here. Be nice.
개인적으로도
Hearts and stuff.
질 뻔한
just came off a tough
경기도 꽤
series.
있었다고 상황을 좀 있었다고 생각해서 좀 잘 보완해야 될 것 같습니다.
I mean, storylines, narratives are not something that we write, you know?
Course.
It's going to be completed once we just do our best, and it's going to be completed by the fans and, you know, by the environment. So we're just going to keep on focusing our own performance. And I think there were a lot of moments where we almost lost the games as well throughout the run so far. So I think we still have to do our best.
Let's write a new page in history then. 인터뷰 감사합니다. Thank you so much, Zeus. Thank you so much, Jitsun, for the translation as well. And T1's advance to the next round.
T1 make it to top 8. I think a lot of people expect them to do it.
Let's go. Lift the trophy.
I think a lot of people expected T1 to still make it to top 8, even with their form, right? They always have the world's aura.
Yes, let's win it all. Let's go, G2. This is yours.
T1 fighting. Let's do it again.
Let's go, top esports. Let's get it. Let's go, Fnatic. Let's win it all.
Yeah, chat, we got BLG playing now. BLG versus PSG. I think BLG is playing with Shun. I think BLG is playing with Shun. I can't tell. Think so. I can't. Sorry. T1 is like Real Madrid. Does Real Madrid always step up? I thought Real Madrid without Ronaldo is bronze, aren't they? Or are they mega good? Yeah, I think it is Shun playing, chat. I can't see from here very well, though. The lights are really weird. The lighting is terrible from here. All right, Caps is supposed to be rocking up in a sec. Chat, maybe we can talk to Bin or Elk after their series versus PSG if they win. Who should we talk to from BLG?
Red Bull gives you wings.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so
Good. The good news is we'll be in the studio on Sunday as well. Or Saturday? No, Sunday. So the Sunday's games we'll be there for. So we'll be there for Damwon, for G2 again, for the winner of this. We'll be there for FlyQuest and Team Liquid Fnatic winners. So we get some good interviews then as well, hopefully.
hit the ground, I'm on code. Run on air when I flow. You would swear that I flowed. I just hand in my zone. I'm going hard for my city, yeah. I put that thing on my back. Get it and gun it, I'm back on 100. I'm ready, I'm coming in for the attack. I'm on beast mode.
Bin.
God level, cheat code, new age, hero.
Oh yeah, sure.
Evo, I'm on the move.
That would be great then.
I'm on the move. I'm putting in work. I go berserk, got something to prove. Cause I got power.
Mitsuko took my T1 handmade fucking jersey to get it signed. I do need to go to the toilet, but I'm still hoping Caps is here in a sec. It might bleed over. Chat, I'm going to talk to Caps. It might bleed over into the next game a little bit. Or not next game, the next draft, rather. While we're yapping with Caps. Quick thing, by the way. You can go to caedrelworldsgiveaway.com. You can do !giveaway in the chat. I'm giving away loads of different prizes, from PCs to chairs to signed Worlds jerseys from the teams. If you want to check it out, it's really easy to enter. We host a giveaway every Worlds, every International. I'll link it in the chat as well after the delay when it catches up. And you can check it out if you're interested, chat. I think Caps is here. Oh, hey. How are you doing? Hold on. Let me change the scene real quick. Wait, wait, can you say something?
Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Can you hear yourself?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, there's a bit of a delay, so chat will catch up. How are you feeling? Was pretty tough, no, that last game?
Yeah, I mean, definitely not the best, right? We could definitely win that game.
Yeah, super winnable, I think. Like, the Baron steal was rough. You guys, it's so annoying, no, when you have triple inhib, but they have Baron. Like, you actually, like, I saw you shaking your head in your cam a bit. You're like, there's nothing you can do, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's like they were just getting funneled all this farm, and it felt like we couldn't really end.
Yeah.
And then I think when they get, like, so much spam, it's like it's gonna hard to fight after. So we should probably have just taken it a bit slower on the Nash.
When they stole it?
Yeah, probably just waited out the supers.
Yeah, when they get Mountain Soul with Jax and he has like Wit's End, Frozen Heart, Abyssal Mask, like there's nothing. But the tier 3 bot siege was a bit risky where you got flanked, right? That was like a pretty bad point in the game that you guys, were you like thinking that even if you get flanked, you win?
I mean, I think we like so like in the play before, like Jax managed to push out all the way. I think maybe we could have either like trapped him before or something, because we were pushing before with Baron, right?
Yeah.
And then we kind of got stopped some halfway. Like we got the top in it, but then we got stopped halfway on the on the bot side.
Yeah.
And then afterwards we were trying to do it anyway because we had the top in him down. And we saw Jax on top.
Yeah.
But I think right when he cleared the wave, he TP'd.
He TP'd
and we lost control of him.
Yeah.
Like if we see him TP, I think we can probably play it out a lot better.
Yeah.
Or if we just like had anyone watching behind us and we see the TP, I think. So it's like it was for sure risky, but at the same time, if we manage to somehow track the Jax better, I think we can at worst get his TP, which would be huge for the top supers.
Yeah, the chat's sending lots of love. Like, it was a tough series. Everyone was super proud of you guys. Like, I think your drafts were very, obviously it was Nocturne Orianna drafts, right? You have to land the combo. That first game though, they drafted like Skarner, Gragas, Leona. I feel like you had no targets there and no damage. And then they had Ahri, which is kind of annoying. And then like Jhin, who plays quite far back. Do you think that the way they drafted into you in that game 1 was pretty difficult for you to actually find a kill?
I mean, it was definitely the easiest, but at the same time, I also think we, like I think a few times we sent it on like Jhin and Ahri once, and we got a kill on each of them. But I think we were definitely lagging like the damage for the front line afterwards. But I also think that this is the way we played it. I think like Ahri got a lot of gold on the side turrets and Gragas as well.
Yeah.
And I think we had all our gold on Draven, who is like struggling a lot with the mega tanks, right? So I think we probably should have played it out a bit different in the early game, because I think we dropped tier 1 bot, even though we had like the 5-6 drops.
And then you got caught and lost tier 2 bot and tier 1 top as well.
Yeah, so it was a bit of a disaster, right? I think with the gold for sure.
Yeah, you were like 3k down. I don't know if you knew this, but like when you had 2 items, you were 3k down on Ahri. When you were like same level, I was like, oh my god, this guy's getting so much side lane
Yeah, he was
gold.
taking the towers.
Your hope's not broken though, right? You think it was a pretty good... Is there like a lot to learn from that?
I mean, definitely some mistakes, right, we made. I think it's like we can definitely take things away from this, especially the early game.
Yeah.
I think some of the later part stuff is like we just have to be more on point in the moment, I think. Like for example, the Jax
You just have to be quicker.
Like it's just, for sure we will think more about it next time, but of course next game state there might be like different obstacles we have to overcome, right? And I think, I mean, obviously going into our last like match of like Swiss stage, I think we're definitely feeling confident. I think regardless of who we get, it's like if we want to do something at Worlds, we'll need to beat anyone, right?
It doesn't matter who it is, yeah.
So let's see who we get.
Yeah, I noticed you guys, like, your team fighting is so good, but it just felt like you guys got caught here and there, and every time you got caught, you just bled gold, and that just made the game infinitely harder. Like, for example, BB would get caught on the weak side when you're trading tier 1s, for example, or trading Herald, or like someone would get caught on your bot side jungle, tier 2's gone. I've noticed that happened as well to teams like FlyQuest. Just like random picks, and then bang, you lost a 2k gold lead all of a sudden. How do you fix that? I guess just more communication?
I mean, I definitely think they were very, like they did a lot of like tempo traps on us especially. And
where they overstay on one side?
Yeah, they were staying after our base, right? And I think, of course, they were probably also like a lot of time when it comes down to vision, right? And maybe they're walking up sometimes where we should have punished them and they get too much information. They also have like champions like Ari, of course, is better at like getting info because she can play a bit more aggressive than like I can on Ori, right? And if they get a bit more of information advantage, they're really good at using it. So I think whenever we had like just a straight up 5v5, yeah, we were usually doing decent. Of course, if there are many more items, it's hard. But I think in terms of the map, they were definitely catching us off guard a few times. Quite a lot of tempo traps.
Yeah, do the Asian teams, is it these tempo traps, like, are they just playing really cocky, or do you think they draft for having the comps that can make these picks?
I mean, I definitely think it's a mix, right? I think they are playing very aggressive like that. Like their supports will walk up like that a lot, right?
Like they own the world, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, we have the same, right? But I think we're just not punishing it enough. Like sometimes we definitely need to just like, okay, this is a walking free kill, right? Like sometimes they will test us if we're actually punishing.
They're like
right?
checking, see if you think they're inting or not, and you have to you think that you need to make sure that when they're inting, they need to die.
And especially when we're landing or nocturne, it can be like sometimes awkward to just like send it on the support, right? Which maybe doesn't feel the best, but we can at least like poke her and like make it so it's like, oh no, you can't get vision here. You have to go back, you know, or like just not let her just take over the.
It's like standing your ground, kinda.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, thank you for talking to us. The chat's like really proud of you, seriously. We're all supporting you for the next game. I even drew like an Euphoria t-shirt with my pen because I didn't have a G2 jersey. But yeah, like chat's sending lots of hearts. Really best of luck for next series.
We will win
when you play Saturday? No, Sunday, right?
Sunday.
2 days, so you'll know who you draw. You can get BLG if they win this series, which is going to be a bit tough, but I guess it doesn't really matter, like you said, who you draw.
I mean, the thing is, like, if we don't get BLG here, we might get a BLG team in quarters, right?
Quarters, and then it's same thing anyway.
Yeah, we will. I mean, taking them out in like BLG out in next round.
It's kind of hype, no? Going into top 8, that's mega hype. All right, thanks.
And also the good thing as well now is that T1 is through.
Yeah.
It would be a bit shame if they lost the next round, right? So. Like if we had lost to T1, they could have still not made it out of groups.
Yeah, they
now it's on us instead.
And then you draw them in the top 8 for the rematch.
Exactly.
All right, thanks a lot, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, rest up. Good luck on the reviews and stuff.
Thank you.
See you. Nice. I feel like I'm quite awkward in those interviews when I talk to, but at least when it's an English interview, I feel way more confident. I wish I could sit there and talk more about the game stuff, but this game was starting, and I didn't want to miss. I didn't want to miss the draft. But Cap seems happy. I think there's a lot to work on. It's interesting that he talked about tempo trapping. Tempo trapping, if you don't know what tempo trapping is, basically tempo trapping is, let's say I push your bot tower and you push my top tower, and we're trading sides. Normally what happens is when the play is done, you both base, and then you come out mid. But tempo trapping is when you don't base and you stay in their jungle with like 1k gold and you wait and you waste time. But you waste time to make a pick, and if you make a pick, then you can double down on that side. And that's what Caps was referring to, where they're tempo trapping them on sides too much, which means that G2 would think that they've based, but they haven't. They've overstayed and they die. So they need to be able to be more aware of that, but also do that more themselves.
You can put it tough if PSG don't take the Yone here.
Feels like PSG have to take the Yone,
right? I agree. Yeah.
You know when you're playing League and you get like your item spike, you know, you got like 1300 gold for Lost Chapter, or you have like that perfect 1100 for whatever it is for Rabadons, and you want to base and buy it. They do the opposite of that. That's tempo trapping. You don't buy it. You just stay on the map and go hide in their jungle. And they think, oh, he's basing for death cap, boom, you're dead.
You would have had to ask that question way earlier, because Sejuani is always instant lock with a Yone. Very.
All right, Aurora is open for the first game. Aurora Yone trade.
Really puts that pressure on a lot of the matchups.
Nocturne, Ari, Narban, Shun is in, like I said.
Pop the E, go in, put a bunch of pressure on your opponent, but if you have the threat that's Sejuani, it turns it into a whole new level. The next kind of
There used to be something G2 did a lot. Yeah, G2 2019 did that a lot.
That I actually liked what FlyQuest did when they gave it over, was that they know that if you're going to go into this style, you are going to be committing to some melee short.
Normally when you play Aurora, you do play something like Jin Wukong was a very common thing that you played on 2-3.
Counter dive or large AoE.
The audio's desynced. Is the audio desynced, chat? Is it okay?
It is very dangerous.
How do you punish tempo trapping? Well, essentially the easy way to punish tempo trapping, the easy way to describe it, is if they've overstayed on the map on one side to make a pick and they haven't used their gold base, right? Normally what you'll sometimes see in games is they'll try and make the pick, it won't work, and then the enemy team will slow chase them all the way to their base. And by doing that, it's like herding a sheep. You don't let them press B and come out of the base, you push them all the way back, and then you take the whole map. So tempo trapping can be very dangerous if you don't execute it well. Yeah, let me change the title real quick.
Identified that meta shift they need to make.
Cannon the pick into it, though. You can see there's this kind of battle of zone control in team fights of these big AoEs, the Cyclone versus the Slicing Maelstrom. Obviously, been, it's going to be Knight on the Aurora, has a lot of ability to control.
Now,
where
this game
like
you might not think, you might think, BLG should 2-0 PSG, right? Two things that I want to say. Number one, PSG took BLG to 5 games at MSI. Number two, if you don't trust the fact that that happened a couple months ago, Shun has been subbed in for Wei, which is really weird, okay? Because Wei was playing for BLG towards the end of summer split, all throughout the playoffs, and this BLG roster annihilated every LPL team they went against. Every single one with Wei. Now they're 1-2 in Swish, and they sub back in Shun, who hasn't played for them in like, what, 2 months? So obviously something's going wrong there. And as much as you might think PSG is a weak team, BLG, something's going on with BLG internally. I don't know what it is, obviously, but it's very strange that they sub Wei out and put Shun in. Shun's a jungler who's like very... The reason he was subbed out was inconsistencies, getting caught, falling behind early, and PSG is a pretty strong team, so that could be the first upset of the tournament here.
Try and make that a little bit more uncomfortable, because Elkanon, I will be very happy to play it. Like the Rakan is a respect band to On, but the Kalista and Renata were two of those big things they went like to go in the past.
BLG actually decided to ban away.
So Rel, sorry, I haven't been paying attention to this draft. Kais has banned, Kalista has banned, Rakan, Ashe, they pick Rel. I mean, I think MF is great for Elk here. They can just play MF Alistar, and then last pick's probably something like Jhin. Or Ezreal is quite safe against those champs, against Aurora. I think last pick Ezreal's good, so maybe BLG take Ezreal Braum to deny it, or some kind of Ezreal lane. Maybe, yeah, I think Ezreal lane or MF lane is pretty good here into both sides.
Like, I wasn't a big fan
MF is great for PSG, MF can work for BLG, Ezreal's good for BLG, Ezreal can work for PSG. To me, this kind of smells like Ezreal MF.
And it then means that you can play fairly far back from the likes of a Yone or a Kennen, but potentially go for the MF. Similar kind of idea, long-range ultimate. You don't actually have to be up close and personal.
Maybe they take Ezreal Leona instead. They're not sure what to do, I think. Ezreal is definitely way safer. MF doesn't really get much uptime for BLG, but she gets a lot of uptime for PSG. Which one do you want to deny, you know?
Interested that we didn't see a Renata from either side.
Oh, they're going to go for the MF.
Big AoEs, but when you have this much engage,
I think they should go Ezreal. They can go Jhin, but... Oh, they're going to go Ziggs. Ooh, I don't like Ziggs. I don't know. I think the on-hit damage is very valuable.
Like compared with the Kalista, because she's very vulnerable. So having that invulnerability.
Yeah, I think Ezreal is the best here, but Ezreal Rel, maybe they just go Jhin.
On the opposite side, they're actually just going to go back towards the MF. So you already called it.
Oh, they go Ziggs, Kennen, Sejuani with Yone magic damage and Rel magic damage. Really?
The biggest of clusters we're going to have. These team fights will
Chat, I'm going to run ads. If you want to avoid ads, you can use the tier 1 or Twitch Prime. You don't have to sub if you don't want to. You'll be back before the game starts. If you sub now, you won't get ads for the rest of Worlds. I'll see you in a sec. Big kiss.
Look at the explosions. Oh, there's the Ezreal. Okay, so that was the other, part of the AD carries I was mentioning earlier. About you can try and go.
Yeah, BLG had a choice there: deny Ezreal or deny MF. They denied the MF.
Betty is a very good Ezreal. Has invested so much time into this champion. I will say too, because we actually were casting this series at MSI, and the same setup was there, where Betty gave an interview with PentaQ where he was talking about Elk, and specifically Elk on the Lucian, is the AD carry that everyone wants to be, aspires to be, has so much respect for Elk and On as a bottom lane. And he really showed up and proved himself against kind of his, heroes or players that he looks up to in that series. So I'm really looking forward to the part 2.
Both comps are really good. PSG has a strong champ pool here. Betty's a very good Ezreal. Elk's a very good MF. I wish I could show you stats about how good they are on MF and Ezreal, but they're very good on these AD carries.
As well. And I think having this Ezreal at least gives him a chance to try and arcane shift out of this bullet cyclone of weirding that's going to be coming his way on BLG side. So he can have a major performance coming into this game if he's able to keep himself safe.
Kind of a bullet hell experience for the carries in this game. For BLG, currently sitting at 1-2, performing well below expectations so far at Worlds 2024. PSG looking to add another name to the list of teams they have defeated over the years. BLG, well, PSG were very
Maple
close to
Yone,
doing
Pepe Laf.
BLG at MSI. Can they go one step
Is he a bad
better
Yone?
here? Best of 3 for a spot in Paris, for a spot
All right,
in the
BLG, show it to me.
as we go on to the Rift for the 3rd time today.
So much goes along with this series as well, with
You know, the interview and Maple kind of referencing that this might be his retirement year. Such a legendary player on the international stage, and he's been given the pick of the tournament. That pick of the tournament, the Yone, of course, was not free, did come at the cost of giving over Knight's Aurora, but definitely will be looking at Maple, especially with the support of a Sejuani jungle at his back to make some big plays.
Wait, hold on.
We'll be looking at the mid lane, but you guys need to remember to look and log into your Riot account at lollysports.com and watch Worlds
Hold
live
on,
to
let
earn
me just
exclusive
check.
Worlds emotes, icons,
Chat, who do we
and
want for a
capsules.
PSG win?
So all those little trinkets, all those little toys. I know I'm a bit of a completionist myself. If I see something shiny on the ground, got to pick it up.
Let me see their...
Second, you have
Look,
something
man,
in your sights.
My Diablo 4 character already like Paragon 200. It's fine. It's okay. Please, Rob. Please validate me.
No, look, this is
unique.
actually an intervention.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
I didn't realize. My mistake. BLG setting up down towards the bottom side. Did look for a moment like they might lane swap, but instead they were just trying to get bush control in the top side. Often we do see
So
a
Aurora
ward
mid
placed
matchup
when
into
you do
Yone
this.
is pretty good for Aurora early. Top matchup's pretty fine for Kennen early, but it's Bin Jax.
So what you often want to do is, if you're playing melee into ranged, is you want to try and get a ward into one of the bushes to make it harder for the range to drop minion aggro in that top lane. And it looks like Azure should be able to continually harass there as Bin and him trade towards the top side.
I think he should be relatively okay as Bin still to get pushed, just thanks to that counter-strike. It works out very well. We saw it from BB on the opposite side in the last game, where even with the Nari, he couldn't really do too much. So Bin going to be fine.
So for BLG, I said
Woody?
Bin, Elk, Shun. One of the three would be great.
With the push on top and also slowly starting to come through, I'd imagine in mid lane as well. I think you're going to be fine
so bad.
towards this top side contest for Scuttle, which is really where you want to be. Is this Wukong, because hitting level 6, getting out onto the map as quick as possible with that ultimate is so crucial to this success.
Yeah, one of the things that we saw actually a decent amount more, I feel like, from BLG when they actually put Wei in instead of Shun.
Move your camera down a little bit.
More attention towards Bin and topside, and he is on his legendary Jax.
Yeah, Bin Jax is scary.
Of course, with both of those junglers sharing scrims with the team and playing this whole time, very could be evened up by Shun. Wukong, notoriously looking for the level 6 though, so you would generally, just on paper, give the early ganks a bit more potency on the side of the Sejuani until the level 6.
Asha is a really good top laner.
Wukong, a bit more scaling and damage.
Don't sleep on Asha.
And that was the thing on the opposite side when we saw Shun coming in. He kind of put a lot of focus
nice
on
base cancel, stacking wave.
For a lot of their games, especially when you look at like their series against LNG and that. So I think for BLG, it's going to be a case of trying to see if they can have that access to the bottom side. I don't think they can really get Woody, as Woody's...
I bet Caedrel is already hungry.
He has that arcane shift, but Woody will be way more vulnerable to that sort of gank, especially with the lockup that On can provide. So I think BLG more going to be looking towards, say, the level.
These are going to be very fun team fights though. Wukong, Kennen, Yone, Rel, MF. These fights are going to be big.
See, Jun kind of
splashy fights
down towards that bottom side to get the Scuttle Crab. Junja has taken control over the top side. Bin had to TP back as he was harassed by Azure. Not too much surprising in this early game. The MF managing to get push into a Ezreal lane. It's kind of to be expected. She has a lot of damage in the early game, and obviously more if she gets towards that Bloodthirster too.
Yeah, definitely a fearsome lane there with the Leona. Of course, worth noting that the Leona there on is taking the exhaust for the Kennen later on into the game, but also serves its purpose in those all-ins if our junglers do find themselves, ganking the bottom lane and trying to play off that wave management. Definitely does kind of put a stop to some of those very,
a lot of pressure on Shun, man. Just throwing him into an elimination best of 3.
Oh, hang on.
Oh god, Bin.
Counter-strike. Can look for the empower.
Oh, he got Cannon Flash in the 1v1.
He has to flash away.
Oi, oi, oi.
Doesn't want to be hit with the lamppost from Bin.
That's pretty crucial though, because
when in doubt, put Bin on Jax.
Hit 6 just in time for like Void Grub fights or anything like that. So not having that, not having that flash available for that combo is going to be a bit sad.
Oh, they got On. He's dead actually. Oh, On E flashes onto Junjia.
Try and get himself away. Exhaust on the Sejuani.
Can Elk clean here? He has cleanse. He has to flash out. Perma-stunned. Easy play for PSG. Big first blood.
Nice job by Woody to get the crash down on towards On.
Yeah, On not respecting there.
PSG hoping
needs to flash the
Shun
Q
would be
flash.
in position,
He
but
tries to reposition
Junja's
by
already
E-flashing
there,
onto
and
the
value
Sejuani,
at
but
this early stage for
yeah,
the
no
Sejuani
damage from
getting
Wukong right now.
multiple CC
Wukong scales
chains
quite well.
off is just perfect
Bet he's
for
being greedy.
PSG.
He needs to
Yeah,
base.
the timing was so nice too, with Jinjia heading down, finish up the Gromp, and the flash from Woody. He has had so many set up plays for some of the biggest moments for PSG. The first blood acquired for PSG, and in the area that
Mid
they
is
wanted,
going
yeah,
really well.
Sejuani is the one to actually
I've seen
get,
this lane before.
the
It'd
final
go
hit
horribly
because
well,
Anj
badly
did a
for
pretty good
Yone.
job of trying to use Jinjia as an exit, but still very happy to actually cash in, and very nice gold lead for PSG in the opener.
And a lot of that control that PSG got in their series against BLG at MSI was through that bottom lane.
Oi,
So
ult on the Knight, he's dead maybe. W, he has flash. The ult. Yeah, of course. Why do I say he's maybe dead? He has his ult. That ult is so OP for escaping.
PSG because Knight way less threatening with that ultimate down at these early stages. Also the fact that you get mid push means you get to move over straight away towards these void grubs. And look at Shun, he's not even close to that level 6 and been in the same boat. So he's a little bit off, has to finish out this wave, which means BLG not really in a position to contest.
Yeah, for sure. PSG just going to be able to get these void grubs no problem. And if you look at the domino effect of some of those plays, guess what a mid-prio for Yone could turn into? It's more ganks on bottom side.
They get
Jinjia
grubs, they get 3 grubs. Look where Shun is. There's no cross map with bot push.
So there are a lot
No
of
bot
good
dive,
things
no
building
Drake
up
yet.
towards consecutive
They're going to be
plays,
slow
and
to it.
Not only on use summoner spells in the bottom side, but it was also Elk in their attempts to evade.
Also just putting Knight on edge a little bit, right? Making him burn his ultimate is so important because Knight has so consistently been a stalwart of the LPL. I think if
Knight has flash. Looks like Jinjia can cross through mid to bot. If he gets this crab, he gets level 6. And so the 3v3 might be losing with Leona no flash. Wait, Leona? They don't know where Wukong is. But he's going to get the crab, I think, Jinjia, which is big. On wants to stop him. He can't really stop him because Knight doesn't have ult, so what's the threat?
I mean, he's definitely the best mid laner
Level
in
6
the
Mal
LPL,
and
and is
Sejuani
the
maybe from this?
kingmaker in the LPL. He's been in the last 6 LPL finals. He has won
No,
4
look at
in the
Sejuani's
last
XP.
of
She's
the
1
last
XP from
finals,
6. She might
and
lane
he's
gang
now
bot to get
starting
level up.
tie people
But she's
for
getting a ward, I
most,
think.
LPL titles with the likes of Xiaohu and these
Yeah,
guys.
she's leveled up on a
Like,
ward.
adding
Okay,
a
so they know
Worlds
it.
title to this guy just makes him the most decorated LPL player of all time.
And it feels like such a weird thing to talk about when they're 1,000 goal behind PSG in the 1-2 matches, right? Because this is not where BLG expected to be. It's kind of where
Betty has
PSG expected
flash
to be.
and
Betty
E.
should be able to go away here. The Zenith Blade going in. Betty trying to trade back onto
They can play on Leona here pretty easy.
The Zenith Blade himself doesn't have the exhaust up. Now he's
On's
taking
dead.
the Magna Storm
Easy
coming out
kill
as
for
well. What is
Betty.
On doing? Looking for
They
the
can get
engage,
Drake off
thinking
this
he
as
should have
well.
backed him up, but he
BLG
was
are
left to
looking.
his own devices,
Look at top CS,
and in
right?
the end, he
And look
left
at
to
Kennen
his
Flash Timer.
demise.
Kennen Flash is coming up. He's still winning top.
Been involved in some of these worlds winning rosters was Junja, and he's
Oh my
keeping
god,
it
no
going.
cleanse on Elk yet. Nice one. The ult.
The bullet time opens
Shun.
up. Shun going in with the cyclone.
Does he have
Looking
CC
to
here,
make
Woody?
attempt, but still
Or does
take
Shun
one
clean
kick
them up?
falls. Woody trying to get the CC.
Betty
onto
has
Shun
flash. He
to
can maybe
keep
play
Betty
it.
alive. Shun
Oh,
holds it,
Betty!
dies in the end, trying to flash away.
That's massive. 2
Betty
kills,
puts him in the
Ezreal's
dirt.
red buff.
And PSG, the reason they keep
No
forcing
flash
on this bottom
Wukong.
side is because all the setup work that they had done, all of these extra advantages
Mid is going
into
fine,
it. So
top is
even
going
though
good.
Shen is there to cover
He
on
loses
the
cannon.
first attempt, and it
What's
actually
going on
takes the
with
second
BLG?
attempt
What's
for
happening?
them
They don't
to
have any
finally get a
objectives yet. At
counter-kill.
9
It is
minutes in.
still so much more worth for PSG because they blew all the bot lane summoners first time around, and then as you can see, Jinjia could just kind of walk right by Shun, and they punish on again. He was still only level 4.
Oh my god, man. I just want to talk about something really quick. A lot of the LPL players like Doinby and a lot of the fans were saying that if the LPL doesn't perform at Worlds this year, the viewership next year is going to be terrible, so the funding is going to go down really badly. Because the viewership's already going down with big names leaving the LPL, like Uzi and Deshai, right? So this Worlds is really important for the LPL, because if they win,
it is still so overwhelming.
then a lot of people are going to start tuning back into the LPL. But LPL fans are like losing hope a bit for them internationally, so they're losing interest domestically. So if a team like BLG crashes out to PSG, that is a horrible sign.
Well, the thing is, the knock-on effect is Aj just had a free lane to himself.
LPL
He's been
really
doing a
needs
great
to do
job
well at
against
this
me.
Worlds.
You can see a 600 gold lead opening up thanks to CS and the turret plates he's been able to get. And now, when you start to look at things like dragons that are still up and available, the void grubs in a minute's time, Aja is in prime position to be an outright carry for PSG Talon. BLG need to find some way back into this game, or PSG Talon can just run away with this.
Charlie, you say the shy Lul, but
Look at the bottom of the screen.
he's like,
a
so
good
famous
library.
in China.
Red. You know, it's so
He brings in a lot of
strong for
viewership,
PSG right
but it's
now.
the start.
Gold
This
lead
is
in
basically
every
what I read on
single
the
lane.
forums
BLG
and was
trying to
told
get
by
mid
LPL
control so they can
experts.
fight over
It's
this
a very
double
important
grab with
Worlds
grubs that are coming up in 40 seconds
for
time,
their
but PSG
longevity as a
using the
league.
time to take a Drake for
So
themselves.
LNG look good, top esports look pretty
and even try to catch
decent.
who'll get
Oh
the
my god,
blast
Chunji has
code, but
mental.
just
What's he
gonna follow
doing?
him across. Knight still has the flash, has the ult, has the dash with the weirding. Caught out
He's
with
trying
the
to.
glacial
Oh, the
prism,
Ezreal.
two-shot barrage coming out as
He
well,
gets
and Knight
Knight's
now
flash.
has to invest that summoner
He's
to
mental.
escape the
Chunji is
punches
playing
of
like a
Ginger.
psychopath.
So much damage.
Now
could
Ashe is
come
on the weak
through,
side
and
here.
That's a key summoner
He
spell
can
again. They still
ult
have
on the
3 people
dive
on
here,
bottom
and he has
side. You see
Maple's
Leona
TP.
coming to hover, but
Knight
Knight
TP
just
is
has to
quite
stand and
useless,
watch
but
with all
Shun
these
can't
minions
play the
dying to
dive
the
there.
tower.
So look
He's
at the map
waiting for
state.
On to come escort
BLG
him
can
into
get 3
safety,
grubs,
but another
and they have
very
good vision
smart,
top side, but
play here
Kennen's
from
farming for
PSG
free.
to
Knight
cut
can't
off
enter bot.
More resources from the hands of BLG. So many minions down.
Plates over to the Ezreal. This Ezreal's 1k up on MF.
Monumental carry for this PSG roster as well. Like, after he left the LPL and came in towards the PCS, this guy was an absolute beast, and he's only continued to show up for this roster. Now that he's on 2-0, he's going to have this Triforce completed off of the 3 set as well. He's in prime position to play out of his mind to try and carry PSG across the line. Plus, again, you don't have a huge amount of lockup that can really keep him in check. He has the cleanse for anything that On has, then has the Arcane Shift and a flash for so much of what BLG are trying to bring to the table.
He's fine.
Exactly. One of the few AD
Ezreal has
carries that
Triforce at 11 minutes.
completely pull
11-minute
out their hair and
Triforce.
scream that an Aurora is on the enemy team. Actually has some options, some playability. Plus, as you can see, PSG obviously targeting Knight over and over. Multiple ganks towards him, catching him in transition, constantly trying to burn the flash, take away resources from that Aurora, make sure it does not become a nightmare for them later on.
The one they're going to have to watch over these next few minutes. Still a while before the next Drake, and we saw grubs exchanged for denying Knight a couple of waves in the bot side, so it's 3 grubs apiece for both these teams. But
TP bot.
coming in
Does
by
Knight
PSG.
see that?
They
He
know
must see
Knight
it.
has no flash.
Did he see it?
Wait in the darkness, in the
Sejuani ults up in 3 seconds.
Maple here to catch the wave.
Oh, this could be bad for PSG if they pull the dive.
You can see the ward placed there.
Betty's close though, and Elk's under tower. They're pulling the invade, using their prio well.
Betty here to join the battle.
Kennen is very strong on a TP ward there. You see that TP ward behind Shun on the left? Kennen is really strong. Look, Kennen on the map, he's standing still. They could pull it to Kennen TP. Oh, the MF was strong there. Oh, Woody's down.
Woody's the first to fall. Maple was distracted by Knight.
Knight
Dashing back in.
cooking. Chunji down. Oh, Maple's trolling.
Maple dives in with a face seal, but
Oh, PSG. Triple kill for Elk.
Triple for Elk.
And just like that, it crumbles in PSG's fingers. It almost turns to dust. A triple kill for Elk is huge. That almost brings them back to gold parity. Still a lead for PSG, but you have to be so careful when over.
Yes, the Andries. He has a lot of damage.
Like that, into
Yeah, it doesn't have to be too scared of Bin.
The idea
But Shun's
was
coming
there, but the
on a ward.
execution was off.
Going into those tiny
Ashe is playing the lane really well.
Like,
he lost his flash early, yeah, but look at the CS difference. He's 30 CS up.
Relatively low, and Ashe has snuck in here, but there's so many members of BLG collapsing.
He's dead here, I think. Yeah, Kennen's dead.
One on his way up as well. TP coming in as PSG. Well,
he could flash auto Q, but he's not really on a good angle for it.
Knight takes it.
Nice TP by Knight. He can take over top now, and Bin can TP bot if they need to.
And that was just good timing from BLG. You could look at the rest of the map, and PSG hadn't set up their waves to really be a threat anywhere. There's still slow push on bot side for Maple, and that wave disintegrated for Betty. So BLG
He TP's top, yeah. He's homeless on bot side. He just gets dove. 3-3 in grubs. Does Yone have demolish?
Play, but will still be first tower, I believe, for PSG.
No, I think BLG take it. They have
they
demolish,
will, yeah.
right? They have 3 people in the demolish from Bin. They should be able to take this one first. Maple trying to match, as you say, on the bottom side, but BLG with the TP in. Invests a lot to make sure they take the first turret.
Should be evening up the gold slowly.
Fusion that they were looking for.
Herald's up.
Yeah, BLG, you can't make mistakes against them like that very frequently. They immediately take control on the map, offensively up to the top side, steal away the red buff in addition to that top tower, and just chaining the objectives here. This is well ahead of the timer for the Dragon too.
Blade on Yone is big.
They can even match up for that as well.
You can see the flip on the MasterCard lane economy snapshot when it comes towards the gold, but PSG want to flip this objective as well.
Bin has no teleport, so the fact that Aja has walked here and BLG see Aja here, they should know, all right, fine, PSG, you have the numbers. We're just going to keep Bin splitting on bottom side. You can have a Rift Herald, which will at least be a nice takeaway.
Yeah, get more gold back for
Ashe TP's bot, they get Herald pretty good. Drake's in 20 seconds. Maple's TP's not up, but neither is Knight's.
To its own devices, but he's only about
I mean, if it's a Cloud Soul, I'm happy. Knight doesn't have flash up yet.
Towards top lane though, Knight does have that between worlds in his flash. Probably about 10 seconds away from coming
Look
off
at
cooldown.
there's the TP ward behind, but it's kind of useless. PSG are fine, you know. They're getting a top tier one. And they have Heralds for mid on the Drake fight.
Wonder, is he going to step forward? They don't have vision. He's just waiting in the wing.
Yeah,
this Yone is very strong.
On had reset, Shun had reset, and then actually started to shift kind of over towards mid to cover that mid lane play. So it's a nice read from PSG, and Knight just not wanting to give over that little bit more. We'll just stick in the bush and pick up this wave as it crashes. But look at the quick move. Rift Herald and Toe, they're going to try and crack mid lane.
Herald mid for Drake.
PSG.
Yeah, PSG's in a good spot, actually.
You can see Azure's actually crept through the darkness in that bot side jungle to
They just need to be careful of this MF. The MF murders their whole team because they all go in quite quick, don't they?
The clone, the Rift Herald did get a charge down.
Maple has TP for the Drake. He's overstaying top a bit.
PSG. There's a second Drake afoot if they decide that is their priority.
Maple has TP, Knight doesn't, so Maple kind of hiding out, seeing if he can wait until Knight disappears so he can put threat onto the tier 2.
He has the Smite evolved as well, which is pretty big for the Smite fight.
BLG now have a Bloodthirster and a BF sword on Elk. He was so far delayed in this game. Now even Stevens in terms of gold with Betty. And if he is left at the back of a fight with no one threatening him, he is just going to rip you to shreds. You like playing Enter the Gungeon, but
I feel like if Asha gets one good fight, the MF won't really be able to do much. Whereas the Ezreal against their champs, he's so, like the Ezreal against Jax, Wukong, Aurora, it's really hard for BLG to lock down the Ezreal.
Always so big, especially when the cannon does have flash.
Maybe they're going to go for Maple here.
The effect of the flank coming in for the big team fight. And
I think
BLG
he's
have
okay.
a lot of members that could do it, as Maple's making his escape here. On still chasing them.
And now they get Drake here, PSG for free. Okay, go on, give me a Cloud Soul. Cheer me up. Give me the Cloud Soul, baby. My pick'ems have been fucking sitting here to dry.
On the top side of the map to start themselves up a dragon.
That's what I was going to say, is what is that something, right, for BLG? Because there's no top tower to really put pressure onto. PSG are still holding on towards mid. They have push on bot, so it kind of was like a Hail Mary, it feels like nearly for BLG, to hope they could cross-map something. But I think you're pretty happy as PSG that you get everything there for just Maple's ult, which is about a third of the way done.
Yeah, I think Betty can carry this game, you know. I really think Betty can carry this game.
Even 2 Drakes to PSG, a slight gold lead as well. And then you look at the comps, it's like, can't really tell who scales better. It really comes down to execution, right? Like if Azure gets in without being exhausted, obviously he's going to rip through BLG.
They're pinging a TP ward behind Maple. You see that? BLG, if you watch the minimap, there's a TP ward on put. They have double TP. But they're going 4 5-man bots.
Yone's got the magnifying glass on him for the whole tournament, but I'm truly looking at Betty. And you guys
He's TPing back top.
Correctly so, giving him so much
They want to keep this pressure.
Earlier,
all right.
I really think,
so,
he's in a position
I mean,
when
BLG's at a
Lens
point
Flash
here where they
Ezreal
could dive Kennen, but they're losing the wave. So Kennen might die, but they're going to get a top tier 2 from it.
Gets the wave, and because of that, they decide not
Does
to
Bin
die.
have to
Meanwhile,
TP
in the
top?
lane, look at the pressure
He TP's
PSG
mid
on
with
TP
Aurora to
from
get
Knight
mid tier 1.
away from the wave. PSG should
A
be
lot
able
of
to
macro
get the tier
going
2
on here.
But they might sacrifice their tier 1 in mid for it. Elk
2
opens
tier
up on
1s
the
for a
tower,
tier
takes
2.
it, and the tier 2 will be exchanged. BLG deciding that they couldn't defend anyway.
Yeah, if BLG loses,
so
they're
they want
out.
to make sure they open up the map.
Yone's going to be 1k up on this Aurora.
You do get 2 towers there for it, so at least it's something.
Oh, Sejuani shared the gold.
In the grand scheme of things, PSG Talon are still up in towers there, getting more gold. So it's
Can you interview Woody after the game and ask him how Buzz Lightyear is? What the fuck are you on about?
Going to help out with the fact he's nearly 800 gold lead for himself in that mid lane now.
And the towers on Summoner's Rift are not all created equal. The outer ones are only 500 gold for your team. The secondary ones are 800 gold for your team. Plus there's an added benefit of the secondary ones are more funneled gold because more of it is local. So you get like more concentrated power, and what better place to concentrate that power?
100% true, but I will say if we're going down this Animal Farm route, I feel like the mid lane towers are quite important as well. Now that PSG have managed to get one in response,
Oh my god, this Ezreal is almost Mura mana. But MF has Infinity Edge.
And to actually create these pockets of darkness, pockets of vision that you can play around.
I think you do need a lot of control on the map to try and get value out of that, right? Yep. And obviously BLG are doing a good job of setting that up at the moment, but Asia still has good push against Bin, he's in a decent spot, and Maple is a massive threat on side lanes against people like Knight, so the windows of opportunity
this is going to be a cinema game.
Punish this are tough.
The reason I say that is
we're going to need to wait and see if
PSG have 2 Drakes,
next, team fight turns
and the only thing these comps can do is team fight because Jax isn't really that far ahead.
By BLG. Otherwise, PSG
so there's going to be an absolute explosion of dragon fights soon.
All right, well, that side lane focus tower gold actually completed a stride breaker for Maple.
Okay, you're right, you're right. The top lane tier 2 is more equal than the others.
yeah, I mean, the power of concentrating gold in any MOBA, honestly, is just so big. So we'll see what Maple can do do with it. Of course, we were talking about
These fights are going to be fucking disgusting. I'm here for a double pink.
Being his kind of last stance here.
Rel has another pink. She can just move it. Wait, it wasn't Rel's pink. It was Ezreal and Sejuani's.
Able to pull off a really big upset.
Yeah, what a last chance it would be. Around since
Who can engage better?
Gamina Bears, all the way back in the age of yore, you have to feel, when it comes to modern League of Legends, has been so consistently
Bro is talking to himself.
on top team, so consistently challenging at World Championships.
Oh, she needs to push out bot.
Incredible performance by him if he is able to make it
They didn't
to
get
the quarterfinals.
any TP wards for Kennen, really.
His compatriots on PSG. The game's still relatively even, though. We talk about it with a slight PSG tinted glasses because they are slightly ahead, because they do have this Yone and this Ezreal and so much power in their comp. But PSG can definitely fight
Make a
back
pick
from
onto
anywhere. On court out will burn the flash.
Not bad. One ult used to get a flash. Why does one ult him back?
Coming back onto Woody, who has a flash of his own and won't burn it in response.
On is
Everyone
mental.
back away from the moment, but yeah, I think, as you say, the PSG to be able to take down BLG, just the #1 seed, everyone who was expecting to be an absolute beast, but even for Maple as well, like he got replaced by Knight on, replaced Knight on Suning back in the day as well, which was just kind of like a big kind of talking point where people were like, oh, we're getting Maple in, he's been such a stellar mid laner first, but Knight then kind of moving on to bigger and better things on top esports as well, so I think there's definitely a little bit of a friendly rivalry between the two mid laners as well.
Very much agree. For the moment, though, although it is a slower game, there has been a lot to talk about. We've had a lot of trading across the map. My expectation is things might speed up in the next 20 seconds or so, lads, because there's a Drake on the cards and it would be sole point for PSG.
Sorry, I was writing to the editor.
Yeah, and I agree. And on the side of BLG,
Here it comes, big trade fight.
Right, we don't want to fight into
Rel
your
has flash,
2 item
Leona
power
doesn't.
spike
Ooh, they're going to try and make a pick.
Items.
Could work.
That's not fair, so they want to delay a little bit.
Yeah, Asha is in big problem here, maybe. He's stepping up, but he has his team behind him.
Important to remember, On did burn his flash towards the top side.
They have to fight this BLG. They can't afford to play against the Soul Point Hex deck.
It's up. PSG start the Drake. BLG looking for an avenue to approach. Bin looking to reset and get
Kennen got the base off. Kennen has TP. He doesn't have any TP wards though. He's going to TP on the waves below.
Dragon TP coming in from Azure as well. He's just finished the Shadow Flame.
There we go, Shadow Flame.
Bin will TP to the control ward down towards
2
the
item
top
Kennen
side
is strong.
of the fight. Jun is in the pit. Azure is behind
Can
them.
they see
There's
Kennen
control
there? No,
ward
they
there.
can't.
Betty putting
Now they
damage
can.
into the on right now. Jun
Just go
going
on
in
Leona.
with the Cyclone onto the backline, finds Maple, but doesn't
Shun
find
ulted.
Betty.
Shun's caught
Azure
here.
and
Shun's
PSG
dead,
will
maybe.
disengage the fight. Jun has the flash
Oh, he
ball,
got interrupted
but
on the
he's locked
portal.
up with his face
That's the Soul
sealed.
Point
Bin now in the
PSG.
pit, trying to battle against Jun and Maple, but BLG
Oh, Bin got cancelled. He has to
are
flash.
all retreating. Will PSG look for more?
I think PSG
Azure
should just
has
take the
flash,
small
has
wins.
slicing Maelstrom, but PSG decide that's enough.
That is bad.
We've got
That is
Soul Point
really
and
bad
now
for
perhaps
BLG.
the
It's a
Baron
600,
to-
700, whatever,
The
1k
patience
gold
from
lead.
PSG there was
But they're on
so
Soul
beautiful.
Point
Their
for
setup
Hextech
was
Soul. Hextech Soul
way
is so...
better.
Wait, are they
With
forcing
Asha
Baron?
teleporting
20
in
seconds
and
on
coming
Shun?
onto the
I think they
backside
are.
very deep. I mean, he had such an amazing possible
They have
flank
Yone,
that
Ezreal, and they have
all had
Kennen
to
sitting in
run.
the bush.
They get completely chased off, and BLG just
This could
end
be a
up
big throw,
separated.
or this is game over for BLG.
They're on Baron. In the last team fight, they divide and conquer. Can they just get this objective?
Junjia is low.
Uses the hex
They need to go in now. They're going to get Baron. Look at the Kennen! He's exhausted though. He killed him. He killed him. Maple's cooking them as well. Maple's cooking them as well. He flashes out.
Now going in for a little bit more.
He's out. Ult's dead. Oh my god.
Another is down on
PSG have Soul Point in Baron, and Ezreal is 4-0 with Shojin in base.
They're running circles
I think we have
around
Shojin in
them.
base, this
Divide and
Ezreal.
conquer again, right over the wall, and Maple comes up huge.
What?
They get the Baron and they get the team fight.
And Bin goes over.
Look at Kennen. Look at Kennen's position on the minimap. Look at Elk. He's like, yeah, I'm going to walk up and ult here. But Woody W's over the Leona and Q's the
In the
MF.
last fight, he just stood there menacing.
Oh, he
as
knocks
this
him up
Mims.
actually, and Kennen's there.
As he comes
Then
into this,
Maple, look at Maple in the pit
interrupts
against
Elk.
Bin
The weird
and
he
Knight.
doesn't do it. Betty barely survives the backline as well.
The
Q3's him
smallest
himself.
thing, the between worlds wasn't quite far enough away from where Elk was
Wait, Bin's
ulting
died.
to
Is he
stop
dead?
the crash down hitting
Oh,
him.
Q3.
As soon as Woody hit him with the crash down, he gets bounced back by that wall. We're talking a matter of like 2 centimeters there.
Hold the fucking phone.
And Betty evading the Leona ultimate on the edge of the Aurora ultimate, on the edge of the Misfortune ultimate. So much for PSG off the back of this, though. Now they can just take over. They're at 3 dragons.
Ezreal, look at Ezreal items. Mamma mia, he has no sums. What? They're just diving out!
Elk who has the flash and will use it to dash away.
Yo, PSG are
Any
playing
follow-up
so
engage. Shun
aggressive.
going in with the Cyclone, trying to make a Hurricane rip through PSG.
What's
They'll
Kennen gonna
find
do here with
one
ult flash?
already. Shun
He doesn't have
stunned
ult for
up.
2
Azure
seconds.
Flashing away from the Solar Bear.
If Kennen had
All
ult there, I
the
think he can
while,
go
Betty and Maple
forwards.
Pushing in the bot side. They take a tier 2. Maple looks for a little bit more. On lands the
Maple,
stun
he
with the
could
shield
ult
of
here.
Daybreak. The
Not gonna
wheeling
go
out
for
for
it.
Knight for a little bit of damage as well.
Oh,
True
he's
shot
dead.
barrage
Close.
between the uprights. of On and Knight, but still clips Shun's heals. The Baron remains for the next minute and 20 seconds for PSG, but right now they've called off the push.
I told you PSG could win.
And there's 3 items on towards Betty. He's going to be able to reset.
I told you they're a dark horse for top 8. They're a
Powered
strong
by
team.
AWS,
They just
the
looked
bottom
really
of your
weak in
screen.
play-ins.
PSG have been playing immaculately in this, and with 2.5 minutes now until this sole potential for PSG Talon, they just push outsides, they take this nice and slow, they deny BLG access, and this should be a game win for PSG Talon.
PSG pushed BLG to the edge at MSI. It was the full 5 games there, getting into winning positions in some of the other games as well.
He's going to have Caedrel as soon as well.
Not going to let this one go lightly right now. A huge
Kennen level
winning
16, no
for
flash
them.
though.
And because they have
2 minutes
the
on
Baron
Drake,
buff, it
Kennen
also
won't
makes
have
it
flash,
easier
but
to
Ezreal will have
reset up.
summoners.
Maple, it looks like he's just going
So,
to finish off the red buff before he joins the rest of the squad.
Good news for
but,
PSG.
still
Ezreal will have
easy setup,
sums. He'll have
with their
maybe
split.
3.5 items, which he has now, which is pretty solid. But Kennen doesn't have flash. The good news as well, though, is MF doesn't have flash either, so Kennen has a hard job.
Where they didn't look as clean as they possibly could have, but here.
Cyclone again from Shun. True Shot Rush coming out from Betty as well.
The
Between Worlds,
ult
Shun just
didn't
locked
connect
up
on
in
the
it. He'll
Yone.
flash across.
On lost his flash.
Falling low, 200 HP on him now as Betty looks to open up.
Sniped by Betty. Arsha's in a good position. I think it's over. They can't end top, I think, because MF can ult the wave, so they shouldn't get too excited here, PSG.
The TP is going to come in from
But they
Asha.
do
The
get
bullet
great
time to clear
setup for the
wave,
Drake.
And that might just be enough. There's another wave on its way. 10 seconds from hitting onto the inhibitor
They
tower.
shouldn't overload top too much here,
27
PSG. They should think
seconds
about
on
this.
Shun. Knight starting to
There is a
back
Drake
away.
in a minute, which
One
will decide
inhibitor
the game,
seems to be
which will win
prize
them the game.
PSG get
Top
for
in him is
winning
fine.
that fight. Elk and Knight will
Don't
try to
TP
bend
him
the
with
Nexus
Kennen.
towers, and
Just
PSG
calm down.
probably
Portal
won't
out
push
after the
for
inhib.
more. They don't invest the TB from Azure. They will retreat
And go to Drake.
after finding that inhib and a
Does Betty have Caedrel in base? He's doing
7,000
wolves.
gold lead for the PCS #1 seed.
It is not just PSG pushing BLG. They are dismantling this team. The only
Betty's
good
base is
BLG
quite
play
late, but if he
was
has
actually
Caedrel,
the
it's
mess
fine.
up of PSG Red Invade. That's the only benefit they actually had in this whole game. PSG have been
BLG just look like they're on different worlds. Shun's on Maple, Knight's late to Maple. On's trying to go onto Ezreal. Bin's trying to catch the wave. Elk doesn't really know where to stand. Now he has to go in. It's just a bit, I don't know, they're kind of all over the place.
No possibility of even escape there on the side
Betty
of
didn't get
BLG.
Caedrel.
They're just so
He didn't
far
base.
behind now. Completely
All right, BLG need to win this or it's over.
They're the ones that have to
And it's
pull
a
out the
hard fight.
surprise
Oh, that
play.
Ezreal ult hurts. Got the Leona shield, Leona W.
Hang on, TP.
Woody's caught a bit. He gets 2. Big knock up from Maple. Double ult as well. Knight's going to go down here. Oh, Betty eating. Could be risky. Arsha's in an insane position, but he's going to die. Maple has to cook them. Oh, Betty killed Shun. Ah, he's going to die to the Drake. No, he's not. Maple versus Bin. It's actually winning for BLG, you know.
Now Maple put into the dirt by Bin. PSG still have 2 alive. Elk's going to try and keep the Dragon out.
But they don't have
Betty
smite.
can do a lot of work from a lot of range right now.
This is
Elk
awkward.
has the
Do you do
bullet time
Dragon? Do
coming
you
up
not
in
do
7
Dragon? They have
seconds.
smite. You don't.
Trying to heal
Elk's
himself
just
back
leashing
up
in
the
for
jungle.
Junjia.
Elk there makes it rain. Bin
Bin
gonna
has
try and
TP.
get for the reset. Elk still full HP. Bullet time. No flash. No. Well, it has the flash, but no cleanse. Bin TP's in. Junja's looking.
Over the wall, dive onto Elk. Oh, Elky love. Elky love. Can he get the Drake, Junjia? No, he can't. BLG, hold on.
Take the Drake, the soul, not quite.
BLG, hold on.
Bin wins those! Oh my
Elk just got
goodness,
1K on Ezreal.
He wins the 1v1 with Maple on Yone up on the top side of
They're
the
getting
map.
free
He
farm on top
teleports
wave.
back. He's
Ezreal played
actually
this fight
able
really
to finish
well.
it off
I just
and
don't
deny
think he should have
the Dragon
eaten.
Soul.
After he
BLG
eat in, he played it
will
really
not
well to
go
kill
out
Shun
without a
1v1.
fight.
So if you want to watch the
This
Betty
was
Shun
such a
1v1,
close
keep your eyes
fight,
on them.
though. Maple
But
ends up
Maple
getting
gets
on towards
2.
2 here, but
They
not able
can't
to
finish
catch
him though. They're
Elk
too
with
tanky.
that
Maple has to
initial
snap
ult from
back, so
Maple.
Woody dies.
Asha, this ultimate doesn't connect onto
And then
many
Asha
people
gets a
either.
good
It's
ult.
a little bit too early.
2-3
And
hits.
then Elk is in a position
Maple misses
where he's able
Q.
to continuously kite away from the crucial members of PSG.
Bin flash was
Bin
good.
finishes
Bin
off
clutched that
Maple,
fight with
and
Elk.
Elk is just chasing out PSG.
They still have
from
world-class
this
players,
pit.
right?
It's a couple of just
Bin and Elk, like you
barely
can't sleep on these
missed
players.
ultimates onto the key members of BLG that put PSG back in their place.
What a tense one here with Junjia and Betty lying in wait over the top of this wall, trying to get the burst damage. But not only is it a deny of the Dragon Soul, there's 1,000 gold shutdown into the pockets of Elk in the attempt to acquire that
Betty
soul
should
for
have
themselves.
his 4th item.
nice
So
edge. He's
PSG
putting
are
it
still
lightly
fine.
here.
All that
Still a
BLG
5,000
did there
gold lead
was
for
get a big
PSG,
shutdown
but
and stop.
4 minutes on the clock for BLG to
the soul.
recuperate, to wait out
But PSG are still driving this game.
Delay the game. PSG trying to gain control of this top side. Baron, their call. Azure, no TP. Is now resetting after pushing out bot.
Back to my early point on the comps as far as Betty's, position in the overall game too.
Look at Aurora's items. She's really stunted right now. 2 items and a broken Seekers. She's really like if she had a Zhonya's here and was ticking to level 16, she'd be really strong. But the Aurora is quite weak at the moment. Aja has flash up. There's no exhaust on yet.
Deathless. He had basically been the king of the map. That 1,000 gold, though, we'll see if that actually ends up paying
Betty
off
no
there for BLG.
Needs to be really careful here, Betty. There's a world where Leona connects, Wukong connects, Betty's dead. Leona ult missed. What is On doing?
On gets caught with
He's
the
dead.
Glacial Prison,
Is he
has
dead?
no flash, has the exhaust, will
The
get away
exhaust
for now. The
is not up yet.
Woody's
dead.
escape, but he's just burst out by Elk. Those 4 items coming to the fore for BLG. A Cyclone onto Ginger,
I'm watching
who has the
Aja.
flash as well.
He could turn this.
Aja
Aja!
comes out the slicing Maelstrom.
Not enough
Finn is
damage.
trying to dive across them. Betty and Maple,
BLG
the
are
only
gonna clutch
two
this.
left
I think they're gonna
alive
win.
for PSG. Maple will
They're gonna get
flash,
Baron
but
now.
the bullet still finds his back.
Oh man,
BLG
PSG's
win the
crumbling.
fight.
PSG were
How the
so
fuck is
close,
BLG
but
holding
these
this game
last
in?
few fights,
Elk is like
BLG
single-handedly
having
holding
a
this
dead
game alive with
matched
Bin.
them in the team fights, and
Now
it's
Aurora
Baron
breaks her stunt
for
and she
the
gets
LPL
Zhonya's.
for a seed.
So now
Huge pick
BLG's a
right
lot
there.
stronger.
Maybe it was a caster curse. BLG looking like they are on the warpath. Another objective bounty on top of it. Lot of bounty gold, both objective and champion, going the way of BLG. Huge comeback swing available.
Yeah,
in the
big
last
fight.
couple
Big
of
fight back there by
And a bunch of
PSG.
tier 2 still for them to take. You can see
By
the goal
BLG
basically
rather.
even, about 800 between
Yeah,
the
they
two
go
now.
on to On, which is
After
fine,
On
but
missed this,
Woody tries to make a
had a way
flashy
into
play
the
here. If you
fight.
watch
They
Woody,
catch
he's like,
out
look,
On.
Leona, and
He's
then he
able to escape.
W
They
flash
don't really
ults
have the
onto
CC follow-up,
Aurora
and then
and
this
Wukong, but
between
everyone's
worlds is
dashing
just
out.
so devastating for PSG.
So Rel
Especially
dies,
since
and
it's
now
a
they're
nice
running away
stable
with
access to the fight. He went with
Yone
the soul
Kennen.
back
It's really
towards
hard
the
to turn,
original
so
starting
Aja
point, which
tries
meant he
it.
couldn't get involved. The ult
He
here as
can't get
well,
onto Elk though.
just barely denying Aja access to Elk once again means he gets the full unleash of the bullet time and is able to rip through them. And you can see there for BLG, Lumao laughing a little bit. He knows he's getting away with this one.
Yeah, BLG fighting their way
You
out
see the
of a
game's even
very
now,
tough
but
spot in
momentum
this
is
game.
so heavily BLG favored.
Now they're the ones with
and
the
the
push
Ezreal
available, though.
is
You
not
mentioned
as
all
strong
the
as he
towers
was
and the
before.
standing gold here
MF's
available
almost
on
level
the map.
18.
Let's see if they can close in and get it, because Aja's trying to find a way for a flank. This Kennen constantly looking for the devastating flank, but
No flash on
has his
Kennen.
exhaust ready. So goal number 1 for BLG on mark the Kennen. Always be on the same side as the Kennen. You can keep him out. There's no flash on the Kennen, so it honestly should be pretty easy for BLG to avoid that devastating flank.
Yeah, I think if you're PSG, you just sack a couple of towers. You try and put up a little bit of a front, but it's more of a game face than anything
Drake
else.
in
Right?
40
Especially
seconds. I
with
think
the
this
waves
one's gone as
crashing
well.
at the
PSG
same
can't
time.
fight this
Cannon
one.
in the bot lane still harassing that tower
It's
down
just so
mid lane,
disadvantageous in a
is
30-minute
taken
game
by
like this when an enemy
BLG.
team has
Gold
Baron
swings
to
in their
fight the
favor
dragon, because
for
if
the first time in a long
you're
time in
essentially
this
walking
game.
into
I think there is an
darkness,
angle for PSG,
and they
though,
can
to create
always
pressure
find the
on the
best
top
angle
side.
on
You already look at where
you.
Maple
You
is.
really don't want to
30
throw the
seconds
game on a
until
dragon
Dragon.
fight where you're fighting
BLG
so
have to respond
you're
to
like
this 'cause
fighting
it's an
low
open
ground, high ground.
inhibitor.
You're
So
like face
you can see
checking everything.
BLG aren't going to be able to use this Baron
Impossible
buff
to fight
crack
that.
the turret with a minute left on it.
Maybe they brute force their
You
way
have
in
to
by
get
just running it
Dragon,
down
you
mid,
have to
but
clear a top wave.
look at
So
where BLG
PSG,
standing.
they
Look at
put
them all
all the
just
outer
waiting.
turrets, but they hold
You
on
walk
to
into that,
one
you're
of the
dead.
important ones in the grand scheme of things.
Oh, BLG setting up something
Oh,
here.
he actually disengaged the
Ginger able to
Leone.
dodge away from On, puts the Glacial Prison
A
back
bit of
in
a
him.
turn.
Down to
That's a
half
lot.
HP,
Now they have full
domestic
vision and a
shots from
kill.
Betty, and On is
Betty
on.
has sums.
Betty now locked in a
They
bit
used
with
Aura
Knife,
ult as well, but
do you
Woody's
really
getting a
wanna
bit
be
too
locked in
excited and
there
needs to
with
calm
him?
down.
TP in from
That's
Azure
a
as well,
sole
with that
contest
slicing Master. Remember,
possibility.
there's no exhaust as well, because On is
Elk's
down,
gonna have
no
to clutch
flash for
this.
Azure, but the
Elk's
Drake
gonna have to do so
and
much
Soul
work.
on the cards for PSG if they can find it. TP
Bin's
behind by
flanking.
Bin as they're looking
Betty's
for
low.
the pincer movement. PSG trying
Bin,
to get
watch
the push
Bin.
through mid
Woody's
through
gonna spot
Maple.
him maybe.
Bin still looking for that flank. Woody's gonna try
The
and
blue
mark
orb spots him.
They see him. The counter strike
He goes onto
in.
Cannon. That
The
was really
bullet
smart
time
by
as
Bin.
well. Aja's
Elk
ripped to
one taps him.
pieces.
Nice
They
flash
seal
from Elk
Maple
over the
and
Yone
then
ult.
Bin diving
Bin's
onto Woody,
frying
and
him.
that's two. Betty forced away, has the dash away from Jun, and Bin is just doing
Maple's
so
dead.
much work.
This is what happens, you lose the game.
It's a double for Elk.
You lose the game.
Sublime from BLG.
Maybe they don't. Benny's alive.
It's been Jax in back-to-back Dragon fights. He gets the job done, and with the Baron buff, BLG are inside the base.
And it just helps out Elk so much. The bullet time is perfect.
The Chinese fans are
flash
BLG GIOing.
from the Yone ult as well. Elk needed to be that follow-up and damage and he's putting
Can they
PSG
end?
down.
This could be a greedy end from BLG.
Betty's time to shine.
Let's see if they can pull it off.
Tanks the tower. Bin going
One
in with
tower.
a strike as well. They'll just take
Waves
one next
coming
to
in.
now. But Betty
Ezreal.
gets the slow. Knight goes in, and Betty dashes
Dead.
away. He can't
It's an end.
survive.
Like
the
I said, you
weirding
fight those soul points against
puts
Baron.
him 6 feet under, and now BLG
You can
will
lose the
open up
game
on the second
in a
Nexus
blink.
tower. Woody going back in. Look
Ah,
for Bin again, but
PSG,
Bin
man, they should have had this.
somehow still survives.
PSG had a 6k gold lead, soul
Wiped
points,
away
and Baron.
under
They
their
threw it.
Nexus towers.
They threw it
Azure
away.
Swans just in time to watch
That is
the
not a
Nexus
good game
fall.
from BLG, and not a good sign for BLG.
A comeback.
But PSG, they should have had that. That is so
they woke up
disappointing.
just in time, fellas.
On gave them a game. On literally ran the game into PSG.
Over to
Chat, I'm going to go to the toilet real quick and run some ads. I'll be back in a second.
Very
Okay?
different story.
Taking
a very
the dream
different
apart
story.
a little bit too seriously about looking this one, because that was a roughie. But Riot Games is celebrating all of you and the ways you have made League of Legends so much more than an esport during October's Player Days. Level up your fan signs for your favorite team.
I'm just
with a
waiting
free
to run the
kit
ads because I
available
don't want
for
you to
download
miss the
on
last part, so I'm going to
leagueoflegends.com.
hold it. Okay, chat, BRB. BRB, 1 sec.
Red Bull gives you wings.
"在抵达那一刻之前，你能做的只有等待。
如果故事再重来一次，我想 Jackie Lau 还会做出相同的选择。
等待比分失衡，企图从中看清胜负的端倪。等待一切安静，好听清自己脑海里的声音，直到抓住那一刻。
他们可能会因为激进而失误，但是不会因为胆怯而畏惧。
I've been living behind all the scenes, 'cause it's easier when they don't believe. Keep it quiet, keep it hush, keep denying, but the fire that's inside is igniting. Keep control, I'm like a bomb mistaken. Hit, explode, I won't be so forgiving. Cross me twice, no, I won't let it go. Hit you from your blind spot, hit you where it's gonna hurt most. Words unspoken, I'm not afraid to say it now. Set in motion, what I've kept underground. Don't crack under pressure, I'm built like a rough machine. And if you don't know what I mean, I can strike like a viper. Feel it calling, always up to something. Give me that power, watch it get louder. Feel it rubbing better. Start it running. I'll bite like a spider, and I'll strike like a viper, like a viper. Rosy cheeks on a pretty face. Promise
went in with the Zenith Blade himself, doesn't have the exhaust up. Now he's taking the Magnus Sword coming out as well. And what is Zord doing? Woody trying to get the CC onto Shun to keep Betty alive. Shun holds it and dies in the end by Knight. Betty dashing back in between worlds. Knight can look for more. Maple dives in with a Fate Seal, but BLG will happily take the triple. The Fate Seal, the slicing Maelstrom coming in too. Shun's down, Bin's down, On's down. Fate Seal from Maple isn't enough. Bin diving onto Woody, and that's two. And Bin is just doing so much work on the back line. It's a double for Elk.
And BLG take the first game in the series, and Emily, just about the cleanest game you would have expected from them.
Exactly as expected.
So clean.
Wow.
We were never in doubt. Number 1 seed.
Yeah, look at the lovely gold graph. That is an LPL gold graph, people. If you've never watched LPL, this is exactly what so many games look like. BLG, if they come out and
why are you all spamming my
I would
Yone?
be so mad because this is the
Why are you
BLG
spamming my
special,
Yone?
right? Looking either like dropping the first game in a best of 3 or looking really shaky and then coming out and stomping. Credit to PSG. I thought Junja had an amazing early
Why are you all
game.
spamming my Yone?
I thought they had really good setups until the overextension on bot side at red buff. Which got
Chad,
Elk
I'm so
back
hungry.
into
I
the
walked
game.
past Kobe, I had a bite of his sausage.
And then we had
And now I want sausage.
a lot of fighting.
Well, and I think the big thing for me
Please
is
stop ulting my
while there's
teams.
so many fights to break down, ultimately BLG were able to hold on, find a way back in the game. And when we look at the big final fights, they were consistently out-executing in the 5v5, right?
Yeah.
And it's so infuriating because PSG
Yes.
didn't need to
BLG
let them
stands
back
for
in the
Big's
game.
late game.
my
Didn't.
God.
They were in complete and total control. But they got hands diffed in a couple fights, and then BLG were back in the game and just continued to outperform.
And it rewards them. It rewards. this is my problem.
Oh, Emily's
Emily's
losing
like,
it. Emily's
it's a
losing
fairy
it.
tale, but you've taken away the
I'm
wrong moral.
I'm so used to this, and yet I get mad every time.
Well, we will look at some better replays then from BLG.
Yeah, I don't know where Reckless
in
is. I
our
can't find him in the
HyperX
studio.
Reflex replay.
I saw
It is
Faker
the
and Carrier.
BLG Baron at 41 minutes in.
But I can't reach
at which
Reckless
point
on
I think
Discord.
PSG had already squandered it just a little bit.
Yeah, certainly.
Yone's losing
I saw
record
Becker
is
as well.
padded again.
I don't how to be critical. Maple's not very good at Yone. It's just the kind of long and short of it. He egregiously misplays in so many
Maple's
fights. and
not
while
very
this
good at
point it's
Yone.
hard for him to do too much because BLG have found a way
Chat,
back
my
in the
hair
game
looks like
and
a bowl.
kind of
Look
have
at it.
the forward momentum
Do you
to
see it?
play picks off. You
Oh
can
my
see
God,
that
it's
there's
so
a lot
crazy.
of desperation in the way PSG are playing, and this fight to me is kind of the last straw where I don't really think this was ever going to be a good fight. But this is the culmination, it's important to highlight for PSG, of so many little mistakes in previous fights where they were very favored to win.
Yeah, and in a game state where they were extremely favored to win with their composition as well. And I think that is what is so frustrating because this is only a best of 3, right? 2 games and you're out, and you're not just out for today, you're out for the entire Worlds tournament, and you have to turn that around. Are you confident that they'll be able to get similar leads, and are you confident that they would be able to close it out, or are we just dealing with a BLG that actually thrives in game states like this, although they wouldn't like to be behind?
Confidence meter in both of these teams is an
It's low.
interesting
It's
way
shaky.
of putting
Why
it.
do you never tell
It's
your
shaky
barber
because
your
I think
desired
Junja, like we
hairstyle?
highlighted, had a way
Well,
better
because
early game, way more impactful. The counter
when I
games
go
were
to
great,
cut my
the early
hair,
plays were
I
great.
don't
Like,
have
this
a
guy was
hairstyle.
hero
I
all
just
throughout
say,
the early
yo,
game. But then when they had a lead,
can you make it shorter
They picked some bad
than
fights
what it is
without
right now?
complete information. And
then when
it's
they make
a
it
situation
shorter, it
where
turns into a bowl.
PSG had all the tools to win the game.
And
Most
I don't know what to do
certainly,
about
and
it.
they just got sloppy in the execution.
Yeah, that overextension.
Wait, hold up.
around
Let me
red
check my
that
clip channel. Did that
literally
motherfucker
got
put a
Elk
clip?
back
Why does everyone
into
know
the
about my
game
haircut?
Was actually massive. Like, and they didn't have to do it, and then they all went in one
And
by
again,
one.
if that was the only mistake, and the game was decided on a coin flip at 12
Yeah,
minutes, it would be a little
Caedrel
bit more
misses
palatable
flight,
because that's
gets
the one big
haircut
moment, hey, you
scammed,
miscalculated,
minus
but
85 pounds.
They kept making these individual mistakes.
Yeah,
in
of course there's a
fights,
clip.
And it puts them in a position where BLG made a gambit and draft. They said, we'll trade a roar for Yone.
And then there's a
it
clip
paid
called
off, and
draft
it
worse
should
than
not
haircut.
have.
What?
It should not have. But multiple fights, Maple misplays. Really don't want to be too critical in the context of a very high-pressure game, but he's missing Qs, he's missing ulties, he's overcommitting on an E where he doesn't have an angle, he's not stacking his Q before fights. If you are going to pick an S-tier champion, you have to play at an S-tier level. And if you can't, you need to be willing to ban it away because the trade is not favoring you.
Yeah, and then on the side of BLG, like, I do love
That's
this
a lot of
team so
tissues.
much when they can execute in team fights, right? Like, they can be a massive team fighting team. We know just how good this team can be, but I think on the flip side of that, I'm still not super confident in their execution. I talked about their meta read
85
at
pounds for
top
that.
when we had like a really short amount of time to talk about it, but it's also just been their actual like execution in lanes. Their
Why does someone in chat say bye-bye EU?
Their understanding
How is
of
it
the map.
bye-bye
I don't
EU?
think
G2's
Shun
fine,
was
Kerr.
able to have the same
They're gonna draw
impact
Team Liquid and
early
clap
that
your
Jinja
cheeks, bro.
was, certainly.
That's
and
right.
That would have been a massive difference maker if PSG had been able to close out. And now I'm really curious to see how BLG look going into the second game, because like I said, it has been a BLG classic where they've been able to come in and stomp.
They can bring it back, and they are up versus elimination, so they really
dog.
have to. Here it would be sad to see PSG go, but we'll see if they can bring it back in game 2.
That's okay.
That we will, because it is an elimination
chat.
match, as they said so accurately.
I got a
on the
hot
desk.
dog.
It's like, it is difficult to overstate what goes through the mind of a competitor when they know they might be eliminated from something they've worked the whole year towards. And for some people, have worked like years on years on years. Like Maple's been at Worlds since 2013. And now it may be his last dance. He said it in an interview that he was thinking about retiring. We don't know that for certain, but what a way to go out if it is. You almost win game 1 and then you lose game 2 to BLG and it's just over. It's poof, you know, it's just gone.
I think especially for Maple, when he's a guy who's previously made semi-finals, really pushed a lot of the
hot dog.
LPL and LCK teams to the brink.
Chad, I've been awake since
now
2
not
a.m.
only this tournament, but at MSI,
And I've
been
had
very close to
potatoes,
taking down
pumpkin, and a
BLG
sandwich.
as well. It's heartbreaking.
So bear with
but
me.
We'll have to see as we get into Champ Select, powered by Omen and HyperX, how this one is going to plan out, because I need to see something different coming through here. And Corgi, the coach for PSG,
That's a juicy
needs
hot
to come
dog.
up with something from the back of his head.
You guys are talking about mentality. I've been watching the player cams, and in contrast to the PSG cams, everyone is just smiling and laughing, and they know they got away with murder in that last game, being able to come into this one game up. So they have to be feeling great, you know.
Does
on
PSG
red side
play
here
Aurora?
with a counter pick available
I feel like
to
PSG
them,
plays
they were
Aurora
able
top,
to come into
but
this one
they don't
with
play
a
Aurora
dub.
mid.
They are not going to
Chat,
give
every
the
time I look at my hair, I
option
look like a
of the
fucking
Yone
medieval
or
peasant. I hate
Aurora
it.
on blue side PSG. They are going to deny it, so they're going to cover their bases and kind of the more expected red side bans here.
But it means that BLG have to now ban the Aurora as well.
Surely they
Otherwise
first
you're
pick
just giving
Aurora,
it over
right?
to PSG, and they have the
Is it
option
a
to pick
Junji
it.
Skarner?
Nocturne is something we have seen first
Is it
picked
an
a couple
Orianna
times today
Nocturne?
for G2. Obviously works really well alongside the Orianna, but then
I
you
think
are
eat the
giving
whole
Knight his
pumpkin.
Orianna if he wants it.
Also, the Vi up and available, and I think Junji has been exceptional when he can get his hands on
Yeah,
this
loser
pick,
of the
so
series is
potential
out.
to try and hyper focus on towards that jungle matchup, because I think giving Shun that across could be a bit worrisome as well. They are hovering the Skarner here. I think Skarner does work well into champions like Vi, where it's a bit more telegraphed when
Knight's
you're going
champ
to go in.
pool is a
you
little
can
bit pinched.
preemptively get off that Skarner ult, but I still think the Vi kind of a tier above it in my eyes.
I wonder if Jax is just a staple
Well,
pick
at
now
least
for
PSG
mid.
did ban
Yeah,
away
I thought
Knight's
so.
Ahri, so the
It's just blindable at
very
this point, isn't
famous
it?
Knight Ahri plus Vi turbo threat is not there, and instead BLG are going to go the melee option. Grab that Sejuani synergy for the Jax very early on.
Bins Jax, right? It's just like, hey, can we just pick Jax all the time? Because I'm really good at this champion. I can win us team fights later on if you just give me this champion, please.
And he just won that game.
No, I'm curious if they're trying to bait the Orianna pick out for Maple, and then Knight will go
No,
Silas into
no.
it, because you've already got the Sejuani, and Knight's a really strong Silas player as well, and this could work out very well when you've already got, I mean, not a huge amount of ultimates like available right now to be known, but I still think it's strong into some of the.
Are they going to play Rumble?
Instead, it is going to be the Smolder. Very strong scaling, something we saw kind of fall out of the meta for a little while, or at least we thought it would with some of the changes that happened. But in terms of scaling, he's just as strong as he has been for the last few months. Obviously not as strong as he was when he was first released, but
They
still gives
kind
you
of
that
need
execution,
Kai'Sa
still
or
gives you that
Ziggs.
burn. You can still stack up to around the 20-minute mark. Poppy now locked
I would
in
love a
as well
Syndra here from
PSG.
Knight.
And the other good thing about the Smolder is that
I
it's
would hate
flex
a
spin here
Yasuo.
too, so you also
I
don't
think
have to
some
fully
kind of
give
mage
away,
mid,
right?
or they're going to
And
take the
Poppy
Kai'Sa for
pick I
now.
really like as well, because it denies something
Yeah,
like
without
the
Kai'Sa or
Kalista,
Ziggs,
which
I
could
think
be
PSG
taken
is a
here,
bit
because
cooked.
it's already going to be a matchup that's decent for Ajin.
They're going to play full AD into Sejuani
It does
Jax.
deny a lot of these other picks. Even things like the Kai'Sa can struggle because that steadfast
Oh yeah, Rumble's
presence
banned. What
can
did I
block
say
the
Rumble for?
ultimate,
I'm such an
so
idiot.
makes things a little bit more difficult for Elkon when he wants to try and
25
take these
second
fights,
delay.
but still going to go towards the Kai'Sa and still have that backline threat for what BLG are setting up as a dive.
All right, and then in protection bans, because Kai'Sa doesn't have the strongest of lanes, want to take away the Ashe, want to take away some of those bullies down there, and BLG drops some bans in it.
Could still see the Jhin coming out from PSG. It's interesting because you kind of want something to bridge you towards your Smolder getting stacked up, right? You need a little bit of damage in the early game if you're going to take fights. Obviously, you also have the option to just try not to take the fights and get towards that point, but I don't think that really is how either of these teams.
Yeah, I thought they'd play Syndra on 3 here.
And that's why I think a Kalista ban
what would you ban last
BLG
year
is really good here,
for PSG?
you deny something like Kalista Renata on this next rotation.
I think they should ban Ziggs here, BLG. The Ziggs ban is a must, right? Unless they can flex Smolder bot, which is quite annoying.
It's just the easiest.
What do you play in mid as Knight?
And then I think it becomes a question of what do you want to see for Betty. Maybe it is just the MF to try and go for, hey,
is it just Orianna?
Grab into MF combo and something
no
that can
Ziggs
pull
ban.
you out of that bottom side, but no Kalista ban just yet. It's going to be the Renata problem instead.
Interesting.
If they ban
too,
Orianna, I
because
think
PSG are
Syndra's
gonna
going,
have to fit
Smolder's going mid.
AP into their composition, so you know you're also looking at the previous.
Are you okay?
Rumble
Yeah, I'm okay.
ban.
I'm wearing 2 t-shirts, so I think I look a lot.
Didn't really have the big Kennen moment that you wanted in the
thicker than
previous
usual.
game, so he's gonna have to dig way deeper because the
I'm a
Aurora's
skinny
ban,
ass
the Rumble's
motherfucker.
ban.
Tristana, they didn't ban
See how
Orianna.
deep they go, or if they actually do want to swap.
What happens if he picks Orianna?
Instead, the Tristana ban comes out here, away from Knight.
They could take the Rel.
I'm trying to remember this correctly, and I want to make sure I'm right before I say.
My biggest question is, what is Knight playing and what is Betty playing?
How do we feel about Udyr?
I guess it's Orianna, and I guess the AD pick is
I think he's fine with the Poppy,
Ziggs.
right? It's
Yeah,
a
you
decent
don't think the
matchup
Poppy
into
you
Jax.
reflex?
I don't think you need to. I think you're just happy with where it is.
Or
the fact
Jay
there's no
Smith.
Kalista either kind of takes away a lot of the value on this bottom side for BLG.
Jay
so
Smith.
We're actually going to
Why?
get come back towards the
Zaya
Jace,
Rakan,
so
really?
This was something he was really
I mean, it's
good
Kai'Sa
on
Leona,
back in
Kai'Sa
the
Rel.
2021s and that.
Chat, quick ad run. You'll be back before the
when he
game
was playing
starts. I
back on
appreciate
top
anyone who
esports,
subbed. If
so
you sub now, you won't
not
get ads
fully
for the rest of the world.
surprised
You don't
to
have to
see
sub
it,
if you
but
don't want
it's
to.
not
You'll be back before the
something
game
that
starts. Here's a
with
big
the
kiss.
shift away, but obviously lethality
I'll
builds
see you in a
not
sec.
something you see a huge amount, but
I
at
think
least
this
can
is last
match
big
that
Rel.
push
Yeah,
against the Smolder
100%.
and not actually
Pretty
give
easy.
over a ton of
Easy
stacks
Hoots
to
pointing at the screen.
Smolder
It's there.
because
Click
you're
that
not
one.
playing that
Oh, he went
melee
for Nautilus
matchup.
instead. Fair enough.
And this is something people were like theory crafting on the 14,
Fair enough.
18 bust that the Jace got.
All right, if BLG
but
win this,
never really
PSG
had a
is
strong
out. Yo,
foothold.
chat.
You only saw like very small instances of it.
Question.
I do like
Any questions for
playing
Bin?
it out
Any
here.
questions for
Gives
Bin?
them the possibility of that double poke.
Any
you know,
any questions
Kai'Sa,
for Bin?
If Elk does go AP heavy route, then you also have some poke options later for the standoffs.
And then Nautilus, the last pick here for BLG, contributing to that death fund again. Betty and Woody went for the Zaya Rakan, which gives you a little bit of safety as the Zaya, obviously later on with the Featherstorm, but also can do a lot of damage in the late game.
I think it's also really interesting because BLG have kind of identified, hang on a second, PSG talent don't have a lot of engage tools. They're a lot better at disengage. And when you look at BLG, Jace and probably an AP Kai'Sa, you're going to have a ton of poke damage that's there. And then the immediate follow-up from SH1 or a Nautilus. So I think BLG, as long as they can play this out slow, are actually in a really good spot where PSG talent just can't push forward enough to hit them.
It feels like a range difference, really. Yeah. BLG have much more range when it comes to poke later on in the game. Jace and the Kai'Sa, as you say, teaming up. If PSG can find and engage, they can do a lot of work in that position. You have a lot of control of areas in team fights, but it is going to be very tricky for them to find those engages. For PSG, it is do or die here in Berlin. A loss here eliminates you from contention at Worlds 2024. And after you had such a strong game one against the LPL champions, you'll be hoping that you can put up a good show and at least take us to game 3.
Yeah, you don't want to be remembered just for pushing BLG at MSI, pushing BLG in some games. You know, history really does remember the victors. So we'll see if they can get it over the line here. Smolder, of course, you know, once you get your rapid fire cannon, then you've got, you know, your range and your little bit of poke as well. But we'll see if they can actually get to that stage of the game, because the Sejuani is also a great pairing with Jace. Part of the buffs, you know, for the Jace was the slow when you go in for your melee form as well. So I feel like Shun in this game just has a lot of options with lanes. Like, he has really, really good lanes to play around. All these BLG lanes should be fearsome, should be like creating advantages for themselves.
All right,
and so then it's just up to Shun to like be able to track Jinjia, make sure the Skarner is not poking out through a wall to mess up one of their lanes, and then lend that Sejuani CC to get them off the ground and really snowball them. I think that Shun this time around is in the position to have
my boy
way better game than we saw in the previous game on the Wuko.
It is kind of
Jace mid is kind of strange.
Like in the regular season in the LPL,
I get it.
they
Kaisa
lost
can be the AP
5
champ.
of their 8 first games.
Sejuani Nautilus also carries a bit of AP with
almost
Jax.
losing to PSG in game 1. It's kind of what we come to expect from them. Emily was talking about it on the desk as well.
And Kaisa
really
pokes
slow
with
starts
Jace.
the series and then start to ramp it up.
That's why the best of ones just not their thing.
It's just curse for them, right?
But yeah, I think
if you guys have any questions for Elk or Bin, let me know.
Bit of a meme there, but it has still been a very slow adaptation from BLG coming into Worlds and also then coming into what the meta has been. So I think BLG definitely have a lot, if they manage to beat PSG Talon here, to learn before they, as they start to move on, even over the course of this weekend, right? But we'll have to see how that adaptation comes through as we get another different pick for Knight, something that we haven't really seen coming through, but we'll have to see if the Jace is going to find and work wonders for him in this one.
I mean, it's something Knight has, quite a bit of experience on. One of his
This is a
top 10
knockout
most
match.
played,
This is a knockout match.
76% win rate on it across the course
It was
of
one
his
of
career.
the big flexes back when 369 actually played Carry Champions on Top Esports. They would flex things like the Jace, and then Knight would bring out something like a Zoe, and they'd play these super long-range compositions. But now working instead in conjunction with Elk, I think it is going to be something that he'll feel right at home at. If you can just find some of that early
Smolder
success.
gets mid-push.
As Kobe was already saying,
Everyone's basically full clearing.
Shun, go into melee form.
He's playing Grasp Smolder, of course.
The Sejuani is going to be perfect for BLG.
Maple currently getting the push in the mid lane. It's like Ginger took a long route around his jungle, has only just got to his blue buff after clearing out his wolf, so he's a slight bit behind where Shun is.
Yeah, kind of going as expected here for BLG with their top pushing, with their bottom side pushing as well.
I like it how he jumps out of the poppy
nicely,
tutu there.
Getting Betty and Woody under tower, trying to deny as much as they can. Both junglers, as you say, will finish here towards the top, towards the crashing wave. And Bin will be able to
Poppy's annoying for Jax.
fully get this one in. Those ranged minions just outside. A little bit annoying there, but junglers might meet up on that Scuttle Crab regardless.
Ginger's already pathing towards it. Shun actually looking for the mid lane instead.
Smolder
he doesn't
ease
want
it.
to
They trade
battle
crabs.
over the top side Scuttle Crab. Instead, he will go
Yeah,
down
this
towards
game's
the bottom
not
side,
as
unuse the fact
explosive
that
as the
Elk was
last
looking
one
for a
based
Geno
on
reset to get his
draft.
cull to then move up as
BLG
well.
will poke
Looks like Ginger
and play
might
side
try
lanes.
and sneak behind Bin with that wave.
PSG will
not
scale
in the best of
and
states
play
for the BLG
team
top
fights.
laner.
Yeah, and you can kind of tell on the moment of the comms too. Bin backing off after he killed off those last couple of minions, because the Skarner is one of the few junglers that actually still loves, well...
Okay.
I mean, it's
A
just
stack for
stacks.
Smolder.
That's all they want, really.
Oh
Ginger
my
almost
God, that
dies,
hurts.
but he'll be okay. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, there was a look in from Shun, but even with Betty and Woody having the wave pushed up, Shun wasn't quite able to find the gank he was fishing for.
This is dangerous, though. Junja trying to get his
I think he gets the camp.
right before Shun arrives.
He'll
Does
get
he die,
them,
though?
But Shun will
Oh,
arrive in
if
time.
Shun
The
flash
flash
out,
away
is he
from
killed?
Ginger
Maybe not.
gets him to safety. No longer has that summoner for the next 5 minutes.
So Junja reading correctly that Shun was going to try and go for the respawn of his Raptors camp there, but having to burn his flash makes this Skarner way less threatening on a dive, or a gank even. Now Shun hovering around bot side again, he's going
Base
to
comes
reset.
out, Skarner loses flash.
Hey, Shun off
Quiet
to a nice
game.
start in this matchup.
Asher runs
And
back
again,
to lane
he's
without
got lanes that
using
want to
TP.
fight. He's got the flash advantage over enemy jungle. It just seems primed right now.
It definitely is. And I think that the big thing that you have to look at as well, Kobe, is the bot lane. Look how far Betty has fallen behind Elk because of the way that wave was frozen, because of the fact that Shun came across. Like, Betty and Woody have actually struggled to unfreeze this lane. Now they'll be able to do it. Ginger path towards his Krug, so he can be there first, but it's going to be about, 200, 300 gold at the end of
It'll
all
be a
things.
slow one, chat. Stop with the Kafka
Elk having
spam.
got a reset to get his cull.
You
Yeah,
fucking
and again,
rats.
he can continue to freeze here once more, so this doesn't have to realistically crash, because you do have the Nautilus coming up behind. Can
Elk
he
so
hold it?
far
Yeah,
up
should
in
be able to just
CS.
hold it out from the wave. On is now reset, getting his own
Betty
boost.
still hasn't based.
And you've got the
Ow.
Sejuani still in the vicinity, so
That was a good
they're
trade by
moving
Knight.
the Skarner here to show his face
Yeah,
on the bot
BLG's
side,
winning
just
lanes.
to try and bluff essentially threat that they can crash the wave, but BLG not having any of it on.
The
Essentially
T1 video's up.
faking
It's about
that his
time.
jungler is in behind him and kind
Editor's
of
gonna get
calling
axed.
Junja saying, are you really going to try and play this when you have no flash?
I love that point, especially because On does this so much.
All the time.
Oh, yeah.
Where he fakes that someone is behind him, even not in front of his own tower. A lot of the times, walking into enemy territory. If you can get free vision or free plays like that, it's so beneficial to both you and your jungler. Of course, it kind of allows your jungler freedom on
Yeah,
the
I don't know
other
what to
side
say,
of the
Chad.
map
It's
too,
just
but
really even.
Here we are on the Grubs, and that will be number
PSG
one.
can't really push them out
Has to
here
use
because
the smite for it,
Smolder
though.
wants the
Knight's coming
base. Now
across.
Maple has to cancel his
Maple
base to
working his
stay.
way towards the river as well. Junja should be able to secure
So
at least
Smolder's
one
getting
of
fucked
these.
from this play.
Chucks out another rocket, Jun, and Nightbin now moving from the top side. Junja using his smite to secure the second grub.
And they only get a grub.
The first for his
Smolder
team,
really
the
needs to
second in
base.
totality on here. Woody joining
They
the
could
battle
pop
as
the ult,
well.
but
Bin still keeping that grub
I don't
aggro.
think there's a
Jun
fight
has his
here.
smite back
Smolder
up
really needs to base.
and can get the Scuttle Crab and the grub as well.
But that was kind of what you want to see from BLG.
Elk
this
is
slow
smashing Betty
pace
in the 1v1.
when it comes to the fight. So then you have to try and back up as PSG, because without Woody there, they don't really have a big engage tool. Maple had already used his ultimate on the wave, so didn't have that poke to answer for Knight kind of chipping away at him. And you can see how much respect PSG give.
And it's even good for the 1v1. Elk here, level lead down there, poking him under tower. Betty is definitely in pain this game. Meanwhile, the rest of the team here.
You can't log in if Caedrel's not locked in. I'm
Looks
locked
like
in.
should not be.
It's just lots of trading. BLG gets Drake here.
We'll see if he just
Looks
clears
pretty
out.
free, but Knight's on the other side of the Smolder coin now. Knight's going to have to take a base soon.
This, and it's so interesting how many things kind of domino into each other in that bot lane, right? Like Elk getting the reset, then being able to freeze it out. He has the
Yeah, the
bot
bot CS diff is crazy.
stacks left on it, so he's over halfway
Elk's also
towards
playing in
completing
isolation.
it.
He's
But
getting a
because
big
of the
XP
way
lead
that
as well.
They then push the lane out.
Oh my god, he got cancelled. He's dead.
Junja actually
First
getting
blood.
caught here as Jun going in for the engage on with a great hook.
Big kill
and
for
Junja falls
Jace there.
for first blood.
Maple
And
has
to
to
your
fly
point,
away.
Medic, this is what Prime BLG looks like. This
Wait, why is he
movement
taking
from
that
On,
path?
constantly shifting around the map, holding positions so then he can get out and work his magic.
Oh, you
and
know
now
On wants to
Maple
chase that.
is running, hoping that he can find some sort of way
You
to
know
teleport
On
out of
wants
this
to
jungle,
chase that.
but
He's probably
short
going to
of magic
execute.
or a miracle, I think he might be
Should
done
be a
for.
pretty easy execute.
And
Oh, he got
gets
tagged.
whipped as well by the accelerated shock blast, meaning an execute is no longer an option for Maple. Shun should be able to chase him down, who dash across the wall with a flap, flap, flap. Knight still chasing here, Glacial Prison used just to make sure that this dragon is going extinct
Jace gets it as well.
alongside his buddies. Knight will secure the kill, his second of the game.
Oh.
He was able
this
to
game's a
get
horror
one
for
turret
PSG.
plate before he had to run into enemy territory.
Bot is losing and
was
Jace
chased
just
all
got
the
2
way
kills.
through,
Good death, good death.
A couple extra
And top
Smolder
is even.
stacks on his way down, at the very least. But yeah, I mean,
That top wave
BLG
is so
really
weird
good
'cause of the
kind of
pool.
transition there, up from the bottom side of the map, all
Smolder is
the way
cooked.
through to grab the extra objective.
Yeah, the Smolder's kind of cooked.
And I think this is where you get to see BLG kind of continuing
Oh,
up on this
chat.
pressure. The fact that again On is pretty hard. He's controlling that wave and bot side sets up for
Oh,
Elk.
mid-wave is
He's
so good.
gonna take
QE
over
the
level
cannon.
6 fairly soon and can start to move up towards him. Void Grubs in a little bit. That's a little cheeky ultimate though.
Make him
Not
lose a
being
wave.
access to this wave, but now has no ultimate if Shun wants to try and move up here into this top side. So yeah, I think he rightfully kind of backs away after picking up the pace.
Perfect damage calculation, gets the plate, denies some extra minions there, and they're gonna need that money because PSG, like their whole comp is set up for late game front to back team fights. You know, BLG have poke advantages, BLG have options for later for pushing on sides as well. So PSG trying to funnel all
did
their
they
money,
sign
kind
it?
of huddle together, wait for their later stages where they can really synergize with their 5-on-5s.
I will say, if I'm trying to funnel my gold on this PSG comp, I don't think Azure
Aw.
is the one that I really want to funnel it on.
You got to point it somewhere else. Yeah.
Try and get someone Maple, who's about 700 gold behind in the mid lane and maybe more.
Oh,
There's
nice
the
Q flash.
flash
And this
engage
W.
from Shun. Maple down again, and Shun joins Knight on the scoreboard.
And great gank in the mid lane.
I don't know how
managing to get
Mitsuko
that
did it,
flash onto Maple, denying
but
him
she
any
got
sort of
my
way to
T1
get
jersey
out
that I
of
drew.
And
She
even
got
the
4
ultimate
of the
a little
T1
bit
player
late for
signatures
Maple,
on
so he
it.
doesn't get the heal. And now for
You see
something
that?
like the Void Grubs,
What the
Maple
fuck?
has no real access, so that should be going to BLG's way
How did
as
she
well.
do that?
This is exactly the game I was envisioning for
Yep.
Shun when we kept talking about, oh, it's Dream for him. He got the Sejuani. He's got all these lanes I want to fight. This is him definitely executing quite well on it.
This is also very similar to how MSI went between these two teams. You know, really close sort of games where BLG looked like they're on the ropes, PSG obviously picking up a couple there. But then Game 5 was a one-sided stomp. You know, it was very, very strong from BLG. So it's interesting to see that sort of back and forth, and interesting to see how BLG kind of wake up across the course of the series. Hubris for Knight. An item we don't too often see. Has been seeing a lot of play in solo queue recently and in ARAM, but Kobe, do you want to elucidate why he may have gone this?
Well, it's obviously
Is he
because of
dead
the world
again?
song, Heavy Lies the Crown. And it's,
true.
Oh,
it's
he
a crown.
ulted and
Also,
flashed.
if you can't get a murder
Poppy
book,
has a
you
good
need
position
murder
though.
crown.
Oh, he eat him out of the Poppy
Shun
slash
getting
E,
caught
but
up
Shun's
here.
dead.
PSG trying to fight it. Been going
Oh,
over the
Woody.
counter-strike.
Oh,
Woody
the W
misses,
didn't hit.
but gets the charm, doesn't get the knock-up, and now he needs to get the hell out of
Big
it.
knock-up
Death
from
charge
Own.
onto Junja.
Oh, the
It's
hook as
another
well.
for
Well
Knight.
played
He's
by Own.
stacking the hubris. Put them back. under
How many
the
hubris
ground.
stacks?
Knight finds another double, and there's 19 stacks on his hubris already.
Jesus.
Yeah, this is kind of the Knight speciality. He loves his stacking stacks, and he's managed to stack up a huge amount already. The murder book is what he's most known for in the LPL, which is obviously the Magi, sorry, that he's able to get a ton of kills for, but now
4-0 Jace,
well,
1.6k up.
he's just doing the exact same thing.
Elk, he should be okay. Oh,
Really
nice
looking
ult.
for the engage onto Elk, who dodges away with the killer instinct.
Nice
Has that
flash as well.
Will have to invest it.
Yeah, he has to use
Manages
2 resources there to get out the
2v1
Rakan W
in
and the
the bot
root.
lane.
He could cleanse it, but it's really cocky to cleanse it.
But well played by Elk in response to both of those. It's kind of, you know, 1-for-1 on trades for ultimates and flashes used there, with Woody investing everything. Maybe that can open up a place for PSG to attack. It's just, it's so difficult because the, well, setup with the
they're
teleport.
TPing there. Betty has no ult.
So Betty has no
But
further
Woody's
storm, but does
blocking
have
the
a cleanse
hook.
and flash. On's trying to get on top of him to get the staggering blows down. They're going to land the dredge line onto Woody, who
miss.
dashes back with a battle dance.
I feel like they
and
could have
escapes.
one-shot him
Well
there.
played by the PSG
If they just committed on
bot lane
Rakan a
to
bit
get
earlier,
themselves out of
I feel like
dodge.
Jace combo with Northwest
The point that I
CC would
wanted to
one-shot the
focus on,
Rakan.
though, was the 5 grubs now being hit for BLG, because
Well, Jace
that's
loses
gonna
the
open up
mid-wave.
so much threat on these side
It's not
lanes
over
with
yet,
Knight and Bin, because while we
but
focus on
the game's
poke,
definitely hard.
Knight being this far ahead, you can see it on the side of your screens. He's just going to be such a menace in a side lane push, and now having that burn off of 5 grubs as well, Maple just won't be able to stack up. And sure, he's getting a little bit back for himself here with Junja and also Aja keeping control on mid, but as the game goes on,
One plays in a bit of a wave, slowly getting there. Small needs a bit more time though, he's on 100 stacks.
As a side note,
Needs a lot more time.
Bin for a little bit of a fight here.
No flash on
To force
Poppy.
Azure out of this.
Skarner's there. It's a 4v4, but I think BLG wins the 4v4. Unless he
does
does that. That's a big shutdown. Nice flash. Aja is quite tanky
is
here.
called Azure now on the
They have
front line.
Skarner ult.
BLG will disengage. But yeah, as a side note, you know, every
Knight
fight
is
like
a 750 gold
Nah, it's fine.
kill. If
Hubris,
Smolder can get that.
basically what it does, it gives you lethality and attack damage, and then if a champion you have done damage to dies, you get a big burst of extra AD for the next 90 seconds, and that can sack up as well, right? So you get stronger through the course of the fight, through your Hubris, which is probably why the item was named that way.
Makes sense.
Yeah. It used to make little golden statues in the fountain, and then
Why I shouldn't play instead of Wei? I'm not sure. I'm going to ask Bin when he gets on the stream.
Junja tries to hover around this bot side to keep this tower alive. Maple's here as well. Shun
He has
gonna
ult here.
meet him.
Oh.
Impale lands onto one. The dredge line
But
short from
there's
on.
enough of a wave.
Still looking for the plate. There's one
Nah,
minion
dead.
still alive.
Oh,
On
that
will
hook was
tank
crazy though.
up the tower, and
Oh,
Woody
Rakan got the kill. That kind of sucks.
will have a grand entrance and give on a grand exit.
I mean, that's actually big. Any bit of gold that PSG can get at this stage in the game
Where the fuck?
could be very big for their dream of
Where the fuck
team
is my
fighting
man
their way
going?
out of it. And Shun is going to be able to execute no problem. Does get all the way into enemy territory.
La la la.
So no further benefit.
Well, that
gain
should be a
there, but
herald for
still,
BLG.
even being able to Skarner
For
ult
PSG
under
if they can
tower,
open top quick.
find up 1 kill. Yeah.
If they can open
also
top
point
quick.
out that these funnels, Medic, are not in the correct places.
Yeah,
This
Bin
one
should
went
be coming
into
on the stream.
support.
No, that is the right
If you have any questions for
okay,
Bin, let me know.
Right, but and you know, anything here for PSG, try and get them on some footing where they can actually use their fight.
But the Rift Tower could be that footing. Shun's still dead. Junja coming back onto the map. Rift Tower is up and available. This could be a moment where they try and find something, but you can see in the
Looks
Maskar
like
lane
PSG is still a bit late to herald.
Knight is
Probably
massive
STP
right
though.
now, and even if you don't have Shun here for the start, the poke and the control that he offers is a little bit terrifying for PSG.
Jace no flash. Junjia has flash and he has ult coming up soon. Maybe PSG calls to fight this and they send it onto this Jace.
Azure, of course, can keep Bin around in that lane, but might want to just dodge around the side here. Hex flash back across the wall from On to rejoin with his teammates. PSG are looking for that fight. Junja very tanky with the Zeke's convergence. Maple still stacking up, sneezing all over BLG. Woody looking for that flank.
Poppy's
Has
looking
the
for
quickness, has
TP.
the flash in a couple of seconds. The engage with
Xyl
the
ult
glacial
is used
prison.
early.
Featherstorm
Woody.
coming out from Betty. Quickness from Woody. They're looking for On, but they
On's gonna die here and they get heralds. It's slowly coming back here for PSG. Slowly but surely. Aja is just running at them. They have got flash Skarner ult and they want to send it onto Jace.
By Aja, but doesn't quite land the stun into the wall. Junja still looking
No
for
flash. Oh, there it is. Flash ult on Skarner.
Goes for Knight instead. Pulls
Do they
him
have the
back
damage?
with
Oh my god, that guy can't
Azure right
move.
now, the keeper's verdict is that Knight
Big
is
kill
guilty.
there. There's the
His
shutdown.
hubris has been
And
his
they get a top tier
downfall,
one and they have
as
herald
Junja
for mid
puts
tier
him
one.
6 feet under.
There's no way BLG
That allows
has
them to
correct
fight the
timer
next
on
Drake.
Aja's teleport, I feel like. You know, they kind of walk into this, and even if they had gotten the smite there, this is huge for PSG.
Also, just great decision-making from PSG. We talked about the
The flash
potential
Caedrel is so
poke and
powerful
everything else
against
that
the
comes
Jace.
through from
Jace wants to
BLG,
play
but
at range
in
and
a
poke a
straight-up
bit.
5v5 front to back, PSG, if they can close the distance,
Yeah,
they're
they have
so
Herald
much
for mid tier
stronger.
1. The
We get
gold's
to see
basically
exactly
even
that.
now.
BLG group up to try and force on
Did they
towards the
forget
ridge
the
tower.
eye?
Woody putting
There's
pressure
no way
on
they
towards
forgot the eye.
backline,
I mean, I think
and
it's
see engage
this is
on towards
acceptable that they
On
forgot
here.
the eye because
That
they're
really
getting sucked
spells
into the fight.
disaster for them as
So they don't
Asha
actually have the buff for
TPs
mid tier
in.
1. So the
On
gold's
goes
not even.
down, but trying to even get away from this. They think they're safe under the tower. Maybe they can start to poke back, but the front line of PSG is so tanky. Elk only has the static shiv,
Knight
and it's the turn
failed
up to
his
Knight
QE.
that really seals the deal.
That's why we've been warning about this PSG team fight. You know, fully grouped. They're the
Yeah, no
ones
one picked
with
up the
the
Herald.
few seconds extra of teleport advantage, and they make it work.
That's
that
a shame.
is not a mistake
But it's okay.
that you kind of give lightly here.
And even the silver lining of getting bot tower was just answered by top for PSG. Now, BLG will get this tower, but you can already look at bot side and see that PSG are going to trade as well. So what had been a good start for BLG is really starting to disappear as Aja now solo under the tower. This
They
could be
want
a
this
bit
top
of
tier
risky
too.
play.
He has
the
no
keeper's
ult on
verdict
Poppy.
in a few seconds, still has his flash.
They
Benny
got
trying to
bot
come
tier
across
1,
as well.
Maple
He's
has
met with
TP.
Knight. The accelerated shot blast doing a lot of work on, looking for that
He is
turret
going to
TP
TP.
coming in from PSG as they
They
look
could
to
just
collapse
kill on, but
not
does
tanking the tower
Maple?
yet.
Oh, he
As that
flashes
concussive
backwards.
blows, Steadfast
That
person's
makes the
coming out.
positioning
There's
so
the
good for
quickness.
PSG.
Tony onto the tank so far,
Caedrel
but on
ult
the
for
first
Peel,
target.
on's
Glacier
down.
Prison coming down as well with Slow Maple for a second.
What
but
do they
Ginger's
have
here
here?
to join
Nothing.
the
They have
Barney to join
nothing.
the fight.
Another
PSG
kill
find
though,
another
and they defend
bin,
top
is
tier 2, but
pinged
Bin's
to
pushing
hit
mid.
that mid lane tower, but there's still a couple of seconds before he can get on it. Betty's going to try and answer him. He has the demolish and 5 grubs. It will be enough to take the turret.
But it's the exact same thing again. BLG not respecting how quickly PSG
Asha?
can get across the map. They reset
Oh
him
my
back.
god, what is he doing?
Asha goes for Elk. Gets the cleanse out of him in exchange for his flash.
Can they chase
Ginger
that?
and Woody, though,
Oh,
can look
Elk,
for
greedy
this, and
base.
Elk back in,
Yes, flash
in
though.
a precarious situation. Ginger just goes
Nice
for the
ult
kites.
by
The killer
Elk.
instinct out.
Doesn't
TP
flash
behind
knock
by
though.
Bin as
Gets
well. The
Skarner
impale
ulted.
hits on to Elk. Bin looking to do what he did in game 1, but the verdict is that he can't get in there.
Okay, no
some
sub Skyshot.
don't find the kill, but they burn both of Elk's summoners.
The biggest thing too, the objective on the map is all the way on the other side.
I'm
so
flanking!
BLG gonna have to recall now
Fuck!
to reset and run over there. They were pinging
Okay,
it.
big spikes for
Dragon
BLG
number
here.
3 starts to get a little worrisome. You know, BLG, since they already had the 5 Void Grubs and the 2 Dragons going their way, if they can put this extra pressure on you.
Are they going to get Drake
by
for free to be on
grabbing
Soul
number
Point?
3
I think
and
they
the-
are.
and the threat of the Soul Point.
They didn't
would
start
still
it
be
yet
huge,
though.
but PSG, another team fight victory, and that one was, again, off another
Knight has
teleport from
TP.
them. Let's see them
Betty's a
try and
little
just
bit
force
low.
their way in. They do have to
They don't have
base check, but they
Skarner
can
ult,
do
but
that
no
'cause they're
settled
so
yet
tanky.
either.
And they know Knight's top, and they know that Elk is bot lane, right? So Knight still has the TP, but
He wants
right
that
now,
top tier
PSG
2. Look
get
at Knight, he's
control of the
picking
river
that
with
top
their
tier
numbers
2.
advantage. Betty's gonna
So
be able
much
to push
gold
out
on it.
mid, can open up on that tower as well. BLG
They have
gonna
TP on
send
Poppy,
Elk
but they have to be
across
quick
try
on this.
and
They have
answer
no
the pressure
Poppy
in
ult
mid.
either.
I
This
don't
is
think
bad
BLG
for
are going to fight this
PSG.
though. They're just looking
Is
for that
PSG
tier
gonna
2
lose
and
top tier 2
accelerate
and Drake?
the chase even further. PSG not
Ah,
really
yeah,
sure
yeah,
how they
yeah,
want
yeah,
to
yeah.
approach this. Aja has his teleport up, but he's still going to run there.
I wonder
Tower
what
goes
Aja's
down,
doing
and
here.
now if this
Because now he's
Poppy
just
shows
ran
on the
top,
wave,
but he's going to
Jace
get
TP's
TP'd on
in.
away
There's
from.
the TP in. Azure can TP as
And
well.
now he's
Will
ran top
answer
and he's TPing
with
back.
one of his own. BLG.
Strange.
Numbers 4 for now. Bin's
Junji
gonna
has
join
smite.
them. Junji trying to get in towards the pit to take the Drake. Unlocked up. The Blade Caller coming back as
Big
well. And
smite
Junji will
from
land the
Junjia.
smite. But Woody
Support
goes
for
down
support.
first. Shun and Bin, the next two
Aja's
targets. It's
tanky.
support for support so far. Aja's still looking for a little bit more. Knight.
Junji has flash
Looking
ult
for
up
damage
soon.
down from long range.
Elk
That's
no
what we talked
subs.
about with this composition, their ability to
They
poke
can definitely
within
turn
fight.
this
They
here
haven't
at
really had the
PSG.
opportunity to do so. Ginger can look
The
for a
flash
little bit
ult
more.
from
Just to walk
Skarner could
across
be
the wall
massive
and
on a
hits.
Baron spawn
Knight's
timer.
in his back. PSG trying to open up towards this mid lane tier
His
1.
flash is up.
Elk and Knight here to defend.
In
There's another
3,
wave on its
5,
way, though.
maybe 10.
Yeah, I mean, Jace
now
can
it's up now.
try and poke, but you've got 2 fat
Can they commit the
tanks
flash
in
ult
front
from
of you.
Skarner?
Can't really get the damage
I'm looking at him.
around
Oh,
them.
he just ults Jace to
Forces
get
the
his flash.
flash with just the
Not
raw
bad.
Skarner ultimate, and PSG,
Not bad.
another one. 1.
And the Dragon off the back as well. Junja with
Not
these
bad, they're
smite
still in
steals
it.
has been exceptional this series and getting the better of Shun once again. This is where BLG TP Knight in, but because Knight wasn't there, the poke damage isn't really enough, so PSG still healthy enough to go for the immediate engage. On too far forward, he gets knocked up by Woody, and the steal comes through from Junja. On falls, and now BLG trying to play this slow.
Yeah, it's a good fight, isn't it?
Look for the poke, look for the
If
damage, but as
BLG
Kobe
don't
was
poke
just
them
saying,
down, PSG have
Aja
stronger
and Junja
front
are
line
just too tanky at the moment.
and more backline damage.
They
Smolder's
like locked up Junja,
getting
you know,
really
he's
strong,
like stunned up
and
there,
Zaya's
but he
kind of
took almost
untouchable.
No damage. And he's
She
like,
needs
well,
to be
I'm
poked
already
down.
next to the Dragon. It's fine.
Just stay here.
He's calm and collected. He's like, I don't have to worry about moving. I'll just land the smite. and then brute force.
No 2-2-5 yet still.
With this composition, brute force is the way you want to play, and that's how PSG have just forced their way
PSG can definitely cook this game.
And it's a great build from Junja for exactly that reason. You see when the win probability powered by AWS goes down, but he hasn't gone for the hard steal that we've traditionally seen in a lot of Skarners. It's been the Zeke's convergence into Warmogs. Warmogs is one, great against all the poke, but the Zeke's in this instance
just
as well,
more gold on the Smolder. Get him the Muramana, get him the 2-2-5, and then get him to a Drake fight.
These members of BLG, it's exactly
BLG
what you need.
really needs to start thinking about how they're fighting
on this build for this game.
2 items
BLG really needs to start critically thinking about their team fights. Because I don't think they can just run at them.
2.5 with the last Whisper in his inventory. Maple
cooked.
still sacking up a little bit slow as the hook goes down onto Junja. There's the double impale into the grand
missed
entrance, but the charm coming back with the quickness into the blade core.
Oh my god, the AoE is crazy.
Look at the suppression on BLG.
Oh my god, Betty! Betty! It was fucking dog shit, but it looked cool. Oh hell no, man. Come on, bro.
Through the burn, through everything, Elk is still standing.
Oh, Betty wanted it so bad. He saw it in his eyes.
Wow.
So close. But
that
they
was
fumble it there.
Respectable by Betty. Respectable. He fucking sent that.
We do start,
He's going out with a
looking
swing.
at the BLG dictionary though, because slow needs to be found at some point in there. Because going for these sorts of plays
like if the Rakan
just
knock-up
sets up for
hit, they could
PSG
cook
to
them way
play
harder.
with their strong front line. The damage coming through from Woody is insane here in these close quarter fights. Because
I mean, look how many
so much
feathers he
damage
has.
From the feather pullback.
Oh my god.
Great flash from Betty, but look at the health. The shield.
Elk just gets his ult off.
I don't like.
Oh my god.
So
Elk reacted really well.
I mean, even the Rebel from, like, I don't know.
There was one auto that went onto Shun instead of going onto Elk, and I think that would have killed him. I think that would have killed him so close, but I love the fact that Betty's feeling himself enough to go for those sorts of plays in a series like this when your world
could have won the
spot is
game
on
there.
the line.
If he lands that and Zaya kills Kai'Sa, they get Nash.
Of blade callers.
Oi, does that TP get spotted by Bean?
Behind. Elk not here.
Knight, no flash.
Azure locks him up for a second, on going forward as well. Azure still trying to chase Knight
out.
out.
They Skarner into the Nautilus flash.
On flashes away.
Knocked away
Keeper's verdict
Bean.
on Bin is that he needs to come back in a couple of moments. He's going to TP behind them here, but perhaps PSG
Betty has
have
no
a
flash.
moment in the
Oh, PSG could get wiped here big time.
Open up. Mom comes
Yeah,
down.
mega
The
wipe.
Storm used as
Mega
well,
wipe.
but
Mega
Bin
wipe.
finds the
Mega wipe.
stun on the back line.
It's a mega wipe.
Elk cleanses away the blade caller route, and once
Oh my
again
god, Bin
it's
damage.
Bin absolutely styling on Fools.
Yeah, not a great position.
PSG
You can't use Skarner like that.
fall to the non-weapon of Bin, but he's an absolute weapon wielded by BLG in this fight, and that will be the Baron taken for the LPL.
Yeah, they're gonna get Drake as well. Soul points. Ah man, PSG
I'm sure their
overcooked. They
fans
overcooked.
were not worried at any moment in any game in this series.
They overcooked.
Honestly, though, now with Baron buff, it should start to look smooth again for them. They did have a very, very good start to this game. Just ran into a little bit of trouble in the last few team fights. But here's a look at how this one actually started out. And it was a little bit more risky at the very beginning because of the positioning here through River. And they do get an ejection onto Bin, but he just says, fine, I will teleport back for the flank angle.
And the thing is, it's so hard to start these fights without Woody, but this is where Bin comes in over the back.
If you have any questions for Bean, let me know.
Even goes to the flash past the feather pull as well from the Zaya, and then I think even maybe leap strikes away a second time, but really nice
they can't
stuff
fight
from
this Drake.
Bin. But now with Dragon just up and available, Maple moving back towards the top side, PSG licking their wounds, do not want to fight BLG.
Soul Point Mountain.
And the important thing for the poke comp is to be ahead of the curve in terms of items, in terms of damage, and that's exactly where BLG are now. 6,000 gold their lead. They have 3 items on Knight. They have 2.5, almost 3 on Elk, who is going to continue to rattle down damage with those Void Seekers, and they can start to siege up and actually really utilize their composition to its greatest effect, which is doing exactly that onto Woody and Junja and just constantly putting damage into the backs of PSG.
And every comp with a Bin Jax
You
is
should
just
rate
a
your
Bin
haircut.
Jax comp as well.
What are we gonna do? Like a trend where we just get top
He's
laners or like
over 2,000
people we
gold
interview to rate my haircut?
now as well, working on the Frozen Heart, so he can be a tank in the middle.
On looking for the hook here onto Azure, goes in with the depth charge as well. He's
impaled. Big knockup by Woody. Big root, big small root. But not enough, they only got one. Oh, Betty!
Falling, Betty having to pop the feather storm.
Oh, here comes Bean.
Already we see Elk killing off Betty. Bin looking for a little bit more.
Wait, he doesn't get anyone.
Dashes out of the fight. Bin wasn't even really needed, just forces PSG away. Now the tier 2 in the bot lane, the target for BLG.
There's a nice attempt from PSG, but Bin on the flank sets up for BLG to take the fight. Now he's back on towards mid, and he's healthy as you like.
Maple has hit that execution threshold and
Maybe
looks
they
like
get a pick
PSG
here.
are trying to collapse
Yeah,
onto
Bin's
Bin. No flash for
Give it
him,
to
no
Smolder.
way out. You gotta feel. Goes
Wait.
back in with the
Oh,
counter.
Bin!
This is Ben we're talking about.
Oh my God!
With a leap strike.
You can't just disrespect Bin like that. They wanted to give it to Smolder. I also wanted to give it to Smolder.
Him to do in that situation.
He just cooked him.
For a moment, I thought there was no way out for him, but who's locked in where with whom?
When there's no way out, look for the way in.
I mean, he's a boxer, right? So he just has to dodge everything, but he still gets hit by everything. Maybe it's more the Homer Simpson approach to boxing, where he just absorbs everything. The Sundered Sky then goes in, and there's just no real follow-up because the Counter-Strike denies all of the auto-attacks and Maple goes down.
Look how close
I need to ask Bin. I'm going to ask Bin what's his favorite boxing combo. Chat, what is it called? A punching combo. Is it a boxing combo? What do they call it in boxing? What's his favorite one? What is it?
Overall, BLG cresting over towards that 10k gold lead that so often is insurmountable. And for PSG, it is a world's full of maybes and what-ifs. They've been close on so many occasions. Obviously, done well to get to 1 and 2, but I think they would have wanted a little bit more with how well they performed from time to time. Even the series against FlyQuest as well. It was a very close game in the early game until FlyQuest really began to take it away. They're still looking for more here, though.
Oh,
as
flash
Ginger
ult
goes
onto
in with the
Knight.
impale. The quickness coming out as well is stopped by the
They have damage, they have damage, they have damage. 1k to Zaya.
Even he can't
Can she play it
rectify
though?
this situation, can't bail them out. The bait caller back onto On, who has to flash away himself. Elk now joining the battle, a double counter-strike as the engage goes on to Azure, but BLG have only found one so far. Betty's on that front line, no Featherstorm for him.
Whoa,
And Ben finds it again.
He's just smashing them today, isn't he?
But he makes you believe that Jax is the most OP pick in the game. It's Bin again to clean it up for BLG.
Bin decimates PSG Talon, and with that, they will be bowing out of the World's Championship. But for BLG, it's only one more step on what is a long road.
It was
ahead.
closer than I thought in game 1. Game 2 had some mishaps. PSG definitely looked strong, but PSG is now out of Worlds. BLG go to 2 and 2.
As they defeat PSG.
That means if they win the next best of 3, they make the top 8. If they lose the next best of 3,
but if there's any
they're out of Worlds.
combo that you want
So
a world skin for,
BLG's really going to lock in for Sunday.
BLG.
I will say On looked a bit hit or miss today.
I mean, it was all about him this series. It was on the back of Bin that BLG managed to make it through.
A little bit hit or miss.
In game 1, in game 2, so often the carry for them. And that's it from us for now. That's it from PSG as well as BLG. Take a dive. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's talk to Bin.
Related to Kobe because I mean he keeps doing
Hopefully
these things.
he accepts the interview
on
request,
Jax,
or BLG accepts it rather.
He's also our Oppo player of the series. We went back and forth, and I just wanted to give it to him because of that moment where
I'm about to find out now.
Poppy ults him out, and then they actually give him the in to TP for the flank ward. I think that was
Okay,
sick.
Bin's confirmed, chat. Bin's confirmed. Hold up.
He continued to completely dunk and style on them, only further validating the choice.
I'm dropping on the headset.
BLG, do a quick bow. We're going to talk about them in a little bit. But from the perspective of BLG, look, like, these games were a hot mess across the board.
Look at
but this is the player talking about.
Congratulations, you played yourself. That's what happened.
Here he comes. He's just going to come in right off. Super easy access to this PSG backline. And prior to this, you see, you know, PSG would win a fight, or they'd get like an advantage because BLG would overstep, or they'd go into a choke. And Bin got so much gold because they were just like, no, Bin, you stay bot lane, you get that turret. You stay mid lane, you get that turret. And then in this fight, he's able to get the TP flank off being Poppy ulted out and shows up with already a lead. And then comes in and gets even further of a lead.
It's actually crazy because I think that a lot of people will be like, oh, this has just been on Jax, and look at him in isolation. It's been
Big
Jax,
pace.
There's no question. But you really have to appreciate
I got some questions, chat. I got like, what's happening with Shunner Wei?
For the team,
who's the best top laner we ever faced? Pretty fun question.
Everyone on BLG.
What will his world skin be, and is it Jax?
Put him in that position. So
what does BLG need to fix? What changed from the LPL till now? Is it the meta?
Coming up, but he was one of those players. We were like, what are you doing?
And then maybe he can round it out with like a best punch combo or something.
Yeah, you would think that it's all a genius bait. Some would say. You could
all
say
right.
questionable items.
Should I ask him to rate my haircut?
He put a target on himself by building hubris, which gave.
Should I ask him to rate my haircut?
It's just, I'm so coping. Please.
Chat, be nice when Bin gets here. Just spam lots of hearts and stuff. I would appreciate it.
We really tried. Yeah. I think the other thing I did want to point out with this Jace pick, it was super interesting from Knight. We will get to that. Oh, okay. I think we saw this at MSI previously when Knight was looking super, super strong. This is a pick he's defaulted to. When it came to that point in the draft, I was like, oh, he's going to bring in the Jace special.
And he's standing by with Lauren, the Verizon post-game interview.
And welcome back to the stage for this post-game interview with Knight and Wendy.
Yes,
Thank
please.
you so much for joining me. Ni hao. It's been an amazing series, but also a lot of back and forth between you and PSG. Can you talk me through the expectations you had coming in today against this team?
那首先恭喜你们获得本场比赛的胜利，但是我们纵观这一局 BO3，还是有非常多打得有来有回的部分，所以说也想问一下，在面对到 PSG 的这场比赛，你们有什么样的一些期待呢？
其实我们赛前是想抱着没有那种压力去打的，但可能打的时候还是会有点压力。
Do it full screen, yeah, we'll do it full screen.
比赛就都没有压力吧。
So maybe before today's game, we try to hide this kind of mindset, like, okay, guys, have no pressure. But actually playing on stage, we feel like there's still some pressure on our shoulder. So hopefully in the future, we can fully enjoy the moment of playing on stage without any nerves and pressure.
Interesting. I will follow up on this a bit later, but I wanted to ask, why Shun instead of Wei today?
I'm going to ask Bin the same
但是
question.
还是想要问一下，为什么今天是勋而不是打野威呢？
也是我们整个赛训组的，就训练赛选出来的人吧，就赛训组安排的。
So it's actually based on our screams results, and also this is also decided by our coaching staff.
All right. Well, I guess it made more sense here to play with him today. Can you tell me about Jace? We haven't seen this champion at all, mid lane especially. Do you think it's the type of champion that we would see again, and why did it make sense in this draft specifically?
Google how to introduce yourself in Chinese, bro. I'm gonna butcher that so fucking hard.
这次世界赛当中还没有在中路见到的英雄，想问一下，为什么会选择杰斯这个英雄？觉得在今天的这一场比赛当中，为什么他会是一个比较好的选择？未来我们在赛场上会不会看到更多的杰斯登场呢？
我觉得杰斯这版本在中斗的话是有点逆版本的吧。我个人选择杰斯，可能是因为我杰斯玩的比较好。我可能接下来就要考虑这英雄是否比赛上好不好吧，感觉没那么强。
To be honest, I really feel Jace is out of meta a little bit at
Out
Worlds,
of meta?
but it's actually the champion I'm very comfortable with and really got the confidence in. Because of this, I pick it on stage today, but in the future, I like to rethink about my choice as well because I think Jace may not be a very strong pick here on stage.
All right. You talk about confidence, and I want to follow up on this because I don't feel like BLG has been playing to the fans' expectations, especially considering the fact that you're LPL's first seed.
Boot up the card game. What do you want me to do? Just start opening packs in the fucking Riot Games arena? In the studio, just start banging out
那
packs.
其实你刚才也提到了是个自信的英雄嘛，让我们来聊一聊自信心的问题。其实很多粉丝朋友们可能会觉得 BLG 的一个表现没有达到他们理想中的那个预期，因为作为 LPL 的1号种子，大家也会对你们寄予厚望。所以说也想问一下，你觉得目前可能队伍状态没有那么好的一个原因会是什么？是因为自信心的原因，还是有其他的因素呢？
我觉得
Just
状态
say
不好的
ni
原因
hao.
可能是因为就我年龄小的选出来
What
比
does that
较
mean?
少吧，就大赛经验可能也没有那么丰富，就我们会接下来一场比赛就用比赛去调整的。
So I think why we have some fluctuation maybe here on stage is because there's some players with not that kind of experience. So sometimes we still be a little bit nervous playing here, and definitely we're going to use our stage performance to prove ourselves and also use a stage performance to just enjoy the games.
Do you have one final message to the Western fans, Knight?
那最后有没有什么想对大家说一点的呢？
Thank you very much. We are fighting.
We are fighting.
BLG is indeed fighting. Thank you so much, Knight, Sheshe, for the interview. Wendy, thank you so much for the translation. And BLG moves on to the next stage.
They stay in it.
I'm not going to say ni hao, chat. I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to say nice to meet you. That's it. Don't fucking, yo, I'm going to grief it. I'm going to grief it.
Because, you know, it was perfection. Also, the question in terms of why has the performance not been there? Lack of experience is cited, which I think, I don't really agree with that, right, as a reason, but it's a great answer, nonetheless.
Yeah. No, it's kind of a non-answer. You know, we'll give it to him. You know, obviously the players are pretty experienced, especially compared to a lot of the names and faces, but you never know. New environment, you know, new studio. Maybe there is some adjustment.
At least studio, we've heard things.
We can give them, whatever the reason is, the performances up until today certainly were not there. And while today was a hot mess, I think at this point,
I can't wait to talk to
BLG,
Bin. I've never spoken to Bin.
And you want to just
Hopefully my
start
desk is
building
not too
this momentum
disgusting.
as you go forward in the tournament, especially because, like, again, we highlighted Bin. This is a tournament where Jax is blind pickable. and BLG are clearly the best team in the LPL. Like, you're really set up for success here.
Yeah, and I think as we look through some of these highlights,
don't be nervous. I'm actually not that nervous.
When it did come to
I'm not that nervous,
some
actually.
of the team fights, the way they did fight with Jax was better. I actually don't think Bin's been having a super great tournament thus far, especially compared to expectations. This is the top laner that we kind of unilaterally said going into this would probably be the best top tier, and he is definitely not. This is kind of the first series where we've really seen him pop off, and they gave him a lot of resources to do so. So I think going forward, even though this is a shaky win for BLG,
Shox into you, yeah, we're going to talk to Shox.
I hope that they can get some confidence from this and maybe continue to adjust their meta read.
We're going to talk to Shox
like
on
the team you do not
Saturday.
Want to draw.
No,
still,
Sunday.
We'll go to the bracket in just a second. I would like to take a minute to talk about Maple because he has alluded to retiring. You know, we've had this in the
more
past
nervous
where
for
it did
Caps?
not end up happening.
Nah, I
but
wasn't nervous for
regardless,
Caps at all. I feel like I've spoken to Caps enough.
And then this would be the last foray of him at Worlds, and I think not as much this tournament, but plenty of ones before this where he was the original LCK killer, right? A fantastic imprint on our League of Legends and our LoL esports history, and it would be very sad to see him go.
It would be really a shame to see him retire because I think that PSG
is Maple confirmed retiring, or is it just like a rumor?
Right,
is he like last dance defting it, or is he actually retiring?
To kind of challenge them at the top of the table. This is a guy and who has always been on these teams, who have found so much success, who has had a career that's spanned across multiple regions now. Like, he is to me, one of the most iconic players in the sport, in its history, and I think he deserves that credit. But mostly, I think what he's known for are the big upsets, and I think people have to remember like how impressive the longevity of his career is. We don't even talk about his domestic dominance because we just don't have the same coverage of the PCS that we do of other regions domestically, but he is so good domestically, and he always transitions it into a memorable result internationally.
Yeah, he is a really memorable player. He is a very intelligent player, and I also think when you're looking at the way that the regions are combining next year too, right? Like it's not, even if he doesn't retire, it's kind of a sunsetting of what the PCS was going forward into APAC.
Wait, hold on, what is this?
So him on this PSG Talon team, they couldn't
Maple
get it
said
done,
it himself,
but,
it's around 80% confirmed.
You know, I still think he is a stellar player that people really should remember within like a whole esports canon.
And I think even if there wasn't going to be this kind of combination of leagues or these merging of regions, like you would still look at the context of the PCS as pre and post Maple.
Yeah.
Right? Like, because this is a guy who just has always won. And that's something that no player has really ever been able to match in any region. There's no comparable level, I think, of domestic dominance anywhere else in the world. And so he will always be this focal point, and he will always be this historic point for this region as long as League of Legends is played.
Yes. We're going to miss you, Maple. Thanks
Maybe.
Thanks for the memories if you do choose to retire. Otherwise, we'll gladly
welcome you back.
Still talk about you. Also, you blew my mind there for a second because you said pre and post Maple, and I was thinking things like pre and post Faker, pre and post
Chat, one quick thing. Shout out to Displayed for sponsoring the stream. They've been sponsoring us 2023, 2024. All of Worlds. You can do !Displayed in the chat. You can also go to www.displayed.com/Caedrel if you want to check out Displays. They're metallic posts you can stick on your wall, and they don't do any damage to your walls. And there's loads of different art that's licensed that you can have a look at with different finishes like Textra. All right, we're checking if Bin's coming. He was confirmed, but
speaking of spicing it up, give me that Swiss bracket because we are heading towards
just checking that he's coming.
2-2 matchups that are a possible nightmare for the Western teams. I'm just gonna say it. Regardless, though, we're gonna go ahead to tomorrow.
Bean. They're talking to Bin right now, apparently, to see if he wants to come up. Apparently, he's sick. Oh, hell no. But I should just put the other thing on right now.
I think they can have a fighting.
Yo, what up,
chance.
Yamato? How you doing? Did you have a good stream?
That last series kind of took away the last little bits of hope because you could see.
I think the manager's trying to call it off, but Bin might want to do it.
Where they've collapsed like that, they've needed time and they have been able to come back swinging. But this is a very tough turnaround to go from such a losing game to then needing to show up in a best-of-3 versus Weibo. It's a really tall task.
Yeah, TL, same vein, right?
Yeah, and then, I mean, TL, I know Jan talked about it when he was on the desk, but it's like, this is the grudge match, right? Like, GAM were the team that eliminated TL.
He's sick of your nonsense.
Last year, this TL roster has not been performing to their own expectations, right, of what they wanted to do here. And on the side of GAM, man, what a story, right? Like, they stuck with this roster post, like, everything that went on in spring. They grew together over summer, and now they're here fighting to continue their tournament. Like, I think GAM is like a really great story, actually.
Yeah, make them believe it's made for them.
Yeah,
really,
exactly.
It really is. So I don't want to do it to them, but I want to kind of simulate a result. So just see it as not jinxing, okay? Let's say...
Sick of your haircut.
Expectations, I think, could say that Weibo survives and TL survives. Then the 2-2 pool is DK Fly, G2 BLG, TL Weibo. That's crazy.
I think if you're a Western team, you're hoping to draw another Western team.
But you only have one chance.
Or DK.
Yeah.
Because DK are a hot mess.
Or,
actually, to be fair,
you can maybe throw Weibo.
The remaining LCK and LPL representatives are all very messy. Like, these series are
on
close.
their performance against
Yes,
Fnatic. Yeah,
yes.
because I do think Weibo can regroup. I've talked about what a surprise it was that actually LNG was the first LPL out. But yeah, it'll depend on how Weibo look against Fnatic as to how confident I am in them.
I'll say one more thing for GAM. If they do knock out TL and then they get matched against another LEC or
All right,
LCS
chat.
representative and knock them out.
Bad news. Bin's cancelled. Apparently he's sick, and yeah, BLG manager said he asked him, and then Bin said he wants to go home. He's sick. So, all right. Sadly, we didn't get a BLG or T1 interview today. But speaking to Caps was really fun. I hope you guys had fun watching me from the arena. I'll be back in the arena on Sunday. I'm going to be streaming from home tomorrow, so I'll see you there. I can't play Chicken Dinner. Hopefully we can get some really good interviews on Sunday, which will be PogChamp. I've been awake since 2 a.m. I woke up at 2 a.m., went to the airport, flew at 6 a.m., got to the studio at 9 a.m., slept till 11:30, and then banged the stream on, so I'm kind of tired. So yeah, I'll go to sleep, I'll go home, go to sleep, and then we will lock in for tomorrow. And then, yeah, we'll be back in the arena on Sunday. All right, big kiss. Shout out to all the lurkers, bidders, gifters, shadow subbers, donors, resubbers. You guys are fucking crazy. A lot of people that rocked up for the G2 game, especially. You're nuts. And, yeah, hope you have a good rest of your day. I wish I could play Chicken Dinner, but I can't. I don't really want to be. I want to win a Chicken Dinner. All right. See you there, chat. See you tomorrow morning.